Chapter 25-35. Human, how dare you set foot on my Black Bear Mountain? You're courting death. A huge demonic beast glared at Fang Qin furiously. Behind it, many weaker demon beasts were emitting an imposing aura. These should be all the demon beasts of the Black Bear Mountain. The reason why Black Bear could occupy such a large territory was that he was a demon beast and could control these demon beasts. If he were a human, it would not be so easy. Glancing around, Fang Qin stepped forward and said, "Your leader, Black Bear, has been killed by me. Submit to me quickly, or I'll kill you without mercy." "Impossible, our leader is the strongest. He can't be dead." "Damn human, how dare you boast? Watch me twist your head off." One of the demonic beasts could no longer tolerate Fang Qin. With a flash, it launched an attack at Fang Qin. Whoosh! The response was a sword light. With a swoosh, the sword light pierced through the void and split its head in half. The demon beast died on the spot. This scene caused many of the demonic beasts on the mountain to be shocked. Roar! The demon beast in the lead roared to the sky and ordered the other demon beasts to attack. Fang Qin took a step forward and leapt into the air. He arrived before the beast and launched a thunderous attack at it. The demon beast could not resist at all and was killed by Fang Qin. Even he is dead. Do you still want to make unnecessary sacrifices? Fang Qin held the demon beast's head and scolded. Suddenly, the remaining demon beasts retreated. The barbarian stood up and said, "Anyway, your goal is to survive and get cultivation resources. Are you different from anyone else? If you follow my brother, I'll let you enjoy the same treatment as Black Bear, or even better. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. You've seen my brother's strength. Submitting is your best choice," the barbarian advised. Some demon beasts were hesitant, while others hid their aura and crawled on the ground to show their submission. In the end, all the demon beasts submitted. "We submit to Master." Many demonic beasts shouted in unison. Fang Qin nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "I am very different from Black Bear. He is savage by nature. As for me, I only occupied this mountain to find some human cultivators. Normally, I will not interfere with your freedom. If you are in trouble, I can even help you. As long as you can help me find it, I will give you a lot of cultivation resources," Fang Qin said. "Yes, Master." Fang Qin sent the mental portrait of the star and moon to every demon beast and asked them to search for them. In the following period of time, Fang Qin and the barbarians worked together to continuously eliminate the leaders. In a short span of 3 months, they had already occupied 90% of the territory at the edge of the space. Today, at the top of Black Bear Mountain, Fang Qin and the barbarians stared at the map. At the top corner of the map, there was an unusually bright red dot. This red dot was also the only red dot left in this space. This territory was called Blood Dragon Ridge. There were 3 blood dragons with tyrannical strength, which was a bit tricky. "Brother Fang, shall we slow down?" the barbarian asked. Fang Qin fell into silence. He had been inquiring for 3 months, but there was no news, which made him even more anxious. As for whether to attack Blood Dragon Ridge, he had not decided yet. Report. At this moment, a demon beast ran quickly. "Master, we captured a demonic beast at the border of the Blood Dragon Ridge and got some information from it," the demonic beast said. "What news?" Fang Qin's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly asked. More than 10 years ago, the 3 leaders of Blood Dragon Ridge went out together and seemed to have captured a human warrior. Now that human warrior has become a figure second only to the 3 leaders in Blood Dragon Ridge, the demon beast said. Human warrior? More than 10 years ago? Thinking of this, Fang Qin was excited. Is the information true? Fang Qin forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. At present, we don't know whether it is true or not. We were still interrogating him, but he was discovered by Blood Dragon Ridge. For this we paid a great price. I was lucky enough to escape and report the news. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. With a flick of his finger, a fruit appeared in front of the demon beast. This is for you. This fruit was very important for cultivation, especially for demon beasts. Thank you, master. After the demon beast left, Fang Chen looked at the barbarian and said, 3 days later, we will attack Blood Dragon Ridge. Brother Fang, aren't you a little too impatient? Blood Dragon Ridge is very powerful. Once we attack, there will be no way back, the barbarian advised. Fang Chen waved his hand. He had made up his mind. Seeing this, the barbarian nodded. Well, then I will accompany Brother Fang in his madness. Blood Dragon Ridge was red. It was said that it was dyed red by blood. Usually, the 3 blood dragons did not appear and were always in a state of seclusion. Especially after returning from outside more than 10 years ago, they had never come out. On a blood-red stone, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, staring at the twinkling stars in the night sky. In a large open space beside him, there were many mechanical puppets. These puppets looked simple, but in fact, their techniques were unique and their attack power was very strong. I have waited for more than 10 years. There is no hurry, the man said softly, his voice containing strong confidence. In order to escape Blood Dragon Ridge, I have planned for nearly 20 years. Once I take action, I must succeed. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be in vain. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this man was his former good brother, Qing Ho. Back then, Qing Ho and Tian Xian left the universe together and came to the Wuji sword sect. It happened that the Tianqing Zong family attacked, causing them to be captured together with Star and Moon. However, after entering the Great Devil Realm, their fates were different. Star and Moon had strong potential and were valued by the Zong family, while he and Tian Xian were treated as servants. In the end, just because they made a small mistake, they were thrown into the Blackstone prison that struck fear in people's hearts. After more than 10 years, Qing Ho had a preliminary understanding of the Blackstone prison. After being captured by the 3 blood dragons, he showed his strong puppet technique. He attracted the attention of the 3 blood dragons and gradually gained their trust, thus becoming the chief steward of Blood Dragon Ridge. The 3 blood dragons got a piece of dragon blood jade and have been in seclusion to comprehend it. They even let me take care of Blood Dragon Ridge. Unfortunately, I don't think I am prepared enough and can't act rashly, Qing Ho said. More than 10 years had passed, and with the help of the cultivation resources of Blood Dragon Ridge, coupled with the harsh environment, his cultivation level rose steadily. Today, he had reached the limit of the profound Qi realm. Of course, this little bit of strength couldn't protect him completely. The most important thing was his puppet technique. He often had many puppets in his Sumer ring. Some of the puppets could even fight against profound light realm martial artists. Unfortunately, when he fought the 3 blood dragons, they worked together to unleash a forbidden technique and severely injured the strongest puppet. All these years, he had been waiting for an opportunity to recover. This space seems to be a little chaotic recently. Qing Ho murmured. Whoosh. With a thought, the puppets in the large open space instantly formed a battle formation, and a terrifying power spread out. Seeing this, Qing Ho nodded with satisfaction. Let's use the power of Blood Dragon Ridge to unify this space first, Qing Ho said as he stood up and clapped his hands. He had told the 3 blood dragons before, but they only wanted to improve their strength and comprehend the dragon blood jade. They didn't have time to care about this. The sky is changing, Qing Ho said. Fang Chen and the barbarian traveled for several days and finally arrived at the boundary of the Blood Dragon Ridge. Blood Dragon Ridge is just ahead, the barbarian said. Fang Chen nodded and stopped in his tracks. His pitch-black eyes stared at the incomparably red mountain in front of him. Blood Dragon Ridge. Fang Chen clenched his fists. He was very excited. This time, they had to be careful. If they were to act rashly and alert the enemy, it would be troublesome. Let's sneak in first, Fang Chen whispered. Immediately, the two figures instantly turned into black spots and disappeared into the Blood Dragon Ridge. The two of them stopped at the only way to the Blood Dragon Ridge. Sensing their auras, two puppets appeared in the void and stopped them. When Fang Chen saw this, his body trembled with excitement. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2536. No one knew better than him who had made these two puppets. Their auras had attracted the attention of the puppets hidden in the dark. After the two puppets appeared, a violent aura suddenly emerged and trapped Fang Chen and the barbarian in the middle. Not good. The barbarian cursed in his heart and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Swoosh. Then, he quickly pointed his finger at the screen. The finger light touched the bodies of the two puppets. In an instant, the two puppets that were charging menacingly froze in place. The barbarian was dumbfounded. The two puppets in front of him obviously had the combat strength of the mysterious star realm, but they were frozen by Fang Chen in an instant. He was in awe of Fang Chen. At the same time, Qing Ho was cultivating on a blood-colored stone at the peak of the Blood Dragon Ridge. Suddenly, he sensed something in his heart. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the stone. Rip. The two puppets were imprisoned in front of the mountain gate. Fang Chen was excited as he stared at the void in front of him. A moment later, the void was torn and a figure quickly walked out. When the four eyes collided with each other, it was as if there were only the two of them in the whole world. Their hearts were filled with excitement and emotion. Seeing the newcomer, the barbarian was ready to attack. But he found that there was something wrong with Fang Chen. Eh! The barbarian exclaimed softly. His eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen, who was walking forward. No words could describe the thoughts in their hearts at this moment. Thinking back, when Qing Ho left the Star River universe, he was just a fledgling puppet master. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed. Fang Chen had made a name for himself in the chaotic void. Brother! Fang Chen's voice was trembling. He staggered to Qing Ho, opened his arms, and embraced him. The two hugged each other affectionately, and the air was filled with complicated feelings. The change in Qing Ho's heart was even greater. He had not expected to meet his good brother in the Blackstone prison. Good brother, I thought I would never see you again, Qing Ho said excitedly. His throat was a little choked, and his voice was unclear. They know each other? The barbarian was a little surprised, but he soon felt relieved. This man must be the human clan warrior who was captured by the three leaders of the Blood Dragon Ridge more than 10 years ago. The two of them knew each other in the outside world, the barbarian thought. Seeing each other again after several decades, the two of them were incomparably excited. After a long while, the two of them gradually calmed down. They looked at each other and laughed. I really didn't expect this. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. The two brothers found a place and sat side by side, chatting about the things that had happened to them over the years. When he found out that Sky Heart was also in Blackstone prison, Fang Chen's heart stirred. Amazing. Qing Ho gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. He knew that he would never be able to catch up with his good brother in this lifetime. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. In such a short time, Fang Chen had already become famous in the chaotic void. Although he did not fight with Lei Pu and Su Zichen, he defeated Yao Yan, who was the third expert on the Xian ranking. In the outside world, Fang Chen was ranked third on the Xian ranking. His name had spread to every corner of the chaotic void. You've been in Blackstone prison for more than 10 years. Haven't you seen anyone else? Asked Fang Chen. Qing Ho shook his head. I was a little unlucky. As soon as I came to Blackstone prison, I was captured by the 3 blood dragons of the Blood Dragon Ridge. However, they let me go because I showed a strong talent in puppetry. After that, I gradually became the steward of the Blood Dragon Ridge. After learning about Qing Ho's experiences over the years, Fang Chen sighed with emotion. The hateful Sky Pillar Zone family didn't treat us like humans at all. They made us do the work of slaves and exploited us. In the end, they even threw us into Blackstone prison. Ching Ho's words were filled with anger toward the Sky Pillar Zong family. Fang Chen gently patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. One day we'll get our revenge with our own hands. You, on the other hand, actually managed to get the Xiu family to help you. You even went to the Great Devil Plain to ask the Zong family for help." Ching Ho grinned. Fortunately, the head of the Zong family opened the Blackstone prison. Otherwise, you wouldn't have escaped either. Although he was currently trapped in the Blackstone prison, he could be considered to have survived while at death's door. The two of them smiled at each other. "Right, why did you come to the Blood Dragon Ridge? Are you the one who recently stirred up a storm in this space?" As the steward of the Blood Dragon Ridge, Ching Ho naturally paid attention to the situation here. Fang Chen nodded and said, "My subordinates found out that there's a human clan warrior who was captured more than 10 years ago in the Blood Dragon Ridge. I came to have a look. What are the 3 blood dragons of Blood Dragon Ridge doing now?" Fang Chen was very happy to meet Ching Ho. However, after the joy, he was also thinking about how to take Ching Ho away from here. They got a piece of dragon blood jade and are wholeheartedly comprehending it. They have no time to care about the situation here, Ching Ho said. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, covering the sky and the sun. A dark aura shrouded the sky. The whole Blood Dragon Ridge was trembling as if it was about to collapse. "What's going on?" Fang Chen stood up and his face changed greatly. "Oh no, the blood dragons have come out!" Ching Ho shouted secretly. He pulled Fang Chen and rushed down the Blood Dragon Ridge without looking back. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the dark clouds that covered the sky, a blood-red true dragon was roaming in the void. Ching Ho. As soon as it came out, it found Ching Ho. Rip. Its eyes opened and shot out 2 amazing rays of light toward Fang Chen and Ching Ho. On the plain under the Blood Dragon Ridge, Ching Ho felt bursts of power coming from behind him. He did not hesitate to activate his strongest puppet. Crash! The 9 puppets formed a battle formation and surrounded the 2 rays of light. Boom! The 2 rays of light exploded with great power and directly blew the 9 puppets away. Bang! The 9 puppets fell to the ground and were put into Ching Ho's sumeru ring. Hiss! It was raining heavily in the sky. The dark clouds that covered the sky became darker and darker. A blood-red true dragon roared. Rolling in the clouds, it stirred up the wind and clouds. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon breath, which instantly smashed a big hole in the ground. With Fang Chen and the other 2 as the center, the area within 100 miles was completely burned. At a glance, it was a scene of devastation. "Ching Ho, where are you going?" The blood-red true dragon was constantly wandering in the thunderclouds, speaking in a deafening human language. "Third Master," Ching Ho wanted to explain, but he did not know where to start. "Humph, we trusted you the most and asked you to be the steward of the Blood Dragon Ridge. I didn't expect you to collude with human warriors and try to subvert the Blood Dragon Ridge. Fortunately, I came out today. Otherwise, the Blood Dragon Ridge might have been destroyed in your hands." The blood-red true dragon was extremely dissatisfied with Ching Ho. Its body was full of endless flames, which was very overbearing. Betraying the Blood Dragon Ridge will only lead to death. As soon as the blood-red true dragon's voice fell, the rain suddenly stopped. Its body moved quickly and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ching Ho. Roar! The dragon's roar spread through the 9 heavens. The blood-red true dragon stretched out its claws, which were as hot as gold, and even the surrounding air evaporated. "Be careful." Fang Chen pulled Ching Ho away and put his body in front of the snow dragon true dragon's claws. Rip! As Ching Ho's body flew out, the blood-red true dragon's claws, like a sharp weapon, were embedded in Fang Chen's body. Blood kept flowing out of the wound. The blood-red true dragon's claws erupted with a vast power, trying to destroy Fang Chen's body. Dong! All the power in the black, vibrantly golden armor gathered together and forced the blood-red true dragon's claws. At the same time, the body of 10,000 swords was also activated to the extreme. The domain of 10,000 swords was opened, forcing the blood-red true dragon's claws to be unable to move forward. As for its body, it was temporarily imprisoned. It was as if it had fallen into a swamp. The blood-red true dragon was a little surprised. Do it. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and roared. The barbarians were also stunned for a moment by Qing Ho's words, and immediately attacked the blood-red true dragon. Weak human beings, you blaspheme the gods. You deserve to die. Chapter 25:37. The three blood dragons in the Blood Dragon Ridge were not true dragons in the true sense. They were just ordinary flood dragons with a trace of true dragon blood in their bodies. The blood dragon in front of them was the weakest of the three blood dragons and was also the third head. The three of them had comprehended the dragon blood jade together, and he had reached a bottleneck, so he came out of seclusion. He discovered this as soon as he came out of seclusion, so he was naturally furious. When he had captured Qing Ho, he had advocated killing the human clan warriors, but his big brother and second brother had strongly disagreed. Humph, a mere flood dragon dares to call himself a god? Fang Chen sneered. As he spoke, he drew out the hidden star sword and performed the 15th move of the Azura sword technique. A domineering and sharp sword light, carrying the aura of death, slashed out. Pucci, the hidden star sword's special attribute, the sword domain, instantly spread out and merged with the thousand swords domain, forming the strongest restraint. The blood dragon's body seemed to have fallen into a swamp and was unable to move for a while. This also gave Qing Ho and the barbarian more opportunities. The barbarian was the main attacker. His physical body was very strong, and he relied on a pair of iron fists to constantly pound the blood dragon's head. As for Qing Ho, his strength was weaker and he used the puppet to fight against the blood dragon. In the blink of an eye, a large wound appeared on the blood dragon's body and blood flowed out. The blood dragon looked up to the sky and roared, but it was unable to break through Fang Chen's restraint. Damn human! The blood dragon was completely enraged. He opened his bloody mouth and performed his innate ability. Boom! The sky seemed to be dyed red by blood. It was very terrifying. The red was terrifying and oppressive. The blood-red clouds gathered behind the blood dragon, forming a dazzling light. This dazzling light blended with the dragon breath from the blood dragon's mouth, forming a vortex that was like a black hole. The vortex rotated and the devouring power skyrocketed. Hiss! Fang Chen and the other two felt the terrifying devouring power. His life gate is under his armpit, Qing Ho shouted. At the same time, he relied on the puppet and desperately escaped from the blood dragon's attack range. The barbarian punched the blood dragon's head and was immediately sent flying by the violent force. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Chen used the space-time collapse technique and hid in the void. When the blood dragon's innate ability was activated to the extreme, as if it was about to shatter this space, the hidden star sword appeared silently. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The tip of the hidden star sword was incomparably sharp. Without any obstruction, it directly pierced into blood dragon's armpit. Under his armpit there was a light green stripe. The hidden star sword pierced into the light cyan stripes without any mistake. Roar! The blood dragon's body trembled as it lifted its head and let out a long roar. An angry roar came from its mouth. The innate ability that had been suppressed to the extreme suddenly shattered. The blood dragon struggled desperately, breaking through the shackles of the myriad sword domain. The majestic power even forced Fang Chen back. The hidden star sword was still stuck under the blood dragon's armpit, swaying as the Azura sword chi destroyed the blood dragon's life gate. Roar! The blood dragon's huge body slammed into the ground, creating large pits. Fang Chen and the other two stood cautiously in the distance, staring at the blood dragon. For more than 10 years, Qing Ho stayed in the Blood Dragon Ridge, and did not waste any time. While planning to escape from the Blood Dragon Ridge, he also explored the secrets of the 3 blood dragons. Inadvertently, he found the blood dragon's life gate. Roar! The blood in the blood dragon's body ran dry. Finally, it could not hold on any longer, and its huge body fell to the ground. Its gong-sized eyes gradually closed and it died completely. Phew! The barbarian breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes widened as he shook his head in disbelief. That was one of the 3 blood dragons of the Blood Dragon Ridge. It was killed by the 3 of them just like that. He felt as if he was dreaming. First, they killed the black bear. Now they even took care of the blood dragon. It was incredible. It's dead. Ching Ho said, the blood dragon's fatal weakness is the life gate under his armpit. Once it is stabbed, he will die without a doubt. However, brother, your swordsmanship is really powerful. Under normal circumstances, the life gate under the armpit of the blood dragon will have a very strong defense. It is very difficult to break through. Ching Ho did not expect that Fang Chen could stab it with one sword. The 3 of them walked to the blood dragon's corpse. Ching Ho pointed at the blood dragon's head and internal organs and said, although this blood dragon is not a pure true dragon, its body is full of treasures. Its internal organs can improve strength, its blood can purify bloodlines, and there is a red spot in its head. Swallowing this can improve the power of the soul path. According to Ching Ho's explanation, the blood dragon was dissected in a few seconds. Brother Ching Ho, these internal organs are yours. Fang Chen handed the bloody internal organs to Ching Ho. The latter hesitated for a moment but finally accepted them. As for Fang Chen, after swallowing the red spot in the head, his soul path aura increased greatly and his primordial spirit seemed to have strengthened a lot. As for the barbarian, he swallowed the blood dragon's flesh in a panic. The night was very quiet. Darkness shrouded the earth. In a mountain range, a pile of torches lit up the dark night sky. In front of the fire, Fang Chen and the other 2 sat cross-legged. The barbarian placed pieces of flesh on a wooden stick and rotated them back and forth. This is blood dragon's flesh. It's very nutritious. The barbarian smiled and said, moreover, only when roasted can it taste good. Not bad, it tastes good. Fang Chen took a bite and felt that the meat was very smooth and tender. It was really good to be able to taste so delicious in the Blackstone prison. Moreover, the blood dragon's flesh contained a huge amount of power. After swallowing it, it could strengthen the body and temper the meridians. To human warriors, it was a great tonic. The huge blood dragon's body was quickly divided by the 3 of them. After a while, Fang Chen patted his stomach and felt that it was full. The aroma of the roasted meat still lingered at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and turned to look at Ching Ho, who happened to be looking at him. Brother Ching Ho, after all these years of training in the Blackstone prison, your state of mind has already improved. The reason why you can't break through is that you don't have good cultivation resources. After saying that, Fang Chen took out many pills and other cultivation resources from his arms. These should be able to help you break through, right? Fang Chen smiled and said. The barbarian's eyes revealed a look of envy, but he didn't say anything. His relationship with Fang Chen wasn't that good. He knew his own limit. These are for you. Fang Chen threw some pills to the barbarian. Really? The barbarian said excitedly. Fang Chen nodded. There were countless materials in the warehouse he got from 9 Dragon Mountain. It was a pity that his alchemy skills were limited. Otherwise, he could make pills himself. Right, this is for you too. Suddenly, Fang Chen thought of something and immediately took out some iron materials from the warehouse. I don't know what these things are, but looking at the annotations, they seem to be used to make puppets, Fang Chen said. There were simply too many precious materials in the storehouse. He had never heard of or seen some of them, so he naturally didn't recognize them. Ching Ho took the iron materials and felt that they were very heavy. Huh! Ching Ho found that there were countless tiny pinholes in the iron materials. These pinholes spread out naturally and seem to be absorbing air? That's not right. Suddenly, Ching Ho's mind shook. He immediately looked at the iron materials in his hand in disbelief. The pores all over the body can spread out on their own to absorb the origin energy and strengthen the body. This is meteoric black iron? Ching Ho cried out involuntarily. His heart was too shaken. Meteoric black iron, it was really meteoric black iron. Others didn't know, but as a puppeteer, he knew best. Meteoric black iron was the best material to make puppet. What is meteoric black iron? The barbarian asked. Meteoric black iron can absorb the origin energy to strengthen the body. After it is made into a puppet, there is almost no need to store energy, because it can absorb the energy existing between heaven and earth. Ching Ho took a deep breath and explained. This also meant that as long as the puppet existed, it could be used without limit. Solar energy? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and said, wasn't this the same as the solar lights on Earth? No, to be exact, it was much more advanced than the solar light. Those could only absorb the sun's light to transform energy, but this meteoric black iron could absorb the origin energy in the air. As long as the chaotic void was not destroyed, the origin energy would always exist. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2538. Annihilation black iron was something that every puppeteer dreamed of obtaining. Fang Chen actually got his hands on it, and such a big piece at that. Ching Ho was about to go crazy with joy. Ha ha! Ching Ho laughed, ignoring Fang Chen and the barbarian. In his opinion, such a large piece of meteoric black iron could be refined into a powerful puppet. No, to be exact, it could be refined into a puppet army. Imagine a huge army of puppets that could attack without limit. As long as the primal chaos void was not destroyed, they would be able to continue attacking. Even if there was a huge disparity in strength, they could exhaust human warriors to death by attrition. This was the power of the meteoric black iron. Is it really that powerful? Fang Chen was surprised. More than that. You'll know when I refine the puppet, Ching Ho said, but a touch of worry appeared on his face. It seems that refining the meteoric black iron will be difficult. With my strength, it seems, I can help you. Fang Chen laughed. Don't forget that the two of us practiced the puppet Tao of the heavenly puppet clan together. Hearing this, Ching Ho slapped his head and laughed foolishly. Yes, although Fang Chen gave up halfway, at least the foundation was still there. Brother Fang, you just need to help me refine the meteoric black iron, Ching Ho said. Leave the rest to me. Okay, no problem. Fang Chen, who knew a little about the puppet Tao, began to refine the meteoric black iron. Because the meteoric black iron was very hard, it needed to be continuously burned with an extremely strong flame. Fang Chen spread out his palms and flames shot out. He pressed them against the meteoric black iron and began to refine it. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Phew! Looking at the liquid state of the meteoric black iron in front of him, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It took 3 years to completely refine the meteoric black iron. One could imagine how difficult the process was. Leave the rest to me. Using meteorite black iron as a material to create a puppet required a very high level of skill. However, Ching Ho was able to deal with it. Rip. Fang Chen arranged an array formation that enveloped Ching Ho. Leaving the barbarians to guard Ching Ho, he quietly left the mountain range. For the past 3 years, he had been thinking about his wife, Star and Moon. He wanted to take this opportunity to look for her everywhere. In a wasteland, there were a few figures walking side by side. Damned Blackstone prison, the environment is really terrible. One of them cursed with an aged expression on his face. How can we cultivate in such a harsh environment? I really don't know how the clan works. Another person smiled bitterly. Can't you see? A middle-aged man in black sneered. After Zhong Jinlong became the clan leader of the Sky Pillar sect, our bloodline was completely suppressed. Those elders and young geniuses were mercilessly thrown into the Blackstone prison. From the conversation of these people, it was not difficult to tell that Zhong Jinlong was the current clan leader of the Zhong family. They were also once members of the Sky Pillar Zhong family. However, they were not in the same faction as Zhong Jinlong, and he took revenge after taking the position. "Alright, that's enough." The only old man frowned. "No matter what, we are still members of the Zhong family. The bloodline of the Zhong family flows in our bodies. But, no buts. If you have so much time, why don't you focus on cultivating? One day, you can kill your way out of the Blackstone prison and take back everything you lost," the old man said impatiently. The others shook their heads. Killing their way out of the Blackstone prison was simply a fantasy. It was impossible. Only ancient god experts could do it. As if he had seen through their thoughts, the old man said coldly, "Humph, how long have you lived? What do you know? Although the environment of the Blackstone prison is bad and it is difficult to get out after entering, it has happened before in history." "Is that true? Someone has really gotten out?" "If it is the overlords of the 10 heavens who control the 10 entrances, then it is as good as nothing." The Blackstone prison had a total of 10 entrances, located in the 10 heavens. The overlords of each heavens controlled an entrance, and could enter and exit at will. Of course, once they were trapped in the Blackstone prison, it would be difficult for them to get out. Therefore, the Blackstone prison would not be opened easily. It would only be opened when fighting against the foreign races. The shameless methods of the Sky Pillar Zhong family were despised by the great clans. "That's right." The old man seemed to be immersed in his memories. "I also heard it from others. It is said that there are 5 kings in the Blackstone prison, each occupying a heavens. Every king has the ability to pierce through the heavens and earth. Their cultivation has reached the level of peak honorable, and they are only a step away from the level of ancient god. You should also know what it means to have a peak honorable in the Blackstone prison." Hearing this, the few of them cried out, "Are there really peak honorables?" They had never heard of the 5 kings before. The environment of the Blackstone prison was harsh. The martial artists here were invincible in the same realm and could crush anyone in the outside world. In other words, the 5 peak honorables in the Blackstone prison could completely defeat all the honorables in the Chaos Void. "Doesn't this mean that if they go out, they have the ability to fight against ancient gods?" one of them exclaimed. The old man nodded and said slowly, "Of course. In my heart, the 5 kings are comparable to ancient gods. They are mysterious and unfathomable. Until now, no one has seen the 5 kings even once. The 5 kings, from a certain point of view, only existed in legends. Whether they really existed or not, no one knew. However, there were some rumors passed down from ancient times that said that people had seen the 5 kings in action. They could destroy the entire world with just a thought." Just as the few of them exclaimed, Fang Chen suddenly appeared in front of them. People from the Zhong family? Fang Chen felt a familiar aura from the few of them and recognized them immediately. The few people from the Zhong family looked at each other and attacked at lightning speed. In the Blackstone prison, there were no friends, only enemies. Kill. With a roar, the few of them displayed their powerful strength and directly attacked Fang Chen. Mysterious Star Realm? Even the old man glanced at Fang Chen indifferently. He was filled with disdain. "You are from the Zhong family?" Fang Chen did not run away and asked calmly. "You know about the Zhong family too?" The old man was surprised and asked in surprise. Fang Chen nodded. "How can I not know? I dream of destroying the Zhong family even in my dreams." Ridiculous. The old man sneered and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a golden energy burst out and blasted towards Fang Chen. Kacha! The hidden star sword slashed across the sky and split the golden light. "Kill him!" The old man's indifferent voice sounded. With a thought, a string of golden beads appeared in Fang Chen's hand. It was the golden Buddha beads that he had obtained from the golden Buddha sovereign. 1. He injected the energy in his body into the golden Buddha bead. Instantly, a bright golden light lit up the entire area. A terrifying aura burst out from the golden Buddha beads, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. The few people that surrounded Fang Chen were instantly engulfed by the golden light. Not good. The old man felt the terrifying energy and tried to escape. However, he was still engulfed by the golden Buddha beads. Gotcha! Half of the old man's body turned into a pile of flesh and blood as a miserable cry came from his mouth. When the energy of the golden Buddha beads dissipated, the others had already turned into ashes. CCC. The golden Buddha beads crumbled and turned into powder. A strong wind blew past and blew it away. The golden Buddha beads were a one-time use item. The power it could unleash was enough to threaten mysterious True Realm cultivators. This time, it could be considered to have saved Fang Chen's life. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to escape from several mysterious Light Realm cultivators and one mysterious True Realm cultivator. You! The old man dragged half of his body and looked at Fang Chen in horror. Whoosh! The head of the sword energy fell and the old man was killed. When Fang Chen put away the spatial rings of the others, he suddenly discovered that a scroll rolled out of the old man's sleeve. Out of curiosity, he picked up the scroll and slowly opened it. A map instantly appeared in front of him. This is the map of the Blackstone prison? The markings on this map were much more detailed than the one provided by the barbarians. Based on rough estimations, the area on the map was at least several tens of thousands of times larger than the space they were in right now. Thinking about it, this should be the map of the entire Blackstone prison. Chapter 2539. He slowly opened the file, and a panoramic map appeared before his eyes. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. This was a panoramic map of the Blackstone prison, and its value was immeasurable. He did not expect the Zhong family to be able to get their hands on it, but from their conversation, he could imagine that they seemed to have been abandoned by the Zhong family and exiled to the Blackstone prison. The 5 great kings? Fang Chen's heart was faintly shaken. If what the people of the Zhong clan said was true, then the legendary 5 great kings were truly existences that could contend against the ancient gods. The difference between the ancient gods and the profound gods was only one word, but the difference was only known by those ultimate venerables. At least, Fang Chen had never heard of any ultimate venerables in the Chaos Void who could fight against the ancient gods. As expected, only in a harsh environment can a peerless expert be born. Fang Chen said, if the 5 great kings were to join forces and escape, the entire Chaos Void would tremble. From the map, the Blackstone prison was like a piece of land divided into 5 regions. Each region had an obvious red dot, and Fang Chen guessed that these 5 red dots should be where the 5 great kings were. The 5 red dots almost covered the entire Blackstone prison. I'm now in the eastern region. Fang Chen thought to himself. Soon, he put away the map and returned to Qing Ho's place of seclusion. How is it? Fang Chen asked as he glanced at the place where Qing Ho was. The barbarian shook his head and said, it's not a big problem. At this time, several months had passed since Qing Ho refined the puppet. Fang Chen could see that there was still some distance before the final step. Qing Ho seemed to be using a special method to condense the liquid meteoric black iron. Time flew by. In the warehouse, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, and there were countless elixirs around him. These were all from the inventory of the warehouse. While waiting for Qing Ho, he had been cultivating day and night. He had consumed all the cultivation resources that he could find. It took Qing Ho 10 years to refine his first puppet. The appearance of this puppet shook the entire mountain range, and the barbarians were forced to crawl on the ground by the terrifying shockwave. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and instantly felt the tremors in the outside world. Just as he was about to get up, a violent energy surged around him. Am I finally going to break through? It had been a long time since he stepped into the profound star realm, and he had accumulated enough. He just lacked an opportunity. He had cultivated bitterly for 10 years and devoured many cultivation resources. Today, amidst the violent tremors, he had finally broken through. Mystic Light Realm cultivators could absorb the power of faith in the miniature universe for their own use. This was also why there was a huge gap between the Mystic Star Realm and the Mystic Light Realm. Once one crossed it, it would be a smooth journey. Rumble. The energy in his body shook as his physical body underwent the final evolution. At this moment, the Azura universe that was separated by endless space also underwent a huge change. Azura universe, mortal world, rumble. Rumbling thunderclouds covered the entire sky. The aura was so powerful that it made all the humans in the mortal world tremble. They thought that the end of the world had arrived. Fang Chun and the bone progenitor stood side by side in the air, looking down at the mortal world. I've finally broken through. Fang Chen's clone let out a sigh of relief. His main body had broken through to the mystic light realm, and his mortal world had been perfected. Traces of power of faith gathered from the mortal world and entered his mind. Dong. His body shook as the power of faith quickly spread to his limbs. Fang Chun felt his strength increase by a lot. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people wanted to obtain the power of faith. This is the true power of faith. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. This was the difference in strength between Mystic Light Realm cultivators who had a miniature universe and those who didn't. The boundless power of faith could be absorbed into the body at all times, which could enhance one's strength. This was only the mortal world, and there were only a few mortals. When the cultivation world and the God world were perfected, the power of faith would reach its peak. Fang Chun was looking forward to it. After a short change, the Azura universe returned to normal. At the same time, a figure appeared in the minds of the people of the mortal world. Subconsciously, they believed that this figure was their ruler, the supreme expert of the world. The only thing they believed in was this figure. Within the Blackstone prison, after absorbing the power of faith, Fang Chen's strength reached the peak, and he stepped into the mystic light realm in the blink of an eye. Who? After letting out a sigh of relief, Fang Chen pressed his hands down and withdrew his aura. The power of faith is so strong. Fang Chen sighed. Rip. He took a step forward and came to the outside world. He saw a black puppet appear in front of him. He could feel that the black puppet contained a vast amount of power. Brother Fang, do you want to give it a try? Ching Ho couldn't stop smiling. Barbarian was lying on the ground in a sorry state. He couldn't wait to give it a try. But in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single punch from the puppet and was sent flying. Barbarian's mouth twitched as he crawled up from the ground. Sure, Fang Chen said with a smile. Immediately, he activated the myriad sword body. His myriad sword body had reached the 9th level, and his physical strength had increased by several times. Although it looked like a simple punch, it was enough to shatter the head of a mystic light realm cultivator. Dong. The puppet stood there quietly and didn't move at all, allowing Fang Chen's terrifying punch to land on its body. Rumble. When his fist came into contact with the puppet, he immediately felt a vast amount of energy surging towards him in an endless stream. With a loud bang, his body bounced back. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen stared at the puppet with wide eyes. Strong. Ching Ho walked over and chuckled. How is it? Its defense isn't bad, right? This was Ching Ho's proudest creation. Its defense was so strong that even Mystic Light Realm cultivators couldn't do anything about it. Fang Chen's attack had already surpassed the majority of Mystic Light Realm cultivators, but he still couldn't break through the puppet's defense. This was proof. Do you want to try its attack? Ching Ho chuckled. Before Fang Chen could nod, the puppet received the order and started to attack. Because it was a puppet, it only used pure power to attack. When it attacked, countless holes opened up on the meteoric black iron on its body and crazily absorbed the origin energy in heaven and earth. Dong. The puppet's iron fists clashed with Fong Chen's. Crack! Fong Chen felt his hand hurt, and a trace of blood flowed out of his palm. Who? 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 His body instantly retreated and barely dodged the puppet's attack. So strong! Fong Chen exclaimed. This punch from the puppet could probably sweep through Mystic Light Realm cultivators, right? It could even fight against Mystic True Realm cultivators for a bit. The more it was like this, the more excited Fong Chen became. Qing Ho's skill in puppetry had reached such a level. It's mainly because of the meteoric black iron you provided, Brother Fong. You don't know how strong the meteoric black iron is when used to make puppets, Qing Ho said with a smile. Any puppeteer could make puppets with the meteoric black iron as the main material. He was proud of himself. With such a puppet, he could protect himself even in the primal chaos void. In the eyes of the barbarians, he had reached the heavens in one step in the Blackstone prison and was no longer on the same level as before. Haha, I'm going to continue. Qing Ho was very happy and continued to make puppets while he was in his best state. The meteoric black iron that Fong Chen provided was very large, and he only used a small amount to make the first one. According to Qing Ho's estimates, he should be able to make at least 10 or so. Brother, do you have any other good things? The barbarians asked as he came to Fong Chen's side. For example, a weapon as strong as your sword. Fong Chen looked at the barbarians and the latter felt a bit awkward. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to ask for something from Fong Chen. What kind of weapon do you usually use? Fong Chen asked. It's best if it's a war hammer, the barbarians said. Fong Chen searched for a while and soon found an iron hammer in the storage room. Chapter 2540. How about this? Fong Chen handed the hammer to the barbarian. After the latter took it, he couldn't bear to put it down. After a few casual swings, he could feel the vibrations in the air. Chaos-level hammer? The barbarian was overjoyed. He looked at Fong Chen with a more complicated expression. In his heart, Fong Chen was too mysterious. He could take out such a precious weapon so casually. I can't thank you enough. The barbarian cupped his fists and thanked him. Fong Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. In fact, this hammer was not a weapon at all. It was only used in the warehouse as a forging tool. If the barbarian knew about it, who knew what he would think? Over the years, Fong Chen had roughly known everything in the warehouse, from the initial shock to the current calm treatment. Although there were many top-grade chaos-level weapons in the warehouse, for him, only the Hidden Star Sword was the most suitable for him. The Hidden Star Sword was at the mid-grade chaos level at the beginning. It had been nurtured by him with painstaking efforts. After a few decades, it had now reached the top-grade chaos level. As if it had sensed Fong Chen's inner thoughts, the Hidden Star Sword issued a series of sword cries to express its inner joy. Fong Chen gently stroked the smooth sword body and grinned. At the level of profound God, time really passed quickly for them. Time passed quickly as they continued to refine the Annihilation Puppet. 50 years later, the 9th Annihilation Puppet was formed. Rumble! A vision of heaven and earth appeared. The whole mountain range was shaking. The 9 pitch-black Annihilation Puppets stood side by side. The aura they exuded was amazing. Congratulations! Fong Chen cupped his fists and congratulated. As a brother, he was also happy that Qing Ho could reach such a height. The latter hugged Fong Chen and said, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your Annihilation Black Iron, my puppet attainments wouldn't have reached the next level. After a short conversation with Fong Chen, Qing Ho turned to look at the 9 Annihilation Puppet. Crash! As the palms moved, the 9 puppets instantly changed their positions. The movement of their positions was completely in accordance with the arrangement of the formation. Interesting. Fong Chen smiled. A moment later, the positions of the 9 puppets were fixed. They were arranged in a hierarchy, with 4 in front and 5 behind. Then, Qing Ho flicked his finger. A ray of light shot out and drilled into the middle of the 9 puppets, instantly activating the joint attack formation. Rumble! Violent energy swept out, causing the sky to tremble. Even Fang Chun could feel the powerful airflow that was no weaker than a mysterious reality realm warrior. Using a joint battle formation to connect the 9 annihilation puppets together is extremely profound, Fang Chun said. Although he had once received the inheritance of the heaven puppeteer race with Qing Ho, he had given up on the path of puppetry. On the other hand, Qing Ho had been studying it all this time. Now, Qing Ho's attainments in puppetry had long since surpassed him. How is it? When the 9 puppets form a joint attack formation, they won't be afraid even if they encounter a mysterious reality realm warrior. Qing Ho looked at Fang Chen and smiled. It's a pity that the origin energy in the Blackstone prison is extremely scarce. If they were in the chaotic void, their power would be doubled. Fang Chen nodded. Qing Ho was right. But this is enough. Qing Ho chuckled. Over the past 50 years, he had swallowed a large amount of spirit pills while studying the annihilation puppet. His cultivation had silently reached the mysterious star realm. This way, he could control the annihilation puppets more easily. Boom! While Fang Chen and Qing Ho were talking, a tremor came from afar. Following that, dust flew everywhere as a small hill was razed to the ground. What is he doing? Qing Ho pointed at the crazy barbarian and asked. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, "Maybe he's too excited?" At this time, the barbarian laughed excitedly. Ha ha! After obtaining the best Chaos-level Warhammer, the barbarian's strength had been greatly improved. Now, the fighting strength of the 3 of them was very terrifying. He could even fight against a Xianzhen realm expert. Blood Dragon Ridge. In the past, when Fang Chen and the other 2 fought with the 3rd head, the energy fluctuations destroyed more than half of the Blood Dragon Ridge. Now, although the Blood Dragon Ridge had recovered its former prosperity, there were still traces that could not be erased by time. The Blood Dragon Ridge, which had been quiet for more than 50 years, suddenly shook. Demonic chi and blood rushed to the sky. The appearance of the heavens and earth caused the Blood Dragon Ridge to shake. The leader has come out of seclusion. Ha ha ha, our Blood Dragon Ridge is finally going to be glorious, many subordinates of the Blood Dragon Ridge exclaimed. In the blood clouds that covered the sky, 2 blood-red streaks roamed. They looked down, their anger soaring to the heavens. Who dares to destroy our Blood Dragon Ridge? The first head's thunderous voice came into the Blood Dragon Ridge. Many of his subordinates were shaken to the point that they staggered. The second head slightly sensed, and his face changed dramatically. Big brother. The second head shouted in a deep voice. Sense it. A blood-red jade pendant appeared in the second head's hand. This was the legendary Dragon Blood Jade. They had been comprehending the Dragon Blood Jade for decades. Now that they had comprehended it, they finally came out of seclusion. What? Our 3rd brother is dead? After a little sensing, the first head found that his 3rd brother's aura had disappeared from the Dragon Blood Jade. This meant that his 3rd brother was dead. Impossible. Who killed our 3rd brother? Thinking of the destruction of the Blood Dragon Ridge, the first head was furious. How? The dragon's roar shook the world. The 2 blood-red streaks roamed in the thunder clouds, shuttling through the void, looking for the enemy. Avenge our 3rd brother. In just a moment, the 2 blood dragons used the remaining aura in the Dragon Blood Jade to find the mountain where Fang Chen was. Here he is. No matter who you are, since you dare to kill my 3rd brother, you must die. The 2 blood dragons looked at each other and then attacked angrily. They opened their bloody mouths and breathed out terrifying dragon breaths one after another. Suddenly, the whole mountain was burned. The fire soared into the sky, and the scorching heat spread in all directions. In the mountain, Fang Chen and the other 2 were looking at the panoramic map, planning their next move. Suddenly, they noticed the dignified aura in the air. What's that? Qing Ho's face changed when he saw the 2 blood dragons in the sky. The leaders of the Blood Dragon Ridge? Fang Chen asked. Qing Ho nodded and said, "We've been discovered." "What are you afraid of? Let's fight them." The barbarian was fearless. He waved his iron hammer and was ready to fight. "If the three of us join forces, we won't be afraid of these two stinky bugs," the barbarian said, "especially Brother Qing Ho's annihilation puppet. Can destroy these two guys in the Blood Dragon Ridge in minute." For countless years, the barbarian had been wandering alone in the Blackstone prison and had had enough. Now it was time to rise up. Qing Ho, the first head of the Blood Dragon Ridge, turned into a human and stood on the top of the thundercloud. He looked down and roared in a low voice. "The Blood Dragon Ridge has been good to you. How dare you betray us? Humph, my third brother insisted on killing you. It was my eldest brother and I who protected you," the second head said. "And then? You can do whatever you want and control my freedom?" Qing Ho said coldly. He had never had a good impression of the Blood Dragon Ridge. He submitted to the Blood Dragon Ridge just to protect himself. "You damn guy, I'll turn you into ashes today." The first head punched out angrily. Dong! The vast fist radiance, like gold, swooped down from the top of the thundercloud and blasted toward Qing Ho with trembling power. However, at the critical moment, the annihilation puppet stood up and blocked the blow. Crack! The powerful fist radiance did not leave any mark on the annihilation puppet. Instead, it collapsed. Seeing this, the first head was stunned and immediately said, "No wonder you dare to betray the Blood Dragon Ridge. Turns out that you have something to rely on." "Humph! How can a mere puppet withstand the attack of my eldest brother and me? Today you will die without a burial place." As soon as the second head finished speaking, he roared to the sky. The sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. At the same time, the blood dragon appeared and rushed toward Qing Ho in an invincible manner. "It's time to test the power of the annihilation puppet." Qing Ho grinned and waved his hand. The 9 annihilation puppets formed a battle formation. Behind him, Fang Chen watched with a smile. The barbarian was belligerent and wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. "There will be plenty of opportunities for you to attack in the future. For the latest novel update, please visit Chapter 2541. Qing Ho flicked his finger. Every time he flicked his finger, one of the extermination puppets would change its position. This was the combined battle formation that Qing Ho had accumulated over countless years. It was very suitable for the extermination puppet. Whoosh! Every time the extermination puppets moved, they would explode with a powerful force. Buzz! The 9 extermination puppets attacked at the same time. 9 powerful forces combined and hit the second head like a dazzling sun. Crack! The second head could not resist at all. His body was instantly smashed into pieces. "Stop!" Seeing this, the first head's eyes turned red and he roared in anger. However, when he swooped down, the second head's body and soul had already been destroyed. Second head. The first master had completely fallen into madness. His eyes were crimson red as he turned into a 100-meter-long blood dragon. With a swing of his tail, the void shattered as he viciously whipped the 9 puppets. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The 9 puppets, 9 of them working together, easily blocked the attack. "Damn it! I want to avenge my brother." The blood dragon roared and the mountain range shook. The first head rushed into the combined battle formation and fought fiercely with the 9 extermination puppets. The attacks of the 9 extermination puppets are comparable to the attacks of a mysterious true realm martial artist. "A mere blood dragon is nothing to be afraid of," Fang Chen said. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the blood dragon was forced into a miserable state. Bang! Under the joint attack of the 9 extermination puppets, the blood dragon was sent flying and hit a small hill in the distance. Dong! Dust flew and a large pit was formed on the small hill. The blood dragon struggled out of the pit and a blood-red jade appeared in its claws. "Dragon blood jade?" Qingho said softly when he saw this. The blood dragon's eyes were burning with anger. It clenched its claws and a violent dragon chi was injected into the dragon blood jade. The dragon blood jade was instantly activated. Buzz. Layers of ripples were emitted from the dragon blood jade. Every time a ripple appeared, it would cause the void to tremble. What a powerful force! Qingho's scalp went numb. He forcibly controlled the 9 extermination puppets to surround the dragon blood jade. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The dragon blood jade shattered, and a heart-palpitating energy swept over and violently bombarded the bodies of the 9 puppets. The energy fluctuations emitted made Fang Chun and Barbarian's expressions change drastically. Too strong. The entire mountain range was in a sorry state. The power released by the dragon blood jade was so strong that it almost shattered the ground. Fortunately, the 9 annihilation puppets successfully blocked the power of the dragon blood jade. At the same time, they joined forces to completely strangle the blood dragon. Crack! The dragon blood jade shattered and scattered on the ground. Its power gradually dissipated. When the 9 puppets returned to Qingho's side, there were some wounds on their bodies. Even the annihilation puppet was injured. Qingho felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for the annihilation puppet, the 3 of them would have been doomed. This is the dragon blood jade? Fang Chen muttered as he looked at the broken jade on the ground. If he guessed correctly, the dragon blood jade should contain the power of the ancient true dragon. It seems that the 3 blood dragons haven't fully comprehended it. Otherwise, they would have been able to truly transform after absorbing the power of the dragon blood jade. Barbarian didn't care. He came to the battlefield and carried the 2 blood dragons on his shoulders. We can eat barbecue again tonight. Fang Chen picked up the broken jade and threw it into the demon ceiling tower. The demon tiger and beast transmitted its voice to him. The broken jade was useful to it. Qingho and Fang Chen looked at each other and put away the annihilation puppet. Although they were injured, they didn't need to be healed. The origin energy in the air could gradually heal them. This was the strongest effect of the annihilation black iron. The 3 of them had uprooted the strongest force in this area. After the 3 blood dragons died, the 3 of them were the strongest in this area. We can't stay in this tiny place. We still have to find sister-in-law, Tian Xian, and the others, Qingho said. That's right. What's the point of being the strongest in this tiny place? If one day we can stand at the top of the Blackstone prison and coexist with the 5 great kings, then it'll be worth it, Fang Chen said. Barbarian on the side continued to barbecue. He tore off a piece of cooked blood dragon meat and handed it to Fang Chen and Qingho. You 2 are too abnormal. I used to think that I was a genius, but after meeting you 2, I feel that I'm at most an assistant. After taking a bite of the blood dragon meat, Barbarian shook his head helplessly. Who asked him to meet 2 geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years? Qingho wasn't too bad. At least he wasn't too strong. It was just that his attainments in puppetry were ridiculously high. The one who really made Barbarian speechless was Fang Chen. The scariest enemy wasn't the one who beat you until you were covered in wounds and couldn't fight back. It was the one who destroyed your confidence before you even made a move. In front of your opponent, you didn't even have the courage to make a move. That was the scariest thing. Although Fang Chen wasn't his enemy in front of him, he was always like a child who couldn't grow up. He would never be able to catch up with his footstep. The outside world naturally didn't know about the situation in the Blackstone prison. Since Fang Chen was sucked into the Blackstone prison, everyone generally thought that he would die without a doubt. Some people even called for his name to be removed from the Xian roll. However, the Xian roll was a list of the young geniuses in the chaotic void compiled by the 5 great clans. It wasn't easy to remove one's name. Warriors at the Xian god level would cultivate in seclusion for millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years. Although Fang Chen had entered the Blackstone prison, it had only been a few decades. Who could guarantee that he was dead? Everything had an absolute. The great clans didn't want to embarrass themselves, so they didn't change the role. For a time, rumors about Fang Chen spread throughout the chaotic void. Many people felt that it was a pity that such a genius had fallen just like that. Of course, there were also some people who were gloating over Fang Chen's misfortune. For example, the Blood Tribe. The Son of Darkness had successfully reconstructed his physical body. He even threatened that if Fang Chen was still alive, he would definitely beat him until he couldn't fight back. There were also the demon race. The demon ceiling tower followed Fang Chen and stayed in the Blackstone prison forever. To them, it was also a good thing. After Yao Yen heard the news, he celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. In the dark void outside the Mashation, the fifth wolf god, who was waiting to kill Fang Chen, also returned to the werewolf tribe. In the great devil heaven, the Tianqing Zong family was silent. Because of Fang Chen, the Zong family secretly opened the Blackstone prison and affected the safety of the human race. The Void Tribe, Thunder Punishment Tribe, and Holy War Tribe jointly warned the Tianqing Zong family that if they were discovered again, they would bear all the consequences. No matter how arrogant the Tianqing Zong family was, they didn't dare to go against the great clans. Suicide Cliff. After Bai Qingqing was brought back by the old monster Blackstone, she had been immersed in cultivation. 10 years ago, she even took the initiative to ask to enter the stone forest to cultivate. In front of the thatched hut, the old monster Blackstone stood stooped and stared at the natural array in front of him. There were many chaotic times, and there were countless opportunities and dangers inside. The old monster Blackstone called it the Stone Forest. With his means and the combination of the natural array, he turned this place into a dangerous place. It's been hard on you, the old monster Blackstone sighed. Every day, he felt a little guilty when he saw his disciple crying. Back then, if he had agreed earlier and rushed to the great devil heaven in advance, perhaps that kind of thing wouldn't have happened. I hope you can pass this hurdle. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing was the hurdle of love. Even those top-notch experts who left their names in history would more or less be troubled by love, let alone by Qingqing, who was inexperienced in the world. As her master, he could only help so much. She had to walk the rest of the path on her own. I hope the moment you walk out of the stone forest, you can forget everything in the past and start anew, the old monster Blackstone said. In the chaotic void, the past few decades were like a day. Under the calm, undercurrents were surging. In the Xiu family of Azure Net Heaven, the Black-Red Venerable, the Thundercloud Venerable, and the Celestial Venerable began to cultivate after their successful return. The Xiu family and the Tianqing Zong family had completely fallen out. For decades, the Xiu family patriarch had been fighting against the mastermind behind the scenes. On this day, the Black-Red Venerable came out of seclusion. In the meeting hall. "How is it?" the Xiu family patriarch asked. "Still one step away," the Black-Red Venerable said. He had already touched the threshold of the limit Venerable realm. It wouldn't be long before he could step into that level. However, he still kept a straight face. He was still brooding over what happened back then. Perhaps Fang Chen isn't dead. Chapter 2542. After the 3 blood dragons of the Blood Dragon Ridge were killed, there was no longer any threat in the border region. Fang Chen and the other 2 did not plan to stay here any longer. Their eyes were set on the border region. After all, it was just a small place. If they wanted to find Star and Moon and the others, they had to go out. So far, they did not dare to touch the region where the 5 great kings were. However, they could slowly infiltrate it. Among the 3, Barbarian had lived in the Blackstone prison for the longest time. He was more familiar with the place. "We should go there." Barbarian pointed at the map that Fang Chen provided and said, "I have heard that the strongest expert in this region is a mysterious True Realm martial artist. The region that he controls is much bigger than the border region. Most of the people that were exiled from the Great Devil Sky will appear here. The region that barbarian was referring to was called the Hengwu region. The strongest expert was called Hengwu Sage, a member of the demon race. It is said that this Hengwu Sage was an expert of the demon race. However, he violated the rules of the human race and was exiled to the Blackstone prison by the overlord of the great devil Sky. Barbarian said. Too much time had passed, so there was no way to verify this. The Sky Pillar clan had dominated the great devil Sky for many years. When Hengwu Sage was exiled, the overlord of the great devil Sky was not the Sky Pillar clan. With our strength, we don't have to worry about anything in the Hengwu region, Barbarian said. Fang Chen nodded. From the map, they could see that the Hengwu region was a few times bigger than the border region. They might be able to find Star and Moon and the others there. What are you afraid of? If Hengwu Sage dares to stop us, we will just kill him. Qing Ho said confidently. He had 9 annihilation puppets in his hand. He was not afraid of mysterious True Realm martial artists. Let's go. The 3 of them discussed for a while and started to move. The border region was not too far from the Hengwu region. However, due to the harsh environment of the Blackstone prison and the thin origin energy, their speed was very slow. According to their current speed, it would take them at least 3 months to reach the Hengwu region. However, the 3 of them were traveling together so that they would not be lonely. The horizontal martial region was incomparably huge. Strictly speaking, it was the territory of the demon clan. Most of the demon race banished from the great devil realm had sought refuge under Sage Hengwu in order to seek protection. However, Sage Hengwu did not disappoint them. He gathered all of the weak demon race members together. He had opened up a training ground for them, and at the same time systematically trained them. After countless years, Sage Hengwu's influence grew stronger and stronger. Anyone who could dominate a region in the Blackstone prison was a top-notch expert. In the vast Hengwu domain, there was only one believer, and that was Hengwu Sage. The latter's strength had reached an unimaginable level. In the past, some of the territories around the horizontal martial hell had tried to take over the horizontal martial hell. However, they were all forced back by the horizontal martial sage. 3 months later, Fang Chen's group of 3, their bodies covered in mud, finally arrived at the border of the horizontal martial region. Once we pass this mountain, we will enter the territory of the horizontal martial region, the barbarian said. He had only come to the Hengwu region once a long time ago. At that time, although Sage Hengwu was strong, he did not dominate the region. If the 3 of us enter the Hengwu region like this, we will be discovered by the demon race immediately. After all, the Hengwu region was the world of the demon race, and the 3 of them were humans. The 3 of them spoke as they climbed up the mountain. Standing on the mountain peak, they looked down and saw an endless desert. Dust flew everywhere, and the scorching light shone on the desert, giving them a burning feeling. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. It seemed like other than the territories of the 5 kings, the environment in the Blackstone prison was the same. It was extremely harsh. Let's go. Just as Fang Chen said that, a few Xiao Hei dots appeared in the desert. The Xiao Hei dots grew bigger and bigger. Finally, they could see clearly that they were from the demon race. Stop! A few demon race members shouted as they sized up Fang Chen's group with their black eyes. Sage Hengwu has ordered that any human martial artist who steps into the Hengwu region shall be killed without mercy. One of the demon race members said with disdain. They looked at Fang Chen's group as if they were looking at dead people. This scene made the barbarian very unhappy. Aren't you just a few gatekeepers? What are you acting for? The barbarian sneered. Courting death. The few demon race members were enraged and attacked together. Xiao. The barbarian took the lead and rushed into the group of demon race members with his war hammer. Bang! With a swing of his hammer, the body of a demon race member was shattered. Too weak. The barbarian shook his head with disdain and continued to swing his hammer. Bang! 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 After a few swings, all the demon race members were killed. Whoosh! Putting away his war hammer, the barbarian looked at Fong Qin and Ching Ho happily. How was it? The barbarian asked. Powerful. Ching Ho gave him a thumbs up. Following this, the three of them entered the Hengwu region without any obstruction. On a tall mountain peak in the Hengwu region, two old men sat on a green stone platform and were playing chess. Hengwu Jinren's only hobby was to play chess with others. Opposite him was a black-clothed man with two horns on his head. He held a black chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. Hengwu Jinren's expression changed and he said with a bitter smile, I lost. Hengwu, your chess skills have improved a lot. The black-clothed man with two horns said. Hengwu Jinren waved his hand and said, just say what you want to say. A busy person like you wouldn't come here for no reason. The black-clothed man with two horns chuckled and said, to be honest, I came here for an important matter. Hengwu Jinren looked at the black-clothed man with two horns in surprise. I found the remains of an expert in your Hengwu region. I hope you can join hands with me and open it. The black-clothed man with two horns said seriously. Remains of an expert? Hengwu Jinren was surprised. He had dominated the Hengwu region for countless years and knew the situation here very well. Why didn't he find it? The black-clothed man with two horns seemed to have noticed Hengwu Jinren's confusion and explained, do you still remember my innate ability? Of course. Previously, I found a treasure by chance. After absorbing its energy, my innate ability was strengthened. After the evolution, my innate ability became even more powerful. The black-clothed man with two horns said, once, I accidentally released my innate ability to test its power. However, I was shocked to find that the Hengwu region resonated with my innate ability. Hengwu Jinren was very clear about the innate ability of the black-clothed man with two horns. Are you serious? Hengwu Jinren asked anxiously. Of course. After that, I personally came to the Hengwu region to check it out. There was indeed the remains of an expert. I didn't sense it wrongly. The black-clothed man with two horns said, this is an opportunity. From the response of my innate ability, I felt a trace of danger. I want to join hands with you to explore the remains. Hearing this, Hengwu Jinren fell into deep thought. The latter's innate ability had sensed the remains of an expert. Where is it? Hengwu Jinren asked. The black-clothed man with two horns whispered into Hengwu Jinren's ear. A smile appeared on Hengwu Jinren's face as he nodded. However, before he could say anything, the smile on his face froze. What's wrong? The black-clothed man with two horns asked. Interesting. Spiritual being Hengwu laughed out mockingly. There are 3 humans who have entered the Hengwu region. Not only that, they even killed a few of my underlings. The black-clothed man with two horns was slightly surprised. How dare they commit murder in the territory of Hengwu Jinren? Furthermore, they are humans. They must be tired of living. Hengwu Jinren stood up and said, Brother Blackhorn, after I deal with these 3 humans, I will go with you to explore the remains of an expert. Alright, I will wait here for Brother Hengwu. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hengwu Jinren's figure flashed and disappeared. In the dusty desert, Fong Qin and the other 2 were slowly advancing. Suddenly, a violent wind blew and a demonic aura filled the sky. There are demonic beasts approaching. Could it be that Hengwu Jinren discovered us and came here personally? If that Hengwu Jinren comes, I will personally kill him. Just as the barbarian finished his words, a sinister and arrogant laugh could be heard from the distant horizon. Chapter 2543. Kill me! Sage Hengwu swore. This was the most ridiculous and arrogant thing he had heard in all these years. Voila! Sage Hengwu appeared amidst the wind. His body was surrounded by a violent demonic aura as he stared at Barbarian with his black eyes. Are you the one who said that you will kill me personally? Sage Hengwu asked coldly. You're Sage Hengwu? Barbarian asked while holding his hammer. Since you know that I'm Sage Heng Wu and still dare to say such words, either you have a strong background or you're very strong. But now I don't see any of these on you. So, whoosh, whoosh. Spiritual Master Heng Wu waved his hand. Instantly, a ferocious demonic aura materialized into a battle saber in the air and slashed out. You must die. When Sage Heng Wu's voice entered Barbarian's ears, the illusory blade had already arrived in front of him. Dong. Barbarian didn't even think about it. He waved his hammer and clashed with the illusory blade. Sparks flew everywhere as a violent energy poured out. Dang, dang, dang. Barbarian's body quickly retreated as he felt pain in his hand. You dare to be so arrogant in my Heng Wu zone with such strength? Sage Heng Wu sneered as a powerful demonic aura was emitted from his body. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of Barbarian. He stretched out his hand and a bright light burst out, grabbing at the Barbarian. At this moment, Fang Chen couldn't help but make a move. He could tell that Barbarian's strength was weaker than Sage Heng Wu. If he didn't make a move, Barbarian would be in danger. Whoosh! The 15th move of the Shura sword art was executed. The hidden star sword carried an extremely bright Shura sword chi and appeared in front of Sage Heng Wu. Kacha! With a loud sound, Sage Heng Wu's palm collided with the hidden star sword. Ding! Ding! Sage Heng Wu's body was forced to retreat. After stabilizing his body, Sage Heng Wu squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Shura sword art? Sage Heng Wu said coldly. You know about it too? Humph, I was wondering who it was. So it's the descendant of that bastard demonic sword exalted. Taoist Heng Wu's words were filled with anger. From his tone, one could tell that he had a grudge with demonic sword Venerable in the past. Die! Traversing Martial Sage stomped his foot and unleashed his strongest attack in an attempt to kill Fang Chen. Joint battle formation. Qing Ho's figure moved and the 9 annihilation puppets whizzed out, forming a battle formation and surrounding Sage Heng Wu. This is... Spiritual Master Heng Wu's expression drastically changed as he felt his heart palpitate. Soon, he recognized the black meteoric iron and cried out, "A puppet made of black meteoric iron?" At this moment, Heng Wu Jinren was no longer as calm as before. A trace of anxiety emerged in his heart. Obviously, he had also heard of the meteoric black iron. Kill! Qing Ho ignored horizontal martial sage's words and continued to control the annihilation puppet. Under the joint attack of the 9 annihilation puppets, Heng Wu Jinren was soon unable to withstand the attacks. His clothes were tattered and his body was riddled with wounds as blood flowed out. The annihilation puppets are really powerful. With them, we can almost do whatever we want in the Heng Wu zone. Barbarian grinned. The battle was extremely intense. Even though Heng Wu Jinren was forced to unleash his innate ability, he still couldn't defeat the annihilation puppet. Bang! The 9 annihilation puppets unleashed their strongest attacks and easily broke through Heng Wu Jinren's innate ability before sending him flying. Damn it! Heng Wu Jinren's eyes turned scarlet as he cursed inwardly. Soon after, he activated his bloodline power. Buzz! Scarlet blood seeped out from his bloodline and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. A power that caused people to tremble burst out from his blood. Boom! Heng Wu Jinren unleashed a forbidden technique. With his bloodline power as the foundation, a powerful fist light bombarded the annihilation puppets' bodies. Crack! The 9 annihilation puppets' formation changed as their bodies started to sway. Seizing this opportunity, Heng Wu Jinren's figure flashed and shot out. Should we chase them? Barbarian asked. Qing Ho looked at Fang Chen, but the latter shook his head. Our goal is to find them, not to kill them. Okay, then we won't chase them. Qing Ho nodded. The 3 concealed their auras and continued to rush forward. Heng Wu Zone on a towering mountain peak. The black-clothed twin-horned man was drinking tea as he waited. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as Heng Wuzhenren returned. "What happened to you?" Seeing this, the black-clothed twin-horned man hurriedly asked. Heng Wuzhenren's face turned gloomy as he flicked his sleeves and said, "I met a puppeteer with 9 annihilation puppets." "What? Annihilation puppets?" Hearing this, the black-clothed twin-horned man's face changed as he thought of something. "You fought with them?" The black-clothed twin-horned man asked. "Will they come after us?" "What if they come after us and ruin our plan?" Heng Wuzhenren became even more gloomy as he asked several questions in a row. "This is my lair. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they die without a burial place," Heng Wuzhenren said. The black-clothed twin-horned man nodded and said, "In that case, let's stay here for a few more days." Several days later, Fang Chen and the other two arrived at Heng Wuzhenren's lair. "This guy really knows how to enjoy life. He actually built his lair in such a place." Barbarian curled his lips. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, this mountain peak was relatively rich in origin energy. "Let's go and meet Heng Wuzhenren. If we want to find someone in this vast Heng Wu zone, we'll need his help," Fang Chen said. Along the way, the three had carefully asked around. "You've gone too far." On the mountain peak, Heng Wuzhenren was enraged when he saw the three approaching. He stomped his feet in anger. "Heng Wu, who is the one with the annihilation puppets?" the black-clothed twin-horned man asked. "It's that azure-clothed man," Heng Wuzhenren said. The black-clothed twin-horned man nodded lightly and looked down. When Fang Chen and the other two were halfway up the mountain, they stopped. "What's wrong?" Barbarian asked. "There's an array." Fang Chen laughed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and a dense array aura swept over. In an instant, Fang Chen and the other two were trapped in a powerful array. "Damn you guys! You think you can do whatever you want with the annihilation puppets?" Heng Wuzhenren appeared and looked down at the three. He sneered and said, "Today, I'll let you know that I, Heng Wuzhenren, am not someone you can mess with. Heng Wuzhenren, you're a mysterious realm martial artist. Is this all you've got?" Fang Chen's face was calm as he stood with his hands behind his back and asked. "Stop pretending. I'll twist your head off." Heng Wuzhenren sneered when he saw Fang Chen's calm expression. "Actually, we can sit down and talk peacefully," Fang Chen continued. "You only know fear when you're about to die? It's too late." Heng Wuzhenren thought that Fang Chen and the other two wanted to reconcile with him. How was that possible? This was his territory. With the protection of a peerless array, the three of them couldn't do anything to him. In this place, he was invincible. Seeing that Heng Wuzhenren was about to make a move, Fang Chen sighed and said, "Heng Wuzhenren, you think too highly of yourself. How can a mere array trap the three of us?" As soon as he finished his words, the array that trapped the three of them shattered. Seeing this, Heng Wuzhenren was shocked. He tried his best to control the array, but he was shocked to find that the connection between him and the array was broken. Heng Wuzhenren was furious. "I've said that your array can't trap me. Now, can we sit down and talk?" Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said. Heng Wuzhenren's eyes flickered as he thought quickly. Bang! Suddenly, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Then, he saw that his chest had been pierced through by a black palm. Blood spurted out. He turned his head with difficulty and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why?" Bang! The black-clothed twin-horned man pulled out his hand from spiritual master Heng Wu's chest, causing the latter's body to fall to the ground. The black-clothed twin-horned man smiled as he looked at Fang Chen and the other two and said, "Since Heng Wuzhenren has a grudge against you, I'll help you settle it." Fang Chen and the other two watched this scene quietly. "How is it? Are the three of you interested in working with me?" "How?" the barbarian asked. "In the Hengwu zone, there is a relic of a powerful expert. I would like to join forces with the three of you to explore it." The black-clothed twin-horned man smiled. "What's the reason?" Qing Ho asked. The three of you are stronger than him. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2544. The black-clothed twin-horned man's reason was simple. The three of them were much stronger than Heng Wu. If the three of them worked together, their chances of success would be greatly increased. Heng Wu was lying on the ground with a large wound on his chest. Blood was spurting out of it. He was severely injured. However, it wasn't fatal. Fang Chen didn't say anything, and Qing Ho and Barbarian couldn't make a decision either. The black-clothed twin-horned man seemed to have realized that Fang Chen was the leader of their team, and his gaze fell on him. "I'm sorry, but I refuse." Hearing this, the black-clothed twin-horned man widened his eyes as if he had misheard. "You don't agree? Do you know how precious the remains of an expert are in the Blackstone prison?" The black-clothed twin-horned man asked in confusion. Even a profound God-realm sovereign wouldn't ignore the remains of an expert. Every expert's remains represented a huge amount of cultivation resources. In the Blackstone prison, where cultivation resources were scarce, the remains of an expert were too important. Moreover, Heng Wu has a grudge with you, so I'll help you and severely injure him. If you're not satisfied, I can kill him directly. After saying this, the black-clothed twin-horned man prepared to kill Heng Wu. Whoosh! A sword ray shot out and blocked in front of Sage Heng Wu, blocking his attack and knocking him back. "You!" The black-clothed twin-horned man's face was gloomy. "If you can betray Heng Wu, you can also betray us. In your eyes, the three of us are just your chess pieces," Fang Chen said. Moreover, it was obvious that the black-clothed twin-horned man had already discussed with Heng Wu to explore the remains together. However, the latter changed his mind as soon as they arrived. This kind of person wasn't trustworthy. Therefore, Fang Chen decisively rejected him. Heng Wu didn't expect that Fang Chen would help him. He was disappointed as he saw through the black-clothed twin-horned man. "This is a rare and precious opportunity," Yi Zichen said. The black-clothed twin-horned man said as he approached Fang Chen's group. "So what?" Fang Chen asked. "If you miss this opportunity," halfway through his words, the black-clothed twin-horned man suddenly attacked. Rumble! A powerful demonic aura shot up into the sky. A bloody mouth appeared above his head. His target was Qing Ho. Courting death. Seeing this, Qing Ho released the 9 annihilation puppet. At the same time, Fang Chen and the barbarian attacked together. Bang! In a single exchange, the black-clothed twin-horned man was defeated. His expression flickered as he used the blood escape art to escape while the annihilation puppets were in formation. Hoo! The smell of blood lingered in the air. Fang Chen and the other two looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect such a big turn of events. On top of the mountain, the injured spiritual master Heng Wu struggled to stand up. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for saving me." Although he was from the demon clan and could not coexist with the human clan, the 3 people in front of him had saved his life. He still had to thank them. "We didn't save you. We just didn't want to become that person's pawn," Fang Chen said. After this incident, spiritual master Heng Wu hated the black-clothed twin-horned man to the core. "You must be curious about the ruins of the powerhouse that Black Horn mentioned, right?" Spiritual master Heng Wu said, "Since you saved me, I'll tell you everything about the ruins." Then, spiritual master Heng Wu told Fang Chen and the other two in detail what he had learned from the black-clothed twin-horned man. "So the ruins are real," the barbarian said. I knew that guy wasn't a good person, so he was after my annihilation puppet," Qing Ho said. Fang Chen nodded slightly. What spiritual master Heng Wu said was basically true. Spiritual master Heng Wu laughed self-deprecatingly. "The Blackstone prison is so cruel. I've had enough of such days. I've been severely injured this time, so I need to find a place to hide and cultivate. The day I come out of seclusion will be the day Black Horn dies. The 3 of us did not come to find you because we want to make an enemy out of you. Instead, we need your help with something, Fang Chen stated the purpose of his visit. Spiritual Master Heng Wu's forehead was full of black lines. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have taken action. He even gave Black Horn a chance to attack. In the past few decades, there haven't been any human warriors in my Hengwu district. Spiritual Master Heng Wu said after thinking for a while. He knew his district like the back of his hand. Think about it carefully, Qing Ho asked. There's no need to think about it. But now that you mention it, I think of a place where the person you're looking for might appear. Spiritual Master Heng Wu said. What place? In the north of my Hengwu district and Black Horn district, there's a place called Battle Mist District. A peerless genius of the human race once appeared in this place. Even the Battle King was alerted. What? Fang Chen and the other two exclaimed. A peerless genius of the human race that alerted the Battle King was too unbelievable. The Battle King was one of the 5 kings of the Blackstone prison. His cultivation had reached the level of a peak Venerable, and his strength was close to that of an ancient god. If he was in the outside world, he would definitely be an existence comparable to an ancient god. They continued to ask, but Spiritual Master Heng Wu didn't know. After all, there were many experts in the Battle Mist District, and he didn't have the ability to protect himself. Battle Mist District. In the hearts of Fang Chen and the other two, the words, Battle Mist District, were deeply etched in their minds. After leaving the mountain, the barbarian asked, Are we going to the Battle Mist District now? There are many experts in the Battle Mist District, and the competition is even more intense. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. It's better to be careful, Qing Ho said. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Have you forgotten? The ruins of the expert mentioned by the black-clothed twin-horned man are at the northern border of the Hengwu district. We'll pass by there on our way to the Battle Mist district. You mean, we should take advantage of the situation? The barbarian loved to do such things. The ruins of the expert in the Blackstone prison are quite attractive, Fang Chen said. In the Black Horn district, the black-clothed twin-horned man clenched his fists so tightly that his veins popped out. His heart was filled with rage. Originally, he wanted to lure Fang Chen and the other two into the ruins of the expert and then seize the opportunity to seize the Annihilation Puppet. If I get the Annihilation Puppet, I can enter the Battle Mist district. Thinking of this, the black-clothed twin-horned man's face turned ferocious, and he almost went berserk. Damn you guys! After I get the treasure in the ruins, I'll tear you into pieces. Then, the black-clothed twin-horned man came to the Hengwu district again and rushed toward the ruins. A few days later, the black-clothed twin-horned man came to a huge mountain range. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed before entering the depths of the mountain range. There were towering trees all around, and there were countless weeds on the ground. Roar! The black-clothed twin-horned man used his special ability. A shadow emerged from his body and shot into the mountain range. Buzz! A moment later, the shadow carried a faint aura and appeared in front of the black-clothed twin-horned man. The black-clothed twin-horned man held the faint aura with both hands and sniffed it. He grinned. It's here. He walked 15 steps to the west, 7 steps to the south, and 4 steps back. He kept changing his footwork. After about an hour, there was a vibration. The black-clothed twin-horned man was overjoyed. Creak! On the messy ground, a stone door suddenly appeared. When the stone door opened, it was pitch black below. There really are ruins. The black-clothed twin-horned man's special ability was treasure hunting. He could detect the existence of ruins within a certain range. Of course, this was after he evolved. He couldn't do this before. The black-clothed twin-horned man jumped into the darkness. A gray aura emerged from behind the stone door, completely enveloping the place. From an outsider's perspective, there were countless weeds and no stone door at all. A few days later, Fang Chen and the other two arrived. There's nothing, the barbarian said. There are ruins. Fang Chen flicked his finger. The seal shattered, and the stone door appeared before them. Ruins! The barbarian shouted excitedly. Let's go in and take a look. Qing Ho was also impatient. Fang Chen stopped the two and said, Be careful. I feel a trace of pressure. This ruin is unusual. After his divine sense entered the stone door, it was automatically blocked. After trying for a long time, he couldn't find anything. The stone door is shielded from soul consciousness detection. After entering, do not act rashly. Do everything according to my orders. Fang Chen reminded, Brother Qing Ho, prepare the annihilation puppet. Chapter 2545. In the darkness, the three felt their bodies fall. The speed was very fast, and the more they fell, the more they couldn't move. After who knew how long, the three felt a thud as they hit the ground. Whoosh! A flame appeared in Fang Chen's palm and lit up the darkness. Underground palace? He immediately saw the underground palace in front of him, and the door was open. This meant that someone had gone in before. Could it be that the black-clothed twin-horned person has already gone in? Qing Ho guessed. Fang Chen stood up and looked around. He didn't find any danger, so he continued forward. When they stepped through the door, they instantly felt an extremely dangerous aura in the air. Wung wung wung, like the sound of a mosquito, it came from the darkness. Careful! Suddenly, Fang Chen shouted. Then, he activated the 10,000 swords domain and enveloped the two of them. Crack! One by one, thumb-sized black bugs charged into the myriad sword domain. Then, their bodies stiffened. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp, and they struggled. What are these? Qing Ho asked. Iron void bugs. These are iron void bugs. The barbarian yelled as his expression became solemn. Iron void bugs are very terrifying. Their bodies contain an extremely cold aura. If a human cultivator touches them, their yuan spirit will instantly freeze, the barbarian explained. The barbarian explained, moreover, the iron void worm's penetrative ability is very strong. Under normal circumstances, it can even penetrate a top-grade chaos-grade weapon. Simply put, these iron void bugs only existed in the Blackstone prison. It was impossible for such a terrifying beast to exist in the outside world. Freeze the yuan spirit? Fang Chen asked. That's right. Even mystic light realm cultivators will be instantly frozen. Only mystic true realm cultivators whose yuan spirit has evolved can barely resist it, the barbarian said. At the same time, his admiration for Fang Chen couldn't be any higher. He could feel that his body had fallen into a swamp. Thinking about it, this should be a domain-type mystic art, right? For a profound star realm cultivator to be able to use such a method, it was truly breathtaking. The barbarian was extremely anxious as he tried to think of a way to escape the siege of the iron void insects. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was eyeing the iron void worm. Master, the iron void worm is just as the barbarian said. However, if you want to take it into the demon ceiling tower, it's not impossible. It's just that it's a bit difficult. What's the solution? Fang Chen asked. After all, the demon tiger and beast was once a top-notch venerable beast at its peak. He was the emperor of the demon race in the wasteland, so he was very familiar with the various demon races. Although the iron void worm had already gone extinct in the outside world, Wang Zhong had heard of the demon tiger and beast before. In his inherited memories, there was a way to deal with the iron void insect. If I want to capture the iron void worm, I'll have to completely seal its body. Although your myriad sword domain has restricted its body, it can still move left and right and even struggle. If you rashly take it, it will harm your primordial spirit, said the demon tiger and beast. According to the records, although the iron void worm's penetrative ability is very strong, with my demon tiger and beast's powerful defense, I can suppress them for a short time. What do you mean? Fang Chen seemed to have guessed. I'll release my full strength and completely suppress them. They won't even have the ability to think. They'll be like walking corpses and won't resist. However, you only have 3 breaths of time, warned the demon tiger and beast. Fang Chen calculated for a moment. 3 breaths of time should be enough. Okay, then I'll take action. You have to be fast, said the demon tiger and beast. He was currently in his incorporeal form, and his strength hadn't recovered to its peak, so he could only use this method. In a while, the 2 of you shouldn't move recklessly, warned Fang Chen. Before the barbarians and Qing Ho could react, Fang Chen's body emitted a violent power. Buzz. The demon tiger and beast's aura was completely released, and the aura in the entire underground palace skyrocketed. Crack! Those iron void worms that were still struggling suddenly froze. Collect. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't hesitate. He opened the demon sealing tower and crazily absorbed the iron void worms. Rip! One by one, the iron void worms were sucked into the demon sealing tower. 3 breaths of time passed quickly. When the demon tiger and beast's aura disappeared, the iron void worms in the 10,000 sword domain also disappeared completely. Fang Chen looked at the demon sealing tower and saw that the iron void worms had regained their ability to move. However, they were restricted by the demon sealing tower and couldn't resist. Fang Chen used the power of the demon sealing tower to force the iron void worms to recognize him as their master. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. After counting, he found that he had obtained 100 iron void worms. This was definitely a huge fighting force. These iron void worms haven't reached their peak yet. If they're fully grown, they'll definitely be able to crush a mysterious true realm martial artist, said the demon tiger and beast. Roar! The 9-feathered sky sparrow flapped its 9-colored wings and stared at the iron void worms. Master, when are you going to let me out to fight? I'm dying of boredom, said the 9-feathered sky sparrow. You'll have plenty of opportunities, said Fang Chen. Whoosh! Outside, the 10,000 sword domain was still there, but the iron void worms had disappeared. Qing Ho and the barbarian were both surprised. Fang Chen chuckled and didn't explain. Let's go in and take a look. The 3 of them walked into the palace together. Along the way, the smell of blood filled the air. In the end, the 3 of them even saw blood on the ground. What kind of blood is this? Asked Qing Ho. I'm not sure. There might have been a battle here, said the barbarian. Right at this moment, a severed arm appeared beneath the 3 men's feet. A severed arm? Immediately after, a hoarse and weak voice sounded. Save me. Not far away, in an open space shrouded in fog, a man who only had half a body left waved his remaining arm and cried out with difficulty. His face was covered in blood. There were 3 iron void worms on his body, gnawing at his flesh. Iron void worms? Fang Chen's heart trembled. His first guess was who this man was. How could his Yuan spirit be unharmed when the iron void worms gnawed at his body? Could this person be a mysterious true realm expert? Should we save him or not? Asked Qing Ho. Save me. I can help you, the man with only half his body stammered with difficulty. Finally, Fang Chen decided to save him after some thought. He didn't do it himself. Instead, he summoned the iron void worms from the monster ceiling tower. 100 iron void worms instantly appeared, stunning Qing Ho and the barbarian. As for the man who only had half a body left, his eyes were filled with despair. However, what he didn't expect was that the 100 iron void worms actually attacked the 3 iron void worms. A moment later, the corpses of the 3 iron void worms fell from the man with half his body. This scene left the man dumbfounded. Whoosh! The iron void worms returned to the monster ceiling tower and the man was saved. Fang Chen walked up to the man and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" "I'm the disciple of the strongest general under the battle monarch." The man recovered slightly and said with difficulty, "This is a treasure trove of a mysterious god realm expert." I was ambushed. Through the man's explanation, Fang Chen had a rough idea of the man's identity. His master was the strongest general under the battle monarch. In other words, He was a subordinate of the battle monarch, one of the 5 great kings. The ruins here were the ruins of a mysterious god realm sovereign. It was very attractive to a mysterious true realm cultivator like him. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by iron void worms. When he finally escaped, he found that 3 iron void worms had infected his body. After half a year of hard work, just as he was about to defeat the iron void worms, someone came in and heavily injured him. This gave the iron void worms an opportunity to completely corrode his body. This was the reason why half of the man's body was missing. It must be the black-clothed twin-horned man, Ching Ho nodded. If you save me, I'll take you to the battle monarch's territory and guarantee your eternal safety. I'll even tell you all the information I know about the ruins. The man immediately swore a martial Dao oath to show his sincerity. In the Blackstone prison, a martial Dao oath was still effective. If one went against it, they would be punished by the heavens. Chapter 2546. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen decided to save the man. Perhaps he could find the star and moon with this man's help. Then, he took out some elixirs from the storehouse and threw them to the man with half of his body. After the latter swallowed them, his injuries were much better. At the very least, his life was no longer in danger. After a while, the man opened his eyes. Half of his physical body had been destroyed. Unless he left this place, he would not be able to rebuild his physical body. Thank you. The man cupped his fists and thanked Suemo. It was not easy to meet someone who was willing to save him in the Blackstone prison, especially when he was tempted by the ruins of a mysterious god realm honorable. What do you know about this ruin? Fang Chen asked. This ruin was left behind by a demon race expert. In the core of the palace there is a golden core. The man's name was Bai He. Golden core. Fang Chen's expression changed when he heard this. Only when a mysterious god realm honorable beast died would the energy in his body form a golden core. A golden core was the same as an inner core. It was just a stronger version. The energy in a golden core was too strong. If a human martial artist swallowed it, his strength would increase greatly. Do you know where the golden core is? Fang Chen asked. Bai He nodded. This is the map of the palace. My master gave it to me. The War King was an ultimate honorable. His generals were at least peak honorables. Such an expert would not be interested in such a ruin, so he gave it to his disciple. Fang Chen took the map and looked at it carefully. He then said, "Bring us there." Bai He nodded. With Fang Chen's help, he slowly moved forward. At this moment, the black-clothed twin-horned man had already found the golden core. Golden core! The black-clothed twin-horned man was excited. He could not wait to charge forward. However, he found that there was a strong restriction around the golden core. If I can swallow the golden core, my cultivation will definitely break through to the mysterious true realm. The black-clothed twin-horned man was excited. He looked at the restriction carefully, but no matter what he did, he could not break it. The black-clothed twin-horned man fell into deep thought. Dang! Dang! At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind. He turned his head and saw Fang Chen and the other two. You! He should have thought of this a long time ago. If he didn't kill Heng Wu, he would have exposed the situation here. However, a sinister smile appeared on his face. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Ha! The black-clothed twin-horned man laughed sinisterly. He had been talking about the annihilation puppet all this time. Wasn't this an opportunity? Kid, hand over your annihilation puppet obediently. Otherwise, I'll let you all die here, the black-clothed twin-horned man threatened. Fang Chen pointed at the Jindan in front of him and said, "Shouldn't you be worried about your safety now?" Ridiculous. The black-clothed twin-horned man sneered. The two horns on his forehead suddenly expanded, and a berserk power whizzed out. Even Fang Chen hadn't expected that his 2 horns would be inserted into the restriction around the gold core. Dong! Suddenly, the underground palace trembled and swayed. Dust flew into the air as if it was about to collapse. The black-clothed twin-horned man's sinister smile could be heard from afar. When his 2 horns pierced through the restriction, both of them broke. Crash! With a wave of his hand, the gold core immediately disappeared into his palm. Boom! The terrifying force caused by the shattering of the forbidding aura swept the place and trapped Fang Chen and his crew in the middle. The black-clothed twin-horned man was secretly delighted. He had made the right bet. The destruction of the restriction created a terrifying airflow that was comparable to a mysterious true realm expert. In order to obtain the gold core and kill Fang Chen and the other 2, he didn't hesitate to destroy his 2 horns. One had to know that the most important thing in his clan was his 2 horns. Without his 2 horns, he couldn't use his innate superpower. However, as long as he could obtain the gold core, he didn't hesitate. 9 annihilation puppets appeared and stood in a row, blocking the terrifying airflow. At the same time, Fang Chen released 100 iron void worms and quietly approached the black-clothed twin-horned man. The black-clothed twin-horned man suddenly let out a miserable cry. Then, his body became a bloody mess and his primordial spirit was instantly frozen. He was able to escape successfully earlier because of his 2 horns. Now that he didn't have his horns, he couldn't block the iron void worm's attack at all. No! His eyes were filled with terror as he let out a miserable cry. However, in the end, he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open and lost his life force. The gold core was in Fang Chen's hand. Although the 9 annihilation puppets were injured to varying degrees, it wasn't a big deal. Is this the gold core of a mysterious god realm supremacy? The barbarian was overjoyed. Qing Ho was also happy for Fang Chen. Brother Fang, quickly absorb it, Qing Ho said. Yes, if you absorb the energy in the gold core, your strength will definitely skyrocket, the barbarian said. However, Fang Chen gently shook his head. When he knew there was a gold core here, he had a plan. He wanted to give this gold core to the demon tiger and beast. This place is going to collapse. Let's leave quickly. Baihe urged. Let's go. The 3 of them glanced at one another. Then, they brought Baihe with them and quickly left. After a while, the 3 of them retreated. Rumble! The underground palace collapsed. After Fang Chen gave the gold core to the demon tiger and beast, he left the horizontal martial zone with Baihe. Along the way, Fang Chen kept an eye on the demon tiger and beast's movements. After the latter swallowed the gold core, he became abnormally quiet, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Did something go wrong? Fang Chen was a little confused. This state lasted for about 3 months. Finally, the demonic tiger beast master underwent a metamorphosis. Rumble! In the demon ceiling tower, the illusory demon tiger and beast's body vibrated with power. His entire body was transforming. When Fang Chen and the other 2 arrived at the Battle Mist District, the demon tiger and beast's transformation was nearing its end. They could clearly see that the demon tiger and beast was no longer illusory. Instead, he had become solid. This also meant that his injuries were basically healed. Dong! A vibration sounded. The demon tiger and beast's joyful voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Thank you, Master. The demon tiger and beast expressed his gratitude. How is it? Fang Chen asked anxiously. My cultivation has recovered to the mystic god realm. What combat strength? A peak honorable? Fang Chen continued to ask. When the demon tiger and beast was at his peak, he was a peak honorable. Unfortunately, the demon tiger and beast had almost died back then. Although he had recovered, his combat strength was still a little lacking. I can only be considered an ordinary honorable. My combat strength is a little weaker than a peak honorable, the demon tiger and beast said. Fang Chen nodded. He had a rough understanding of the demon tiger and beast. Continue to recover. Fang Chun gave the demon tiger and beast instructions. It took them 3 months to arrive at the Battle Mist District from the Hengwu District. Is this the Battle Mist District? Qing Ho asked. Baihe's eyes flickered. The leader of the Battle Mist District is the second general of the Battle Monarch. Let's rest in the Battle Mist District for a few days before continuing our journey. Fang Chen's heart was burning. Was his wife, the Star and Moon, in the Battle Mist District? There was a sense of urgency in his heart. After arriving at the Battle Mist District, Baihe used a special method to contact the second general of the Battle Monarch. Soon, the latter came to welcome them. Baihe, a tall and sturdy figure, appeared out of thin air. What happened? Who beat you up like this? The tall man exuded a terrifying aura, suppressing Fang Chen and the other two. It's not them, Baihe said. Greetings, martial uncle. The second general was the brother of his master, the first general. It was not an exaggeration to call him martial uncle. Baihe told the second general about his encounter. The latter nodded and changed his attitude towards Fang Chen and the other two. Since you are Baihe's saviors, come back with me. The pressure Fang Chen felt from the second general was no less than the Xiu and Zong family patriarch. As expected of the Blackstone prison, a peak honorable who grew up in such a harsh environment was no weaker than an ultimate honorable in the outside world. Along the way, Baihe chatted with the second general. Martial uncle, have there been any new human warriors in the Battle Mist District in the past few decades? Baihe asked. Fang Chun and Qing Ho's burning gazes landed on the second general. More than 10 years ago, there were a few human warriors who appeared in the Battle Mist District. They were all exiled by the Great Devil Sky, the second general said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heartbeat quickened. It must be his wife, the Star and Moon, and Tian Xen. It must be them. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2547. Do you know where those people are now? Baihe asked. The second war general looked at Baihe in surprise and said, A few of them are hunting in the hunting battlefield of the Zhanlan district. There is also a woman who was sent to the warlord's place. Speaking of which, they were really lucky. The warlord had not appeared for thousands of years. More than a decade ago, he was wandering around and accidentally discovered this woman in the Zhanlan district. She had great potential, so I sent her to the Zhanlan district. The warlord also bestowed many cultivation resources to the Zhanlan district. It was obvious that the second war general was very grateful to that woman. However, to Fang Chen and Qing Ho's ears, these words were exceptionally jarring to their ears. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was furious, but his rationality told him not to act rashly. He had to restrain himself. He still did not possess the strength to go against the warlord. Once he was exposed, he would definitely die. I wonder how that woman is doing now? Baihe asked. Along the way, he already knew that Fang Chen was looking for the human martialists who had been banished here in the past decade. Furthermore, they were all banished from the Great Devil Sky. Since he knew about this, he naturally had to help inquire. In his heart, he was still very grateful to Fang Chen for saving his life. He treated Fang Chen as a good friend. The second war general glanced at Baihe and said, That woman was very lucky. She was accepted as the warlord's 7th disciple. Moreover, she was his most favored disciple. She was originally a loose cultivator, but she suddenly became one of the noblest people in the warlord's territory. The second war general was a little envious. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Why are you asking about this? The second war general asked. Baihe grinned and said, Nothing. I was just asking casually. The second war general arranged for Fang Chen and the other two to stay in the Zhanlan district. A few days later, the first war general personally came to reconstruct his disciple's body. In just a year, Baihe's body had been completely reconstructed. Of course, during this year, Fang Chen did not give up on cultivating. His body had reached the peak of the 9th level. He was only one step away from attaining the 10th level. As for the Azura sword art, he had a flash of inspiration and created another move. The 16th move, when combined with the blue orchid butterfly cloud hand, had the characteristic of being dazzling, making it difficult to distinguish which move was the real one. Illusory and real, true and false, its power was abnormally strong. Especially when used with the cloud palm of blue orchid, it was terrifyingly powerful. With his current strength, almost no one in the mystic light realm was his match. At this moment, Fang Chen already had the strength to challenge the mysterious true realm. Qing Ho's progress was rather average. He had always been engrossed in the study of puppets. He had been constantly researching new moves based on the annihilation puppet. Up until now, he had no experience in the art of puppetry, so he could only rely on himself to figure it out. As for the barbarian, he was getting stronger and stronger. He walked the path of body refinement. Every time he gained an epiphany, he would compete with Fang Chen in physical strength. However, he was defeated by Fang Chen every time. In the end, he simply treated Fang Chen as his sparring partner. Fang Chen did not refuse. One day, Bai He came to find him. "Brother Fang." Bai He greeted Fang Chen. "Congratulations, Brother Bai He, for reconstructing your physical body," Fang Chen said. Bai He smiled. "It's all thanks to Brother Fang. Otherwise, I would probably have died at the hands of the Iron Void Worm." Returning to the main topic, Bai He said with a serious expression, "My master is currently discussing some important matters with Martial Uncle. They will probably return in 3 months. At that time I will also leave. I've already asked around about the hunting battlefield. The person you're looking for might be in the hunting battlefield." Hearing this, Fang Chen and the other two's expressions changed greatly. The hunting battlefield was a cruel place. The low-tier cultivators of every battle zone would enter the hunting battlefield to hunt. Every person they killed would be counted as 1 contribution point. The more contribution points they accumulated, the more rewards they would be able to exchange for. "I'll take you there now, but after you enter, you have to listen to my orders. Don't act recklessly," Bai He said. In a garden, 2 old men sat on a rock. Although they looked old, the auras they emitted were extremely powerful. "Junior brother, how's the Zhanlan district recently?" The one who spoke was the first general, who was also Bai He's master. The first general was under the battle monarch and was highly regarded. "Senior brother, you know that I don't like fighting. That's why the Zhanlan district has always been like this," the second general said. The first general nodded and said, "The Blackstone prison will not be peaceful for a while. Be careful." Hearing this, the second general's expression changed. What was the cause of the ripples that affected the Blackstone prison? Could it be a battle between the 5 great kings? The second general asked anxiously. "Junior brother, there are some things that you and I are not allowed to know," the first general said. The first war general said, "I came here for Baiha and to discuss some matters with you. Please speak, senior brother." While the 2 great generals were discussing matters, Baiha had already led Fang Chen and the other 2 into the hunting battlefield. The hunting battlefield is very big. However, those who came from the Zhanlan district are all in this small area and do not dare to go too far, Bai He said. "Once you go too far, you will be surrounded and no one can save you. There's a camp in front. Let's go take a look." After Bai He finished speaking, he took a step forward. In the hunting battlefield, thick smoke filled the air. Towering trees stood tall and dense weeds grew everywhere. In an empty space, "Kid, hand over your merit points obediently." A ferocious-looking man was threatening the other party to hand over his merit points. Bang! He punched out and sent the thin man flying. The latter fell to the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were red, but he was powerless to resist. To think that I, Han Yuan, the first disciple of the Wuji sword sect, have fallen to such a pathetic state. Han Yuan struggled to get up from the ground with a bitter smile on his face. The attack from the Sky Pillar Zong family not only extinguished Han Yuan's hope, but also the Wuji Sword sect. Han Yuan and the others were captured along with the Star and Moon. However, his situation was very difficult, until he was banished to the Blackstone prison. Now, he had finally found some hope and accumulated enough merit points to exchange for rewards and increase his strength. However, he had met this evil tyrant. "Are you going to hand it over or not?" the evil tyrant threatened. Han Yuan clenched his fists and was furious. In the end, he shook his head and sighed, choosing to compromise. Before Han Yuan could finish speaking, a familiar voice came from behind him. "No." Han Yuan was stunned for a moment and turned his head. "Junior brother, Fong?" Han Yuan thought that he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes hard. "Is it really you?" Han Yuan shouted excitedly. At this moment, the evil tyrant released his aura and said coldly, "Kid, you dare to meddle in other people's business? Hand over your contribution points as well." Fong Chen ignored the evil tyrant and walked quickly toward Han Yuan. "Senior brother Han, it's me," Fong Chen said. "Ha ha ha, it's really you. I thought I would never see you again." One of the 4 joys of life was meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Back when they were in the Wuji Sword sect, Han Yuan had a good relationship with Fong Chen. After a few decades, he did not expect to meet him in the Blackstone prison. "Junior brother Fong, are you also banished?" After the joy, Han Yuan suddenly realized this and hurriedly asked. Seeing this, the evil tyrant was furious and attacked Fong Chen. Scram! Baihe scolded and sent the evil tyrant flying with a punch. "You're courting death!" The evil tyrant roared and used all his strength to attack Baihe. However, the latter took out a golden token and stopped the evil tyrant's attack. The second general's token? Seeing this, the evil tyrant's expression changed and his attitude toward Baihe changed instantly. "Greetings, Lord General." Seeing the token was like seeing the second battle general himself. Scram! "Don't let me see you again," Bai said. The evil tyrant was so scared that he pissed his pants and fled in panic. "Senior Marshal Brother Han, it's a long story. I wonder if the other brothers who were exiled with you are doing well?" This was what Fong Chen was most concerned about. Hearing this, Han Yuan's face darkened and his emotions fluctuated. "Alas!" Sighing, Han Yuan continued, "Back then, we had over 70 junior brothers who were captured. In the Sky Pillar Zone clan, they couldn't endure the torture and tried to resist. However, 9 of them were killed by the Zone clan, and the rest were banished to the Blackstone prison. The Blackstone prison is very cruel. Over the years, more than 50 junior brothers have died in the hunting battlefield. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2548. Now, there are still a dozen junior brothers who are struggling to survive in the hunting battlefield. Han Yuan's face was full of helplessness when he said this. Back then, he was the chief disciple of the Wuji Sword sect and was famous in Dongxian. Even Ancestor Xing He and the others had said that if there were no accidents, he would definitely surpass them in the future. But now, his cultivation base had improved a lot and he had reached the profound god level that he had never dared to imagine before. However, their days were very poor. "What the Tianqing sect has given to the Wuji Sword sect, I will return it 100 times in the future," Fong Chen said in a low voice. "Junior brother Fong, I am happy and sad to see you here," Han Yuan said with a bitter smile. He was naturally happy to see his junior brother in such a place of death. But when he thought of Fong Chen's talent, it was a pity. "Even you have been banished to the Blackstone prison. It seems that there is no hope for the Wuji Sword sect to revive," Han Yuan said. He had no idea that the Wuji Sword sect had successfully revived under the leadership of Fong Chen, and its development was much stronger than before. Now, its force had spread throughout the entire void star sky and it was very famous. "Senior brother Han, don't worry. We will find a way to get out," Fong Chen said. Take me to see the other junior brothers first. Okay, I will take you there now. Along the way, with Fang Chun and the other three accompanying him, no one dared to provoke Han Yuan. A few hours later, the group came to a small hill that was filled with a dark and gloomy aura. This small hill was the area with the worst environment in the hunting battlefield. Junior brothers, look who is here, Han Yuan said loudly. Han Yuan shouted loudly. Immediately, everyone on the small hill raised their heads and looked down. When they saw Fang Chen, they felt like they were dreaming. Senior brother Fang? The group jumped up excitedly. It really is Senior brother Fang. The air was filled with joy. The disciples of the Wuji sword sect were happy as they surrounded Fang Chen. Are these the people brother Fang is looking for? Baihe, who was watching from the side, asked. They are all from the Limitless Sword sect. Qing Ho explained. Hearing this, Baihe was touched. With brother Fang's current strength and potential, he will be valued even in the Blackstone prison. However, he did not forget his roots, nor did he forget the fellow disciples who had once fought alongside him. Baihe said faintly, I'm touched by his magnanimity. Fang Chun conversed with the disciples of the Limitless Sword sect for a long time. After a long while, the excitement in their hearts gradually calmed down. Brother Baihe, I wonder if you can help? Fang Chen walked in front of Baihe and cupped his fist. Before he could say anything, Baihe spoke first. Don't worry, I will tell Uncle Master to let them stay in the Jianlan district forever and receive Uncle Master's protection. Thank you. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. After finding Han Yuan and the others, Fang Chen's mood improved a lot. Now only his wife, Star and Moon, was left. The latter had been taken in as a disciple by the warlord, so he did not have to worry too much for the time being. Under Baihe's lead, the group left the hunting battlefield and returned to the Jianlan district. Baihe briefly explained the situation to the second war general, who readily agreed. Furthermore, he specially opened up a mountain for Han Yuan and the others for them to cultivate. Before Fang Chen left, he secretly gave Han Yuan and the others a large amount of cultivation resources. Senior brother Han, you all can cultivate here first. If I find a way out one day, I will definitely come back to look for you, Fang Chen said through voice transmission. Junior brother Fang, go ahead and do what you need to do. You don't have to worry about us. Fang Chen's arrival completely changed the fate of Han Yuan and the others. They, who had already sunk into despair, once again had hope. On the desolate plains, Baihe led Fang Chen's group of three and slowly advanced. Brother Fang, I have something to tell you, Baihe said. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked. I heard from my master that although your wife has become the warlord's disciple, her current situation doesn't seem good, Baihe continued. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. Could it be that someone dares to bully the warlord's disciple? Barbarian asked, puzzled. Or perhaps it's a competition between the warlord's disciples? Qing Ho analyzed. Baihe nodded. Brother Qing Ho is right. In the warlord's continent, no one dares to bully his disciples. However, the warlord has 7 disciples after all. There is a direct competition between each of them. The warlord doesn't seem to be willing to interfere with the matters between his disciples. He seems to want them to compete with each other. Fang Chen nodded. He could understand. As an ultimate honorable, he was comparable to an ancient god. The warlord's status had reached the point where he stood above tens of thousands of people. Even in the primal chaos void, he was considered a peak existence. Apart from a few extremely ancient god experts, no one could make the warlord take a step back. For trillions of years, he had been competing with the other 4 warlords in the Blackstone prison. How could such an ambitious and ruthless person be merciful? When he took in disciples, he only looked at their potential. As for the rest, it was up to the disciples to compete. This included cultivation resources. Currently, Star and Moon's cultivation was the weakest among the warlord's 7 disciples. When the warlord took her in as a disciple, she had just reached the mysterious heaven realm. However, under the warlord's guidance, she had stepped into the mysterious star realm in just a dozen years. It was rumored that the warlord doted on his youngest disciple very much. This scene caused the other 6 great disciples to be very dissatisfied, and they began to target this little junior sister of theirs. After hearing the whole story, Fang Chun clenched his fist. He was somewhat displeased. However, don't worry. My master is the warlord's #1 general. I will ask him to take good care of my sister-in-law, Baihe said. Baihe was a sentimental person. Back then, he had made a martial oath only to escape. However, after interacting with Fang Chun for a period of time, he was deeply moved by Fang Chun. Now, he already regarded Fang Chun as a good brother, a friend who would go through life and death together. Therefore, every thought he had was for Fang Chun. Half a month later, the group arrived at the core of the warlord continent. It's so oppressive. Fang Chun and the other 2 felt extremely oppressed. The air was filled with a dense killing intent. Darkness and coldness coexisted. Blood and oppression coexisted. Moreover, in the core of the warlord continent, Fang Chun and the others felt an unprecedented pressure. Here, mysterious true realm martial artists could be seen everywhere. Even mysterious god realm supremacies could be seen. With the strength of the 3 of them, they were nothing in this place. In a square, Fang Chun and the other 2 waited anxiously. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the distance, Baihe quickly ran over. How is it? Fang Chun asked anxiously. I've asked around. Recently, the other 6 disciples of the warlord have indeed joined forces to target sister-in-law. Fortunately, the warlord has taken good care of sister-in-law, so they don't dare to kill her, Baihe said. However, the warlord's soul pool will open in 3 days. At that time, all 7 disciples will have to enter. Fang Chun understood what Baihe meant. They want to fight in the warlord's soul pool? The warlord's soul pool was created by the warlord himself. It contains the warlord's soul pool's lifelong inheritance. Whoever obtains the inheritance in the warlord's soul pool will be his only official disciple, Baihe said. Moreover, the warlord's soul pool has recently come out of seclusion. He publicly announced that he will not interfere with the life and death of the 7 disciples in the warlord's soul pool. When Fang Chun heard this, he took a deep breath. He was very worried about Star and Moon's situation. Brother Fang, don't worry. I have some good news, Baihe said anxiously when he saw Fang Chun getting anxious. What good news? Every disciple can bring 3 protectors into the warlord's soul pool. Although they are called protectors, they are just helpers. However, the warlord's soul pool has a limit. The 3 protectors must be below the mysterious true realm. Otherwise, fighting in the warlord's soul pool will affect the growth of the warlord's soul pool. When Fang Chun and the other 2 heard this, they looked at each other and nodded heavily. Can the disciples choose the 3 protectors at will? Fang Chun asked. In an elegant garden, a lady in a purple dress stood quietly. Her beautiful face had a trace of worry. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the fish swimming freely in the pond. Just by standing there, she became a scenery of her own. She was the 7th disciple of the warlord's soul pool, Star and Moon. Although Master favors me, no one can help me in the warlord's soul pool. Chapter 2549. Star and Moon recalled everything that had happened on the ancient Sword Continent and even in the God Realm. His life had been too bumpy. Now, she was trapped in Blackstone Prison, and it was impossible for her to see her husband again. Brother Chun. Star and Moon's red lips moved slightly as she said those 2 words with difficulty. Without any movement, a figure shrouded in black mist appeared behind Star and Moon. What's wrong, you? The figure shrouded in the black fog exuded a powerful force. The space and time around him were locked down. If an abstruse god realm Venerable was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because this was the technique of a limit Venerable. Master. Star and Moon turned around, collected her emotions, and smiled faintly. "Thinking about the battle soul pool again?" the warlord asked. When the black mist approached Star and Moon, the warlord finally revealed his true appearance. In the entire Blackstone prison, there were only a few people who had seen his true appearance. Even the other 6 disciples under him had never seen it before. "Have you found your protector?" the warlord asked. "If you haven't found a suitable candidate, I have a few here." Star and Moon's beautiful eyes twinkled as she looked at the warlord. Outsiders all thought that the warlord was an old man, but what they didn't know was that the warlord wasn't old at all. He was the youngest of the 5 great kings. Compared to the other great kings, he could only be considered a member of the younger generation. His chiseled face and tall nose left a deep impression on others. The Battle King could even lie with a faint smile on his face. It was as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Star and Moon shook her head slightly and changed the topic. She asked melancholically, "Master, have you ever thought that you would be able to leave Blackstone prison one day?" Hearing this, the warlord laughed loudly. In the end, his face was full of self-mockery. "Leave? I'm the same as you. When I was first exiled here, I thought about it all the time. But so what?" The Battle King shrugged. "After a few years of near-death experiences, I finally came to a realization. I want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I survive. And only by surviving can I have a chance to leave Blackstone prison." As he spoke, the warlord's voice was filled with ice-cold killing intent. "The dozen or so brothers who were exiled with me died one after another in front of me. In the end, I survived, and through my own efforts, became one of the 5 great kings of the Blackstone prison," said the War King. "If even Master can't leave Blackstone prison, what's the point of our cultivation?" Star and Moon asked. The Battle King shook his head. "It's not the same. At least there's still hope if you're alive. But if you die, then there's really nothing left." In the Blackstone prison, the only way to survive was to cultivate desperately. The Battle Soul Pool is an opportunity. All 7 of you must go in. I also know that my favoritism for you has caused the other 6 senior brothers to target you. However, this is also a test for you. If you can't even endure this kind of hardship, what right do you have to be my disciple?" said the War King. "Cultivate well. The Blackstone prison isn't as simple as you think," said the War King. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. However, a faint voice sounded in Star and Moon's ears. "One day, I will break out of this prison and charge out of the primal chaos. When that time comes, I will make the entire primal chaos bow down to me." The Warlord continent was the War King's territory. Everyone here only believed in one thing, and that was the War King. The grudges between humans and monsters were written off here. The only person they believed in was the War King. The War King was omnipotent and invincible. In the few days since they'd arrived on the Warlord continent, Fang Chun and the others had been asking around about Star and Moon. When they learned that Star and Moon were safe and sound, they finally relaxed. "Brother Fang, according to the rules of the Warlord Soul Pool, the 3 of us have fulfilled the rules. Now, the problem before us is how are we going to enter the Warlord Palace and see sister-in-law?" said Ching Ho. The Warlord Palace was the War King's temporary residence. Apart from his 7 senior disciples, even his generals weren't qualified to enter. If Star and Moon didn't take the initiative to come out, they wouldn't be able to enter, let alone act as guards. "Let's wait for Brother Bai He to return." Fang Chen tried his best to calm his impatience. A moment later, Bai He returned. "I've received news that in 2 days, the War King's 7 senior disciples will leave the Warlord Palace together and head to the Warlord Pagoda to offer sacrifices and challenge the pagoda together," said Bai He. "Really?" Fang Chen asked excitedly. This was an opportunity that they had to seize. The 4 of them started making plans to head to the Warlord Pagoda in 2 days. The Warlord Pagoda was located to the north of the Warlord Palace. Within a 100-mile radius, there was nothing at all. People could see the glorious warlord pagoda from afar. At this moment, the 7 senior disciples had already arrived in front of the warlord pagoda under the protection of many experts. Junior sister, the warlord's soul pool will open tomorrow. Haven't you chosen a guardian yet? The golden-robed man mocked. If you really don't have one, I can help you find one. Junior sister, I think you should just give up. The warlord's soul pool is extremely dangerous. With your strength, you'll just be courting death if you go in. That's right. Master's supreme inheritance isn't something that just anyone can obtain. The 6 senior brothers looked at each other and mocked Star and Moon. However, the latter only smiled faintly the entire time and did not pay any attention to them. Creak. The warlord pagoda's door opened. The 6 senior brothers looked at each other and entered one after another. Junior sister, we'll go in first. In the distance, Fang Chen and the other 2 were led by Bai He as they slowly walked in. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the warlord pagoda. The first thing he saw was a lonely figure in front of the warlord pagoda. His heart trembled and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Looking at Star and Moon's back, Fang Chen felt a sense of loneliness. It's been hard on you. Fang Chen took large strides and walked towards the warlord pagoda. Stop right there. The warlord palace's experts blocked Fang Chen's path. Just as they were about to kick him out, they saw Bai He. So your young master Bai He's friend. If that's the case, please take him away, a mystic true realm expert said. I want to see Star and Moon. Fang Chen said. How dare you? How dare you call Miss Yu by her name? The mystic true realm expert was furious and was about to attack. Sage, please calm down. In front of the warlord pagoda, Star and Moon, who was wearing a light purple dress, was about to enter the warlord pagoda. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her. She didn't pay much attention to it and just turned around to take a look. However, the moment she turned around, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Brother Chen? Xing Yu's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Fang Chen's figure. Am I dreaming? Star and Moon couldn't care less and quickly walked towards Fang Chen. Thump! Their hearts were beating violently. It was as if they were the only ones in the world. Fang Chen could feel the emotions in Star and Moon's heart. He turned around and opened his arms. His body was trembling. Brother Chen. Star and Moon rushed into Fang Chen's arms and cried. Is it really you? Am I dreaming? I've made you suffer. Fang Chen's voice was hoarse. He had a lot to say, but when he saw his wife, he couldn't say anything. The air was filled with warmth as the 2 hugged each other. There was a kind of love where you stood in front of me and I stood in front of you. We hugged each other to our heart's content and grew old together. There was a kind of love where even if you were no longer around, there would always be a place for you in my heart. I would wait for you until the end of time. There was also a kind of love where no matter where you were, even if I searched the ends of the earth, I would still find you. No words could describe the scene at this moment. After a few decades, the 2 of them met again in the Blackstone prison. Star and Moon, who had fallen into despair, was reinvigorated at this moment. She had never thought that she would have such a happy day. Fang Chen's hands hugged Star and Moon tightly. Don't worry, I won't let anyone take you away this time. I want to hug you tightly. A cool breeze blew past, blowing on their cheek. Blissful smiles overflowed from their faces. Brilliant, beautiful, and hopeful. Everything felt like a dream. Chapter 2550. There were many onlookers in front of the warlord pagoda. They were dumbfounded when they saw the ice goddess hugging a strange man. Isn't that the 7th disciple of the warlord? Isn't she very cold and never talks to other men? Who is this brother? He's so daring. He even dares to flirt with the disciple of the warlord? Humph, she usually pretends to be pure, but in the end, she's still sleeping with other wild men. The onlookers discussed animatedly. Star and Moon didn't care about the discussion at all. She was only thinking about Fong Chen. The latter, on the other hand, was a little unwilling. He wanted to intervene several times, but was stopped by Star and Moon. After a long time, the two of them gradually separated from each other. Brother Chen. There was a flash of joy in Xing Yu's beautiful eyes. I thought I'd never see you again. Fong Chen's palm gently caressed Star and Moon's beautiful face. I've made you suffer all these years. Star and Moon shook her head. No, not at all. Don't worry, I won't make you suffer again, Fong Chen said in a low voice. Star and Moon only remembered then. Brother Chen, why are you here? She realized that she was in the Blackstone prison. Although they were husband and wife, her heart was filled with anxiety. It's a long story, Fong Chen said. His gaze signaled to the people who were walking out of the Warlord Pagoda. Little junior sister. One of them frowned and said in a low voice, as Master's disciple, you must pay attention to your image outside. You must know that you're not only representing yourself, but also the bloodline of the Warlord Pagoda. Where did this trash come from? How dare you seduce my junior sister? Kid, get out of my sight or don't blame me for being rude. Junior sister, hurry up and challenge the Warlord Pagoda. None of the 6 senior brothers had a pleasant expression. While they were berating Star and Moon, they were also mocking Fong Chen. Fong Chen looked on calmly. Weren't these 6 people relying on their master, the warlord? If you weren't the Battle King's disciples, I would have killed all of you with a single slap. What right do you have to say such words in front of me? Fong Chen said coldly. Brat, you're courting death. Third senior brother was a little angry. He couldn't help but shout, Steward, kill him for me. He knew that he was not as strong as his opponent, but he threatened to have the butler kill Fong Chen. Just as the butler was in a dilemma, Star and Moon spoke up. Third senior brother, the 3 of them are the protectors I chose. Star and Moon's words were filled with displeasure. What? You chose the 3 of them to be your protectors? Junior sister, are you crazy? Third senior brother asked in disbelief, as if he had heard a very funny joke. How can these 3 trash be your protectors? Junior sister, if you can't find a suitable protector, I can help you. Yeah, no matter what, we're from the same sect. The 6 of us will help you. Hearing this, Star and Moon shook her head and sneered. Now you remember that we're from the same sect? What are you doing? Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brothers. I appreciate it. With that, Star and Moon did not enter the Warlord Pagoda. She brought Fong Chen and the other 2 back to the Warlord Palace. Seeing this scene, the 6 senior brothers' eyes flashed with coldness. Especially third senior brother. Everyone knew that he had feelings for Star and Moon, but the latter had always been cold to him and had never smiled at him. But now, she was hugging a strange man. This made third senior brother very angry. Damn you, how dare you touch my woman? You're dead meat. Third senior brother said coldly. The other 5 senior brothers looked at each other with murderous intent. Star and Moon chose these 3 as her protectors. He asked for it. He can't blame us, eldest senior brother said. Third junior brother, bear with it. The Warlord's soul pool will open tomorrow. When the time comes, we can enter the Warlord's soul pool and openly let our protectors kill him. Wouldn't that be better? That's right. As long as her protectors are dead, junior sister will obediently submit to you, third senior brother, fourth senior brother said. I'll let you live for 1 more day, third senior brother said coldly. At the Warlord Palace, Star and Moon's residence. Fong Chen and Star and Moon looked at each other as they sat on the stone bench. Their faces were full of happiness. This was the Blackstone prison. For them, it was very likely that they would not be able to leave this place for the rest of their lives. However, as long as they could be together as husband and wife, this little difficulty was nothing. Brother Chen, I deliberately said that the 3 of you were my protectors to shut third senior brother up. Star and Moon said apologetically, I was reckless and didn't consider your feelings. Fang Chen stretched out his finger and placed it on Star and Moon's red lip. The three of us went to the Warlord Pagoda to find you and become your protectors. We'll enter the Warlord's soul pool and protect you, Fang Chen said. Xing Yu revealed an anxious look and said, but they hadn't seen each other for decades. She still didn't know how strong Fang Chen was. She also didn't know the details of the barbarians and Qing Ho, so she didn't want them to take the risk. Brother Chen, you don't have to do this. Master came to me and told me that if I don't have suitable protectors, he can help me find one, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen shook his head. He had made up his mind. Don't worry, don't you trust me? Fang Chen said with a smile. Seeing this, Star and Moon didn't say anything else, but she looked worried. Not far away, the barbarians and Qing Ho stood on a small hill and looked down at the ground. As the wind blew, waves of coldness appeared. The warlord, one of the 5 kings of the Blackstone prison, has reached the level of a peak sovereign and is comparable to an ancient god of the primal chaos void. Why are his disciples so weak? Qing Ho didn't quite understand. Logically speaking, since the master was so strong, his disciples should at least be at the mystic light realm or even the mystic true realm. However, none of the 7 disciples had a cultivation higher than the mystic light realm. What do you know? The barbarians said from the side. When he mentioned the battle monarch, his eyes were filled with admiration. The warlord is a dragon among men. When he chooses disciples, he never looks at their strength. What he values the most is potential, the barbarians retorted. Don't look at how weak these 7 disciples are right now. This is how the warlord's disciples teach their disciples. The warlord's disciples focused on the foundation. Therefore, every time they increased their cultivation, they would continuously consolidate it. They would only be able to advance to the next level after completely comprehending a level. Furthermore, there weren't many top cultivation resources in the Blackstone prison. As the warlord's disciples, their standards were very high. They didn't care about normal cultivation resources. This caused their cultivation to be on the weaker side. However, this didn't mean anything. In the eyes of the warlord, their greatest strength was their potential. You might be stronger than me now, but what about 10 years later, 100 years later, or even 1,000,000,000,000 years later? If your potential is weak, your limit might be the mystic light realm. If my potential is strong, my limit might be the mystic true realm, mystic god realm, or even the ancient god realm. This was a fundamental difference. The bigger the clan, the more they valued potential. This was because a person's potential often determined their limit. The 7 from the Star and Moon sect were all monstrous geniuses with great potential in the primal chaos void. The warlord patiently taught them. He didn't want their cultivations to be too high. He only wanted them to increase their potential and comprehend the martial Tao. So what if they have great potential? Do you think the enemy will show mercy when fighting? Qing Ho retorted, not to be outdone. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't have needed to bring protectors into the Battle Soul Lake. Qing Ho pointed at Fang Chen and said, "This brother of mine is a true prodigy. He's strong and has great potential. Who knows how many times stronger than the warlord's disciples." The barbarian didn't agree with the first part. However, when it came to Fang Chen, he agreed. Only those who had interacted with him would know how terrifying he was. Brother Fang does indeed have great potential. He can even fight above his level, the barbarian muttered. I can almost see a young ancient god rising up. That's my brother. Every time he saw Fang Chen, Qing Ho would feel very proud. That was his brother. One day, he would stand at the peak of the martial Tao with his brother and look down on everyone else. At that time, he would still proudly tell others that he was Qing Ho's brother. Chapter 25:51. That night the news reached the Battle King's ears. The Battle King didn't say anything about it. After a night of silence, the 7 disciples gathered in front of the Battle King Palace early in the morning, waiting for the Battle King to appear. Each disciple had 3 protectors behind them. Fang Chun and the other 2 followed behind Xing Yu and were at the very back. They could feel countless malicious gazes shooting at them from all directions. The barbarian sect glared at them, but Qing Ho ignored them. Fang Chun, on the other hand, was calm. The 18 protectors of the 6 disciples were all at the mystic light realm, but Qing Ho could take care of them all by himself. Who knew where they got their confidence from? A bunch of idiots, Qing Ho said as he shook his head. That's right. Brother Qing Ho, you can take care of this trash by yourself, the barbarian sect leader said. Although their voices were soft, they were heard by the other 18 protectors. Their faces suddenly darkened. Are all the youngsters nowadays so careless? Don't they know how to respect their elders? One of the protectors of the eldest senior brother said. I don't know where this ant came from, but you dare to cause trouble in front of the Battle King Palace? If it wasn't for the Battle King, I would have killed you with one slap. The barbarian sect leader couldn't take it anymore and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Fang Chun. What's the point? Fang Chun shrugged and said nonchalantly. The barbarian sect leader's anger slowly calmed down. Just wait and see. The other protectors laughed when they heard what he said. They all thought that the 3 protectors that Star and Moon found were too weak. Junior sister, what did I say? Your 3 protectors only know how to talk big. When they actually fight, they'll be the first to run, the 5th senior brother said with a smile. Junior sister, I'll say the same thing again. It's not too late to find protectors now. 3rd senior brother has prepared 3 protectors to ensure your safety. The 3rd senior brother walked next to Star and Moon and said in a low voice. Star and Moon politely shook her head. Little junior sister, you should be clear about the current situation. Do you think that with just the 3 of them, you can still survive after entering the Battle Soul Pool? 3rd senior brother did not give up and continued, if you agree to be with me, I will definitely persuade the other senior brothers to stop targeting you. When Fang Chun, who had been expressionless all this while, heard these words, his expression changed. In the depths of his eyes, an imperceptible killing intent flashed. Trash like you is not worthy of sister-in-law. The barbarian's personality exploded and he said directly. In the Blackstone prison, the strong were respected and the fist was the biggest. The barbarians had long since gotten used to this kind of rhythm, and the people in front of them were all weaker than them in terms of cultivation. They were just relying on the Battle King's reputation to intimidate others. The barbarians hated people like this the most. Therefore, they mocked him mercilessly. 3rd senior brother's face darkened and he was about to speak. All of a sudden, the doors of the Battle King Palace opened and a rumbling sound came from underground. What a powerful vibration! Fang Chun frowned slightly and was quite surprised. As expected of a limit venerable, this kind of method was amazing. Ordinary people would not be able to see the vibration from the ground just now. Only Fang Chun managed to make out some clues. That was the legendary Earth Pulse. Even with his current cultivation, he was unable to do so. By stepping on the ground, using the power in one's body to cause the earth to resonate and form a rhythmic pulse. Each pulse could cause landslides and tsunamis. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the Battle King wanted to kill them, the pulse just now would be enough to kill them all. This was the terrifying thing about a limit venerable. Moreover, he was infinitely close to an ancient god. Countless people's eyes fell on the door of the Battle King Palace. A cloud of black fog slowly flew out from within. Surrounded by the black fog, a silhouette could be seen. The Battle King? Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and spread his divine sense, trying to explore the black fog. However, the strange thing was that before his divine sense could get close to the black fog, it disappeared. Amazing! After seeing the Battle King with his own eyes, Fang Chun had a new understanding of him. The Battle King's aura was much stronger than that of the Xiu family patriarch. This was a true limit venerable. However, He was restricted by the special environment of the Blackstone prison and could not break through. Otherwise, once he stepped out, he would be able to absorb the rich origin energy in the world and break through to the ancient god realm. Everyone present felt the pressure at the same time. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. The 7 disciples standing at the front cupped their fists at the same time. "Greetings, Master." An ancient voice came from the black fog. "Today, the Battle Soul Pool will open. The 7 of you should do your best to find opportunities." The Battle King was a man of few words and did not want to say anything. He had already said the rules. They all understood that the next step was to open the Battle Soul Pool. Whoosh! Fang Chun could vaguely see the Battle King's open palms in the black fog. There was a faint golden light around his palms. Whoosh! The Battle King flicked his finger and an ordinary golden light shot out and hit the space opposite the Battle King Palace. Rip! The space was torn apart and a black hole appeared. A pool filled with black liquid gradually appeared. The pool blocked the black hole and a terrifying aura came out from it. "This Battle Soul Pool is a little strange," Fang Chun said softly when he sensed the aura released by the Battle Soul Pool. Although he had never been to the Holy War Tribe, he had heard of it. The Holy War Tribe could cultivate battle intent and was unique. The battle intent in the Battle Soul Pool kept surging. It had the intention of the Holy War Tribe. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Battle Soul Pool became calm again. "Open!" The Battle King's voice came from the black fog. Rip! A whirlpool appeared in the calm black liquid. "Go in." The first disciple led the 3 protectors into the whirlpool. Then the second disciple, the third disciple, and so on. Finally, it was the 7th disciple Star and Moon's turn. She led Fang Chun and company into the whirlpool. During this process, the black fog didn't say anything. His gaze was fixed on Fang Chun the entire time. Interesting. After the Battle Soul Pool closed, it disappeared and all the cultivators left. The Battle King floated in front of the Battle King Palace and smiled. As a peak sovereign, he could see through Fang Chun with one glance. His potential in the Tao of the Sword is heaven-defying. The Battle King murmured. He had also noticed the 10,000 sword body, but that didn't attract his attention. The only thing that surprised him was that Fang Chun's potential in the Tao of the Sword was the strongest he had ever seen in his countless years of cultivation. Even the Sword God, Sword Saint, Sword Maniac, and many other experts in the Tao of the Sword weren't as strong as this mystic light realm cultivator. Rumble! Boom! Space trembled as dark clouds gathered and an oppressive aura spread. A figure suddenly appeared above the Battle King Palace. Battle King. This figure only had a giant head, and its eyes were as big as gongs as it looked at the Battle King. The black fog around the latter's body quickly disappeared. "What are you doing here?" the Battle King asked. 100 million years have passed. Don't you want to try? The Battle King's expression changed, and he shook his head. Is the lesson from 100 million years ago not enough? What? Even the Battle King, one of the 5 kings, knows fear? The giant head in the sky said. We've been trapped in the Blackstone prison for countless years and can't leave. So what if we've become one of the 5 kings? We're still prisoners in the eyes of others. They were like little birds. No matter how smart they would be locked in a cage by their owners. King Qing, I'm different from you, the Battle King sighed. How are we different? Even if our paths of cultivation are different, our goals are the same. Could it be that time has already worn away the war monarch's fighting spirit? The giant head asked, somewhat forgetting himself. You still don't understand, the Battle King said. I don't need to understand anything. All I know is that the Battle King is scared. As soon as it finished speaking, the huge illusory head dissipated in the air. Although it caused a huge commotion, none of the cultivators of the Battle King continent saw it. The Battle King stared at where King Qing disappeared for a long time. The pressure of an unparalleled expert disappeared and was replaced by a pale and lonely face. King Qing, Why wouldn't I want to leave this place? The Battle King said. We've been trapped here for so long. Why don't we wait a little longer? Chapter 25:52. The Fighting Soul Pool was created by the Warlord, one of the 5 great kings. Combined with the harsh environment in the Blackstone prison, he condensed his fighting spirit into the pool and used the Black Sky Bloodwater as a guide to form the so-called Fighting Soul Pool. The Fighting Soul Pool was very famous. Almost all the warriors in the Warlord continent wanted to soak in it. However, the Blackstone prison was too short on cultivation resources, so the Fighting Soul Pool was not open to the public. No matter how strong one's potential was, it was impossible to enter the Fighting Soul Pool. Since the creation of the Fighting Soul Pool, only the disciples of the Warlord and his generals were qualified to enter. Whoosh! After entering the Fighting Soul Pool, Fang Chun and the other 3 kept diving. What's that? As soon as they entered, they saw blood-red balls. These balls were mixed in the Black Sky blood water and surrounded by fighting spirit. It was very shocking. Those are fighting spirit blood balls. Star and Moon knew more about the Fighting Soul Pool, so she recognized the blood-red balls at a glance. The fighting spirit blood balls contain traces of inheritance information. The more you accumulate, the greater the chance of obtaining the inheritance, Star and Moon said. While she was speaking, Fang Chun could vaguely see that less than 100 meters away, the 6th senior brother was leading the 3 guardians to absorb the fighting spirit blood balls. We'll protect you. Focus on absorbing, Fang Chun said to Star and Moon. Star and Moon nodded and began to absorb. The number of fighting spirit blood balls in the Fighting Soul Pool was limited. There would be a time when they would finish absorbing. Rip. With the help of the 3 guardians, the 6th senior brother absorbed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had finished absorbing all the fighting spirit blood balls around him. Only 15. The 6th senior brother curled his lips and said helplessly. He looked around casually and found Star and Moon absorbing the fighting spirit blood balls. His eyes flickered, revealing a sinister light. Then, he quickly approached Star and Moon. Get lost. Seeing the 6th senior brother approaching, the barbarian scolded him. At the same time, he waved his hand and the iron hammer whizzed out, smashing toward the 6th senior brother with great force. Bang! The 3 protectors appeared in time and blocked the hammer's attack for 6th senior brother. You did. The Battle Soul Pool was created by the Battle King. You want to monopolize it? This place belongs to our master. Leave this place quickly and take out all the Battle Will blood balls that you obtained earlier, the 3 custodians declared in a domineering manner. Trash, you're too inexperienced to fight me. 6th senior brother, who was hiding behind the 3 protectors, stared at Fang Chun and sneered. His face was full of ridicule. He could almost see the scene of Fang Chun and the other 2 begging for mercy. He also saw Star and Moon kneeling in front of him, offering the blood sphere of battle will with both hands. Thinking of this, 6th senior brother was extremely excited. Protectors, kill these 3 eyesores. I want to have a good chat with junior sister. A lustful expression appeared on his face. When Fang Chun saw this, he frowned slightly and had the intention to kill. You want to kill us with just the 3 of you? The barbarian swung his hammer at the 3 of them. Dong! The water rippled. The 3 protectors acted together and blocked the hammer. The rebound force pushed the barbarian back. Ching Ho supported the barbarian and asked, Are you okay? The barbarian shook his head and said, I'm fine. But these 3 old guys are quite capable. I need Brother Ching Ho's help. Ching Ho stepped forward and was about to activate the annihilation puppet. However, Fang Chun spoke at this time. You don't need to do anything to deal with 3 ants. As he spoke, Fang Chun walked in front of the 3 protectors. Didn't you want to kill us? Fang Chun asked calmly. Now, I'll give you a chance. However, if you can't kill us, then I'm sorry, but I'll kill you with my own hands. After that, Fang Chun looked at 6th senior brother and said, And you? Sixth senior brother was enraged by Fang Chen's arrogant words. Sixth senior brother's face twisted as he roared, "Tear him to shreds!" The three protectors snickered coldly and said, "Brat, you're courting death." Boom. The cultivation techniques that the three protectors cultivated were obviously water-type cultivation technique. In the battle soul pool, they would be greatly strengthened. 1. Ripples appeared in front of the three protectors. The three of them formed complicated hand seals at the same time. After a while, the three of them roared and pushed their palms forward. In an instant, a terrifying power swept over. The ripples in front of the three of them turned into powerful arrows that whistled through the air, carrying the black sky blood with them. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head. Although the three of them were at the mystic light realm, they were simply too weak. Whoosh. The 15th move of the Shura sword art whistled out. Crack. The sharp sword light pierced through the black sky and stabbed into the powerful arrows. Rumble. Everywhere the sword light passed, the arrows shattered. Even the ripples in the center turned into nothingness. The Shura sword light carried unparalleled power and pierced through the head of one of the protectors. Crack. Blood spurted out and quickly merged with the black sky. How is this possible? The remaining two protectors were shocked. They were extremely shocked. Just how strong was this guy to be able to kill one of their companions with one sword? Not good. Young master, run. The remaining two protectors ran for their lives. However, they were still met with a sharp sword light. He didn't even need to use the 16th move of the Shura sword art to deal with them. 3 swords had killed 3 people. In the blink of an eye, 6 senior brothers' 3 protectors were all killed. At this moment, 6th senior brother was already 100 meters away. His heart was filled with fear as he ran. Bang! He blindly ran forward. Suddenly, with a bang, he felt like he had crashed into a wall. 6th senior brother's body bounced back. He focused his eyes and saw that it was Barbarian. Barbarian was tall and strong. He specialized in physical strength and was very strong. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you running away now? Barbarian chuckled. You, 6th senior brother, finally felt the threat of death. He kept retreating and used the warlord's name to scare the 3 of them. If you dare to touch me, Master won't let you go. If you die in the battle soul pool, who will know that we killed you? Qing Ho said. Besides, do you really think the warlord is a fool? The reason why he let you choose 3 protectors is to let you compete with each other until the winner is decided. To put it bluntly, you are just cannon fodder. No. 6th senior brother shook his head frantically. He was afraid of death. Please let me go. Seeing Fang Qin walk over, 6th senior brother's body trembled, and he begged for mercy. Little junior sister, for the sake of our many years of brotherhood, please let me go. 6th senior brother turned to Star and Moon, hoping to move her with their brotherhood. Senior brother, I was too stubborn to realize my mistake. I colluded with the other senior brothers to go against junior sister. I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I swear that I will listen to junior sister's orders in the future. In order to survive, he would do anything. Unfortunately, Star and Moon had already seen through the fickleness of the world. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Qin. Her meaning was obvious. She would let Fang Qin make the decision. Hand over your battle will blood balls, Fang Qin said. Whoosh. 6th senior brother handed over all 15 battle will blood balls with trembling hands and threw them to Star and Moon. I have also handed over my battle will blood balls. I also promise that I will give every battle will blood ball I get to junior sister. Now, can you let me go? 6th senior brother said. People like you deserve to die. Whoosh. With a flick of his finger, a blade cut open 6th senior brother's chest. The latter's body fell directly into the battle soul pool. Wasn't the battle soul pool also a Jianghu? The warlord had already given them a chance to choose 3 protectors. Unfortunately, they didn't cherish the opportunity. After all, this guy is the warlord's disciple. Won't killing him like this anger the warlord? Ching Ho asked with some fear. The barbarian beside him was also worried. No, the warlord asked them to choose the 3 protectors to test their judgment. If the guardians they chose are weak, who can they blame if they die? Don't forget that this is the Blackstone prison, Fong Chen said. Star and Moon nodded. Before the battle soul pool opened, Master talked to me once. Although he didn't say it directly, I could understand. This battle soul pool is indeed a test. The price for failure is death. For the latest novel update, please visit Chapter 2553. Absorb these blood balls of battle will first, Fong Chen said. Star and Moon nodded and began to absorb them. Fong Chen and the other 2 surrounded Star and Moon in a triangular formation. The warlord stood in the air above the warlord palace. His pitch-black eyes continued to stare at the void. It looked empty, but it was actually where the battle soul pool was. He could easily see through the void and see the hidden battle soul pool. He could even see what was going on inside the battle soul pool. My little disciple. When he saw Fong Chen kill the 6th disciple's 3 protectors, the corners of the warlord's mouth curled up into a smile. I was worried that she wouldn't be able to choose a better protector. I was thinking too much. With these 3 protectors, Star and Moon's life was no longer in danger in the battle soul pool. As for whether or not she could get the inheritance, that was a matter for another day. Just then, Fong Chen killed the 6th disciple with a flick of his finger. The warlord's expression changed when he saw this. He stared at the cold corpse of his disciple. After a long while, he sighed. Blackstone Prison is going to change. I can't always take care of you. Whether you live or die will depend on your abilities. Besides, at this point, the War King suddenly stopped talking. Forget it, forget it. The warlord shook his head and returned to the warlord palace. He didn't care about the battle soul pool anymore. As the warlord, he had his own worries. He wasn't as happy as the other warriors who saw his name intimidate the Blackstone prison. He returned to the battle soul pool. Star and Moon absorbed the 15 blood balls of battle will from her 6th disciple. The blood-red glow around her became even brighter. Continue. Star and Moon's red lips parted slightly, revealing her white teeth. She looked very charming. A few days later, Star and Moon had basically absorbed all the blood balls of battle will on the surface. The blood balls of battle will were in short supply. At this time, her eyes were fixed on the depths of the battle soul pool. Once you enter the depths, you will definitely fight with your other senior brothers, Fong Chen said. Star and Moon gently nodded and said, Brother Chen, you don't have to say more. I know what to do. A cold glint flashed in Star and Moon's eyes. For more than 10 years, her 6 senior brothers had been ganging up against her, especially her 3rd senior brother. He coveted her beauty and even wanted to forcibly take her when her master was away. All kinds of humiliation were engraved in his heart. This time, he would settle it in the battle soul pond. Dive. Fong Chen was at the front, Star and Moon were behind him, Ching Ho was on the left, and the barbarians were at the back. When the 4 of them reached a depth of 10,000 meters, they met 5th senior brother and 4th senior brother. Junior sister. 4th senior brother smiled sinisterly, and 5th senior brother was even more direct. Junior sister, you came at the right time. Hand over your blood balls of battle will, and let these 3 eyesores kill themselves, and we won't make things difficult for you anymore. What do you think? Star and Moon shook her head. Originally, she still had a glimmer of hope, but now her heart was very cold. The 6 guardians joined forces and surrounded Fong Chen and the other 2 in the middle. Their eyes were full of sarcasm. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you so down now? Boy, I've long disliked you. Now you can go to hell. Fong Chen and the other 2 looked at each other and divided the work clearly. They attacked at lightning speed. The barbarian swung his war hammer and smashed it on one of the guardians. Bang! The guardian's head was smashed open. Blood spurted out and a miserable scream was heard. At the same time, Fang Chen pierced the head of another guardian with his sword. The remaining 4 guardians were surrounded by 9 annihilation puppets. Although the annihilation puppets' attack power was greatly reduced in the Black Sky Bloodwater, it was more than enough to deal with these 4 guardians. How could this be? The 4 great protectors panicked. What are you waiting for? Kill them! 5th senior brother shouted. Swoosh! A beam of sword light pierced through his head. 5th junior brother. 4th senior brother shouted, his face full of horror. You dare to kill my junior brother. Master will not let you go. At this moment, 4th senior brother was also scared silly. He was stunned on the spot. Bang! The annihilation puppets joined forces and instantly killed 2 of the guardians. The remaining guardians were pierced by Fang Chen's sword. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the 6 great protectors were all dead. This sudden turn of events left 4th senior brother dumbfounded. No! He shook his head mechanically. He was scared silly. I've long disliked you. The barbarian killed him with a hammer, collected their battle spirit blood balls, and handed them to Star and Moon. The bloody scene did not make Star and Moon say anything. In just half a day, 3 of their senior brothers had died in the battle soul pool. Son of AB***, you didn't dare to do anything outside because of the warlord. How dare you be so arrogant in the battle soul pool? The barbarian kicked away 4th senior brother's corpse and cursed. If the 3 of us join forces, I'm afraid that even the 18 guardians together are no match for us, Qing Ho said with a grin. They killed 3 of the warlord's disciples, but the latter did not do anything. This made Qing Ho even bolder. He did not believe that the warlord could not see what happened in the battle soul pool. If he did not do anything, it meant that he agreed. It seems that sister-in-law has a higher position in the warlord's heart, Qing Ho thought to himself. They continued to dive deeper and deeper. Along the way, they did not run into the other 3 senior brothers, which surprised Fang Chen. Is there another world at the bottom of the battle soul pool? They helped Star and Moon quickly absorb the battle spirit blood balls. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this time, Star and Moon had absorbed enough battle spirit blood balls. Her battle spirit had become stronger. At first glance, it was like seeing a member of the Holy War tribe. There are fewer and fewer battle spirit blood balls in the battle soul pool. We need to go to the bottom, Fang Chen said. Finally, we can go down and take a look, Qing Ho said. Those 3 sons of B****. My hammer has been thirsty for a long time. The barbarian was as bad-tempered as ever. The 4 of them dived for more than 10 days before they could see the bottom of the pool. The bottom of the pool was blood-red. However, there was not a single battle spirit blood ball. Where are the battle spirit blood balls? Why are there none? The barbarian asked. Those 3 fellows must have snatched it away, Qing Ho said. Fang Chen looked around and carefully checked every inch of the water. Finally, his eyes fell on a reef. He quickly swam to the front of the reef and carefully observed it. Brother Fang, is there something wrong with this reef? The barbarian asked. Or is it a treasure? What did you see? Fang Chen didn't answer the barbarian. Instead, he turned to Qing Ho and asked. The latter said, This reef used puppet techniques. Based on my years of experience, this reef should be the head of a puppet. What? The head of a puppet? The barbarian was shocked. If the head of a puppet fell here, then the puppet must be nearby. If we find the puppet, we may be able to find those 3 guys, Qing Ho said. Blackstone Prison, in the clouds of the 9th heaven. 5 figures appeared one after another. They looked at each other and emitted violent energy. Ha ha ha, the 5 of us haven't gathered for a long time, right? The bearded old man said with a smile. Time is merciless. We're all old. King Qing, weren't you preparing to break through a while ago? How was it? Did you succeed? King Qing smiled bitterly. How can it be so easy to break through to the ancient god realm? Besides, it's not like you don't know the situation in the Blackstone prison. In the Blackstone prison, it was impossible to break through to the ancient god realm. The 5 kings knew, but there was nothing they could do. King Jean, you're going all out. The bearded old man looked at King Jean, who was a little sad. For this opportunity, you're even willing to give up your own disciples. King Jean sighed and shook his head. When I took them in as disciples, I said that they have to rely on themselves. Cultivation depends on themselves. The battle soul pool this time is a test for them. Whoever can walk out of it will be able to inherit my mantle, said the Battle King. It seems that you're ready for the final battle. You've even found your successor. Humph, so what? Your edge has been worn away by time. You've lost the heart of an expert, King Qing said coldly. Chapter 2554. Battle Soul Pool. The battle was monstrous, and the sea of blood was boundless. The huge battle soul pool was filled with black sky blood. If it wasn't for the super strong defense, the skin and flesh of ordinary people would have been corroded long ago. This bloody water is too annoying. Qing Ho was speechless. Every time he activated the meteoric black iron, it would be corroded by the black sky blood. He was very distressed. In the Blackstone prison, the origin energy was very scarce, and the annihilation puppet's self-healing ability was reduced. He was reluctant to use the annihilation puppet unless it was a last resort. Found it. Suddenly, Qing Ho's voice was heard. Fang Chen and the other 2 hurried to Qing Ho's side. In the mud, there was a tattered statue, which seemed to have been corroded by the black sky blood. It was beyond recognition, but Qing Ho still found it with his powerful puppet skills. He gently dug the mud away, and the broken statue appeared in front of them. This statue was made by a puppet master, and there is something inside. If I'm not wrong, those 3 guys should have entered the statue, Qing Ho said. Inside the statue? The barbarian was stunned. Whoosh! Qing Ho waved his hand and a puppet aura emerged. He opened the statue's entrance with a special method. A very narrow gap appeared under the statue's armpit, but it was enough for Fang Chen and the others. Let's go in. With Fang Chen in front and Star and Moon behind, the 4 of them entered the statue. Boom! As soon as they entered, they noticed the vast black sky blood surging toward them. Then, they saw densely packed battle spirit blood balls. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? The barbarian couldn't help but curl his lip. They had worked hard for a few months and only managed to accumulate a small amount of battle-will blood balls. However, there were so many of them here that they could just casually grab them. So, the battle spirit blood balls were hidden here, Qing Ho said with a smile. Fang Chen called. Star and Moon understood and began to absorb the battle spirit blood balls with all their might. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot over from afar, followed by a furious roar. Stop! Fang Chen and the others looked up and saw an old man. 3rd senior brother's protector? Fang Chen recognized him. This person was one of the protectors of his 3rd senior brother, and his strength was slightly stronger. This is not a place you should have come to. Since you've barged in, then die. The protector did not allow any explanation and attacked at lightning speed. Suddenly, he slapped out with his palm and a blade whistled through the air. Violent winds and torrential rain gathered together, forming a terrifying whirlpool that resembled a black hole. A terrifying aura burst out from within the vortex. Before the aura could spread out, the blade whistled past and pierced through the vortex. In an instant, all the power in the vortex gathered on the blade. Azura Sword Technique. Fang Chen executed the 15th move of the Azura Sword skill. Bang! The blade and the sword light collided, and a dazzling light burst out. Hiss hiss hiss. The blade seemed to contain an extremely strong corrosive force, and it was forcefully corroding the sword light. Dong! After the violent collision, the blade and the sword light exploded. The protector sneered. How dare you challenge me with such little strength? The protector leaped up and spread out his hands. 2 blood balls of fighting spirit appeared in his palms. Buzz. He squeezed hard and crushed the blood balls of fighting spirit. Violent fighting spirit surged out like the water of the Yellow River, flowing endlessly. Azura sword skill, 16th move. Fang Chen let out a soft cry and executed his strongest sword move. Buzz. The surrounding black sky blood evaporated in an instant, and a vacuum appeared in the void. The sword light that burst out from the hidden star sword carried a powerful Azura sword chi and pierced the Protector's body. I'll block it. The Protector was full of confidence. He stretched out his palm and blocked Fang Chen's sword light. Poochie. His palm was pierced, and the tip of the sword pierced through his arm and into his chest. Poochie. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. His body trembled and swayed, and his vitality dissipated. His pupils dilated, and in the blink of an eye, he was completely dead. This guy is considered one of the more difficult to deal with among the 18 protectors, the barbarian said. Since he's here, it means that the others are not far away, Qingho said. Star and Moon also gave up on absorbing the blood balls of fighting spirit. The others had passed by, but they did not absorb the blood balls of fighting spirit. This meant that there was something more attractive ahead. 10,000 li away from here, there was a wasteland. 3 senior brothers and 8 protectors were fighting against a beast. The monster had ferocious horns on its head, and its body was covered in blood thorns. Sky Sprinting Clan. Eldest senior brother's eyes were burning. It's a Sky Sprinting Clan. Master once said that an adult Sky Sprinting Clan member's strength is comparable to a top-notch Venerable, second senior brother said. We must capture this Sky Sprinting Clan member, third senior brother shouted. The 8 protectors joined forces and fought fiercely against the Sky Sprinting Clan member. This Sky Sprinting Clan member seemed to be underage, and it was seriously injured under the continuous attacks of the 8 protectors. Why isn't Protector Chiu back yet? Could it be that he encountered some problems? While the 3 of them were talking, they suddenly saw 4 people rushing toward them from afar. It's them. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and the other 3 arrived at the wasteland. That's the Sky Sprinting Clan. As Warlord's disciple, Star and Moon recognized the Sky Sprinting Clan at a glance. Then, she said anxiously, Brother Chen, we can't let them get this monster. Star and Moon's voice was urgent. Although Fang Chen did not know this monster, he seemed to understand something. Little junior sister, you came at the right time. Third senior brother's eyes were burning as he chuckled. Have you made up your mind about what I told you before? Third senior brother said shamelessly, We're well matched in terms of social status. We're a match made in heaven. As long as you're with me, I promise I won't attack those 3 guys. Third senior brother knew that Star and Moon valued Fang Chen, so he threatened him with the lives of the 3 of them. You can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to threaten others? The barbarian raised his war hammer and smashed it. Bang! Although third senior brother dodged in time, his arm was still hit by the war hammer, and blood flowed out. His face was ferocious, and he was furious. 2 protectors, kill him for me. Hearing third senior brother's angry roar, his 2 protectors retreated from the battle and surrounded the barbarian. The latter was not to be outdone. He raised his war hammer and smashed it wildly. The barbarian was fighting against 2 people. Although he was at a disadvantage, Fang Chen and Qingho were not worried at all. The barbarian's skin was thick, and his life was not in danger for the time being. Your companions are about to die, and you can still laugh. Third senior brother said coldly, but don't worry, you're next. Third senior brother pointed his finger at Fang Chen and said, I'll save you for last. I'll let you see with your own eyes how Star and Moon kneel before me and serve me. Originally, Fang Chen did not intend to kill third senior brother so quickly, but his words sped up the process of his death. You shouldn't have humiliated you or Fang Chen's aura soared. He took a step forward and arrived in front of third senior brother. Boy, you, before third senior brother could finish his sentence, Fang Chen punched him. The fist radiance, which seemed to be poured with gold, carried an extremely powerful force. With a bang, it smashed into third senior brother's head. The latter's body was imprisoned in an instant, and he could not dodge at all. Bang! Third senior brother's head shattered, and he died instantly. Young master! The two protectors, who were besieging the barbarian, saw this and cried out. While the two were distracted, the barbarian counterattacked. Bang! He smashed the injured protector to death with a hammer, and the other protector, who was about to attack the barbarian, suddenly had his head separated from his body. Not far away, Fang Chen's finger fell slowly, and there was still a trace of terrifying finger radiance around his fingertip. You dare to kill my junior brother? Eldest senior brother and second senior brother kept retreating, their hearts filled with fear. At this moment, the Skyrush clan's aura was already weak, and he was about to die. Protectors! Eldest senior brother shouted, and the remaining 6 protectors came to the two of them one after another, surrounding them in the middle. How is this possible? Eldest senior brother and second senior brother were shocked. How could Fang Chen be so powerful? He killed a protector in the blink of an eye. Wasn't he too powerful? Even the 6 protectors' eyes flickered, and they wanted to retreat. Brother, we were in the wrong before. For the sake of the warlord, let's forget about this matter. What do you think? Eldest senior brother asked, suppressing the hatred in his heart. Chapter 25:55. Hearing what first senior brother said, Fang Chen smiled faintly. He had met countless cowardly people like first senior brother since he was on the ancient sword continent. Before he showed his strength, first senior brother kept provoking him and even wanted to control his life and death. However, when he revealed his absolute strength, he kept on begging for mercy. He brought out all his backings and wanted to escape. People like him were destined to never be able to walk far on the martial path. Weren't you very cocky before? The barbarian sneered. When we were outside the Battle Souls pool, didn't you say that you would kill us all? Now that I've given you a chance, have you taken it? Facing barbarian's mockery, first senior brother smiled bitterly and felt helpless. Who would have thought that an ordinary mystic light realm cultivator could be this strong? Thinking back to how Fang Chen killed the protectors with a flick of his finger, first senior brother's body trembled as he looked at Fang Chen warily. The 6 protectors didn't dare to attack. Fang Chen's strength was close to that of a mystic light realm expert. In particular, his swordsmanship was even more astonishing. Since they weren't strong enough, they started to negotiate. First senior brother and second senior brother forced themselves to remain calm and started to negotiate with Fang Chen. Unfortunately, Fang Chen didn't want to bother with the two of them. Junior sister. The two of them looked at the star and moon, hoping that the latter would ask for mercy. Kill scum like him, Qing Ho said as he shrugged. Bang! Barbarian raised his hammer and smashed second senior brother's body, killing him instantly. You! Seeing this, the 6 protectors made up their minds and attacked together. Kill! Fang Chen understood what the 6 great guardians were thinking. They wanted to create an opportunity for chaos so that eldest senior brother and second senior brother could successfully escape. Unfortunately, their plan went awry. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, he killed one person. With 6 flicks of his finger, he killed 6 people. In the blink of an eye, only first senior brother was left. He trembled as despair filled his heart. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. Eldest senior brother had already sunk into a state of numbness. As long as he could survive, he was willing to do anything. No need. The barbarian raised his warhammer and continued to smash down. However, he was stopped by Qing Ho. Do you know why the Battle Blood Balls are all here? Qing Ho asked. According to what I know, the statue puppet was once created by an expert. After Master created the Battle Soul Pool, that expert forced his way in. After obtaining an item, he managed to escape unscathed. However, his statue was trapped here. Eldest senior brother said in horror. What else do you know? As for the rest, he didn't know the rest. Fong Chen realized that he couldn't get any useful information out of him. With a flick of his finger, he killed it. On the path of martial arts, if you were not ruthless, the one who would die in the end would be you. For martial cultivators, the greatest taboo was to let a tiger return to the mountain. Fong Chen wasn't as strong as the warlord, who could ignore everything and sweep through the Blackstone prison with his iron fist. Brother Chen, save the Skyrush clan, Star and Moon suddenly said. Hearing that, Fong Chen realized that they were besieging a demon beast. At this moment, the demon beast was crawling on the ground, covered in blood. Its eyes glanced at the approaching Star and Moon. It wanted to dodge, but it didn't have the strength. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. We're here to save you. Star and Moon tried to communicate with the Skyrush clan. The demon beast actually understood Star and Moon's words. Its eyes turned, and it no longer rejected Star and Moon. Fong Chen and the other two came to the Skyrush clan and hurriedly treated its injuries. Although its injuries are serious, it doesn't affect its life. After communicating with the Skyrush clan, they kept it in the demon ceiling tower and threw it to the demon tiger and beast. After a while, the demon tiger and beast replied, Master, don't worry. I can completely deal with this injury. Hearing that, Fong Chen nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. What's the Skyrush clan? It was the first time Fong Chen had heard of such a demon beast clan. The Skyrush clan was one of the strongest clans of the demon clan in the ancient times. Their clan was very powerful and was one of the most important clans of the demon clan, the barbarian said. Unfortunately, after the battle of the fall of the ancient gods, the Skyrush clan disappeared from the chaos void. At first, I also thought that the Skyrush clan had completely disappeared. Who would have thought that I would see them in the Blackstone prison? The barbarian exclaimed. It was unknown how many years had passed since the ancient age. The universe had been destroyed again, and the chaos void had also experienced disintegration and reorganization again and again. It was only now that things had gradually stabilized. At that time, the Skyrush clan was extremely powerful. When they reached adulthood, they could reach the combat power of a top Venerable. No one dared to provoke the Skyrush clan, who was at the peak of their power. They led the demon clan to glory. Unfortunately, after the battle of the fall of the ancient gods, the Skyrush clan was severely injured by an unknown creature, causing their clan to disintegrate. Then, the other demon clans took the opportunity to completely exterminate them. The Skyrush clan was too powerful and provoked many enemies. Moreover, they suppressed the other clans of the demon clan with their absolute strength. For various reasons, the Skyrush clan completely disappeared. Currently, only the Blackstone prison had members of the Skyrushing clan. After listening to the Star and Moon and the barbarian's explanation, Fong Chen was shocked. He did not expect the Skyrush clan to have such a powerful background. What surprised him even more was that their combat power was comparable to that of a top Venerable. Then, after cultivating for a period of time, would they be able to become an ultimate Venerable? Did an ancient god appear during the Skyrush clan's most powerful period? Fong Chen asked. The barbarian shook his head. The Skyrush clan's divine ability was too powerful. They were blessed by the heavens, but they were also limited. It was easy for their clan to reach the ultimate Venerable level. However, it was too difficult to reach the level of an ancient god. During the ancient age, when the Skyrush clan was at its peak, there were only 5 ancient gods in the clan. Those 5 ancient gods had lived for countless years and broke through the limit to become ancient god. Fong Chen nodded. Everything had its own balance. If it could not be broken, the heavens and the earth would be out of balance, the void would shatter, and the world would be destroyed. The heavens had bestowed the Skyrush clan with extraordinary talents, but they had cut off their path to becoming ancient gods. This was also relative. When you gained something, you had to lose something. Since ancient times, it was difficult to have the best of both worlds. Brother Qin, is the Skyrush clan all right? Star and Moon was very concerned. Don't worry, their lives are not in danger, Fong Qin said. In that case, I'm relieved. Let's take advantage of the time when the Skyrush clan is recovering from their injuries to look for other inheritances, Star and Moon suggested. Okay. The barbarian took the lead and ran wildly on the ground, constantly looking for inheritances. Time passed. A year later, hard work paid off. The barbarian finally found a power inheritance that was suitable for him. Although it was not the inheritance of the warlord, it was enough to support his cultivation until he reached the profound god realm. This made the barbarian wild with joy, and he immediately began to cultivate. 3 years later, Qing Ho found the inheritance left behind by the puppet master who had forced his way into the battle soul pool. Qing Ho, who happened to be at a bottleneck in the puppet realm, was very excited. 10 years later, Star and Moon finally absorbed all the blood balls of fighting spirit. Finally, they activated the inheritance left behind by the warlord and successfully accepted it. In the past 10 years, the three of them had gained a lot. Only Fong Qin did not gain anything. He did not mind. He was very happy to see their strength increase. During this time, the demon tiger and beast had also completely healed the Skyrush clan's injuries. Originally, Fong Qin planned to let the Skyrush clan stay in the demon ceiling tower to cultivate with the demon tiger and beast. Unexpectedly, the Skyrush clan refused and chose to stay with Star and Moon. Moreover, it cut its finger and automatically recognized Star and Moon as its master. You ungrateful bastard! Fong Qin curled his lips and said, Your injuries were so serious. I had to work hard to heal you. Can this bastard really have the combat strength of a top Venerable when it reaches adulthood? Qing Ho was a little doubtful. Bang! The Skyrush clan raised its leg and kicked Qing Ho's nether regions. A miserable scream came out of Qing Ho's mouth. His face twitched and he was in great pain. I'm going to kill you. Qing Ho chased the Skyrush clan all over the world. Little clan, stop fooling around. A bell-like voice spread. The naughty Skyrush clan immediately became obedient. It returned to Star and Moon's side and stuck its tongue out at Qing Ho. It's been more than 10 years. We should go back. They had obtained the warlord's inheritance, and the trip to the Battle Soul Pool was over. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2556. In front of the Battle King Palace, the sky was clear and there were no clouds in the sky. Blinding light shone on the ground, making the area around the Battle King Palace seem peaceful and quiet. Everyone knew that the Battle King continent was the Battle King's territory, and the Battle King was the absolute ruler here. No one wanted to cause trouble here. For more than 10 years, the 5 kings had been discussing important matters. The Battle King hadn't returned yet, but this didn't affect the normal operations of the Battle King Palace. Rip! A crack appeared in the sky in front of the Battle King Palace, and the Battle Soul Pool appeared. The Battle Soul Pool stood in the middle of the terrifying whirlpool, and the black sky blood water spun around, making the entire place seem eerie. Splash! A wave burst out from the blood water of the black sky and rose into the sky, forming a magnificent water pillar. There were 4 people standing on the pillar of water. It's out! Fong Qin grinned as he stood on the pillar of water and looked down. The appearance of the Battle Soul Pool shook the entire Battle King continent. All the martial artists rushed to the Battle King Palace immediately. In a short while, the Battle King Palace was completely surrounded by martial artists. The Battle Soul Pool has appeared. I wonder which of the 7 disciples obtained the Battle King's inheritance. Eldest senior brother has the highest chance of obtaining it. He's the strongest of the 7 disciples. That's right. I think so too. After all, his 3 protectors are comparable to mystic true realm cultivators. Everyone was discussing, and many people guessed that eldest senior brother had obtained the inheritance. Of course, most people thought that the youngest disciple of the Battle King, Star and Moon, had died. After all, the 6 disciples were working together against him. After entering the Battle Soul Pool, it was like 18 Mystic Light Realm Protectors fighting against him. Even if his 3 protectors were strong, they wouldn't be able to block it. "Look, there's someone on the pillar of water." Suddenly, it was Unknown who shouted. Immediately, the gazes of all the martial artists turned to look at the towering water pillar. The huge wave formed by the black sky blood water spun rapidly, forming a thick water column. Taking a closer look, there were 4 people standing on top of the water pillar. Isn't she the youngest disciple of the Battle King, the Star and Moon? Soon, someone discovered the Star and Moon. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the 4 members of Star and Moon in disbelief. What's going on? She actually came back safe and sound? He should be lucky that he didn't meet anyone else. That must be it. Otherwise, the other disciples won't let him go. After a brief moment of shock, everyone gave such a reason. Rip. The Battle Soul Pool gradually disappeared into the void. Fang Chun and the other 3 jumped down from the water pillar. After they landed on the ground, they felt countless gazes on them, surrounding them. The Battle Soul Pool disappeared? At this moment, the Battle Soul Pool closed again and disappeared. This scene set off a storm in the hearts of countless cultivators. They stared at the void, dumbfounded. What did the disappearance of the Battle Soul Pool mean? They knew this better than anyone else. Oh my God, did the other 6 disciples all die in the Battle Soul Pool? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There's something wrong with the Battle Soul Pool. With Star and Moon and his 3 useless protectors? Many people snorted, thinking that the other 6 disciples were still in the Battle Soul Pool. Rumble. Noisy noises spread throughout the entire space. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. The Battle King Palace opened. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. 5 elders appeared in the Battle King Palace. When their gazes fell on Star and Moon, a smile appeared on their faces. "Princess Yu, congratulations," one of the elders said with a smile. "I didn't expect that the most hopeless person would become the biggest winner." "Yes, I'm afraid that your 6 dead senior brothers didn't expect you to be able to turn the tables in the Battle Soul Pool. Princess Yu, don't worry. The Battle King once said that in the Battle Soul Pool, everyone will rely on their own means. If you use normal means to kill them, they can only blame themselves for being unlucky." The words of the 5 elders had undoubtedly pushed Xingyue into the teeth of the storm. What? The other 6 were all killed by Star and Moon? Why is this woman so vicious that she can even kill her own sect? What do you know? That's why the Battle King opened the Battle Soul Pool. Before, when the 6 of them teamed up to attack Star and Moon, the Battle King only turned a blind eye. The Battle King doesn't need trash. Only those who can survive the cruel competition have the right to receive his strongest inheritance. It's obvious that Star and Moon succeeded. Some people argued for Star and Moon, while others thought that the latter was too cruel. Of course, even more people were shocked. 6 disciples and 18 protectors, with such combat power, were actually no match for the Star Moon team. Where did her 3 protectors come from? There were even mystic star realm cultivators among the 3 protectors. However, such an unassuming group had defeated 18 mystic light realm protectors. Boom! Just as everyone was pondering, a mighty aura suddenly came from the distant horizon. Figures flew through the air one after another. Their bodies were filled with anger. "You'll pay with your lives for killing my young master. That's right. You'll all die." In an instant, dozens of people surrounded Fang Chen and the other 2. Their faces were filled with coldness, and their hearts were filled with anger. The 6 disciples of the Battle King usually formed their own clique. After their deaths, these people lost their backing and felt that their lives were in danger, so they came to take revenge. They didn't dare to target Star and Moon, so they turned to target Fong Chen and the other two. Enough! The elder leading the group reprimanded with a gloomy expression. Princess, you didn't break the rules. Choosing protectors was also in line with the Battle King's rules, the elder said. The elder said, your young masters also chose the same protectors, but they died. They can only blame themselves for being too weak. Don't try to cause trouble in front of the Battle King Palace. After being scolded by the elders, everyone became more restrained. A white-haired old man walked out of the crowd. He was leaning on a walking stick and was staggering a little. 5 elders. Someone recognized the white-haired old man and exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Guai? It's Mr. Guai. Mr. Guai was named because he used a cane. Under normal circumstances, an injury to the leg wasn't a big deal for a mystic true realm cultivator. However, Mr. Guai had once fought with an enemy and was injured. He didn't treat it and instead let the injury become a chronic illness, causing him to wobble when he walked. He said that every time he walked, he would remind himself not to forget his revenge. After all, it was rare for a mystic true realm cultivator to use a cane. Adding on the fact that Mr. Guai was very strong, many people would respectfully call him Mr. Guai. He had watched his eldest senior brother grow up and had high hopes for him this time. Who would have thought that his senior brother would die in the battle soul pool? How could Mr. Guai not be angry? We don't blame Princess Resentful Moon for the young master's death. However, her 3 protectors are violent and came from the outside world. We suspect that they purposely sneaked in to cause trouble. Mr. Guai said while holding his cane. Just as the 5 elders were about to speak, Qing Ho spoke first. It's really the same as the outside world. When you beat the young, the old will jump out. When you beat the old will jump out. It's all the same. Being mocked by Qing Ho, Mr. Guai was even more furious. Kid, you're too arrogant. Whoosh! Mr. Crutch suddenly waved his hand, and the crutch in his hand shot out rapidly. Gotcha! The cane pierced through the air and appeared in front of Qing Ho. The cane spun at an extremely fast speed and was even more powerful. Even a mystic true realm cultivator wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Qing Ho's face turned serious as he kept retreating. But a crisp sound was heard as a big hand appeared in front of the cane. When the cane was close to him, he grabbed it. This sudden turn of events caused the surrounding people to be shocked. Give it to me. Mr. Guava growled and a violent suction force appeared. The crutch that was being held struggled out and returned to his hand. Everyone says that Mr. Guai is unparalleled in the mystic true realm. But it turns out that it's just SOSO. Fong Chen grinned. In fact, his hand was hurting, but he was trying his best to endure the pain. Chapter 2557. You! Mr. Guai's expression was dark as everyone exclaimed. A mystic light realm cultivator was able to block Mr. Guai's attack with just his physical strength. Where did this person come from? Why is he so strong? Many people started to ask about Fong Chen's identity. The 5 elders also looked at Fong Chen with interest. Star and Moon on the side was slightly worried. Qing Ho and Barbarian both walked up and stood next to Fong Chen. Old thing, don't take advantage of your seniority. If you want to take revenge for your useless young master, just say it, Barbarian snickered coldly. Yeah, just take revenge. Why do you have to make it sound so righteous? Even I feel embarrassed for you, Qing Ho said. The 3 stood there without any fear on their faces. Mr. Guai rubbed his cane as an extremely sharp aura radiated from his body. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at the 3 and didn't hide his killing intent. It's been many years since a mystic light realm cultivator dared to challenge me, Mr. Guai snickered coldly. Some of the mystic light realm cultivators behind him were enraged. Mr. Guai, please allow us to teach these 3 arrogant fellows a lesson for you. That's right. Just 3 pieces of trash aren't worthy of Mr. Guai taking action. Mr. Guai was a hero back then. Just 3 ants. Let us take action. At this moment, Many Mystic Light Realm cultivators behind him started to beg. Mr. Guai said with disdain, "Do you see this? This is the difference. As long as I, Mr. Guai, stand here, there will be many people willing to risk their lives for me. But what about you? Although it isn't easy for you to reach such heights at such a young age. However, no one here will remember your good deeds." Mr. Guai smiled eerily and waved his hands. "Although the three of you were asked by Princess Yu to protect her, you shouldn't have killed our young master in the Battle Soul Pool. This is a capital offense." Mr. Guai looked down at Fong Chen and the others as if he was sentencing them to death. 5 elders. Star and Moon whispered to the 5 elders, begging them to speak. "Princess Yu, don't worry. These 3 protectors of yours aren't simple." The leading elder chuckled. "Perfect timing. Let's take this opportunity to see exactly how miraculous your 3 protectors are." Hearing this, Star and Moon finally relaxed. She had obtained the Battle King's inheritance from the Battle Soul Pool and was now the Battle King's only disciple. Her status had risen a lot. Since the 5 elders said that nothing would happen, then nothing would happen. "You 3 fellows, see how I'll deal with you." A Mystic Light Realm martial practitioner thought he was strong and attacked at lightning speed. Fong Chen turned to the 5 elders and asked, "5 elders, this matter is not our fault. They wanted our lives, and we had no choice but to fight back, so—" The Grand Elder waved his hand. "Life and death are up to the will of the heavens." Hearing this, Fong Chen let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, then he could go all out. "Do you really think the 3 of us are sick cats just because the tiger doesn't show its might? Eat your grandfather's hammer." The barbarian had an explosive personality. Seeing the other party attack, he raised his hammer and smashed it down. Bang! The other party's attack was instantly shattered. The barbarian's hammer didn't stop at all and smashed the other party's head. Crack! In the blink of an eye, a Mystic Light Realm martial practitioner died right in front of everyone's eyes, causing a huge commotion. At this moment, many Mystic Light Realm martial practitioners that wanted to kill Fong Chen and the other 2 retreated. This guy's physical strength is too strong. Yeah, smashing a Mystic Light Realm martial practitioner to death with one hammer. Isn't that too much? No wonder the other 6 disciples and 18 protectors all died. It's not without reason. Many martial practitioners finally understood after seeing the barbarian's domineering response. "Attack together and kill him!" A Mystic Light Realm martial practitioner roared, and dozens of them instantly surrounded the barbarian. Bang! The barbarian's hammer whistled through the air, and they instantly entered an intense battle. Fong Chen exchanged glances with Qing Ho and then flicked his finger. Whoosh! A bright light shot out of his finger and arrived in front of a Mystic Light Realm martial practitioner in an instant. Fuck off! This Mystic Light Realm martial practitioner was attacking the barbarian and didn't pay attention to it. Bang! He punched out before turning around and continuing to attack. Bam! However, the moment he turned around, he suddenly felt pain in his chest. Lowering his head, he saw that there was a hole in his chest, and blood was flowing out from it. How is this possible? His voice was hoarse and his aura was weak. He didn't even manage to finish his sentence before falling to the ground. Whoosh! Huge waves were set off on the ground. All the martial practitioners in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Killing a Mystic Light Realm martial practitioner with one finger was shocking to the eyes. Strong, too strong. So this guy is the strongest in the group. That finger just then was a stroke of genius. The hearts of many martial practitioners were filled with shock. Some of the Mystic True Realm martial practitioners squinted their eyes and seemed to have noticed something. Under the combined attacks of Fong Chen and the barbarian, 10 Mystic Light Realm martial practitioners died in just a few breaths. Patting the dust off his body, the barbarian grinned and said, "Too weak, can't take a beating." Everyone was speechless. It wasn't that the opponent was too weak, it was that the 2 of them were too strong. The other mystic light realm martial practitioners didn't dare to move. If they couldn't see the situation now, they might as well kill themselves by smashing their heads against tofu. Mr. Crutch limped forward a few steps as a dark smile appeared on his old face. He lightly shook his head and sighed. The body refinement Tao has boundless strength, and the sword Tao is exquisite. The two of you are both geniuses, but unfortunately you met me. Mr. Crutch had a hobby of killing geniuses. And then, Fong Chen said with a shrug, and then, old man, you will be beaten black and blue by us and run away. Will you change your name and hide from the world? The barbarian said. Hee. Mr. Guanzi gently wiped his walking stick, his eyes revealing a trace of coldness. Do you know why I'm called Mr. Crutch? Before the three could reply, Mr. Crutch continued. I, Mr. Crutch, have dominated the warlord continent for countless years, and no one dares to underestimate me. But today, I'm being underestimated by you three newbies? What a joke. Old man, you talk too much. Ching Ho frowned. What was this fellow trying to say by flaunting his seniority? That he was strong? Very good. Mr. Crutch nodded his head and said, If you can last 3 moves against me today, I'll let you go. But if you can't last 3 moves, then you can pay your respects to my young master. So pretentious. You make it sound like you're strong, but you're actually so weak that you can't even take 1 move, the barbarian said with disdain. Ching Ho also nodded his head in agreement. Stop bragging. You're so old and you're still limping. How dare you call yourself Mr. Crutch? Why don't you call yourself Crutch? That suits you better. No one had ever dared to talk to Mr. Crutch like that. He felt a great humiliation. All of you will die. Whoosh. The wind started to blow. It was a wild wind that blew from afar. Dust flew into the air as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A violent energy swept over. Dong. The walking stick in Mr. Crutch's hand shook violently, and the ground shook. The surrounding people retreated. Mr. Crutch was angry, and the consequences were severe. Brother Chen. Star and Moon called out worriedly. Fong Chen gave her a comforting smile. I know that many people have opinions about you and the 3 of us. I'll take this opportunity to let the world know that Er's vision is unimaginable. When the last word was said, Fong Chen's battle intent surged. Crack. Wherever Mr. Crutch's walking stick passed, the ground cracked. He leaped and approached the barbarian, swinging the walking stick in his hand. Dong. The barbarian swung his war hammer and collided with Mr. Crutch's walking stick. A shocking collision occurred. Thump. Thump. The barbarian's body quickly retreated. He felt that his entire arm was numb. It hurts. The barbarian curled his lips, and his face became serious. Too weak. Mr. Crutch looked down and mocked. Then, he pointed the walking stick in his hand at Fong Chen, and the wind howled. Chapter 2558. See La. Fong Chen's figure quickly faded and disappeared into the void. Crack. Mr. Guai's cane missed and his expression changed. His divine sense wasn't able to find Fong Chen's trace. Humph. Mr. Guai harumphed coldly as his gaze fell on Barbarian and Ching Ho. Now, Fong Chen's spacetime collapse art had already reached the strongest level. Once he hid in the void, even the 5 elders at the mystic god realm wouldn't be able to find him, let alone Mr. Guai. This guy's movement technique is incredible. Powerful, truly powerful. Just this skill alone is enough for him to do whatever he wants in the Blackstone prison. Yeah, we know he's hiding in the void, but we can't find him with our divine sense. The 5 elders sighed. Unless the battle monarch comes, no one will be able to find him. Who? Mr. Guai's cane was very powerful. He waved it 3 times and forced Barbarian to retreat. Barbarian's throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Old man, you're only SOSO. Barbarian wiped the blood from his mouth and laughed crazily. He was able to block Mr. Guai's attacks with his mystic light realm cultivation. Normal people wouldn't be able to do this. Watch as I shatter your physical body. That's what you get for being so arrogant. Mr. Guai stepped forward and closed in on Barbarian. Whoosh! Just as he raised his walking stick, a majestic sword light burst out from the void. Mr. Guai felt a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't help but change the path of his cane to block the sword light behind him. Crack! The sword light clashed with the cane and exploded. You're courting death. Fong Chen attacked, but Mr. Guai found his hiding spot. Mr. Guai flew over and waved his cane, his power reaching its peak. Voila! Fong Chen appeared with the hidden star sword in his hand and the 10,000 sword domain as he used the 16th move of the Shura sword art. The dazzling sword light burst out from the hidden star sword as if it could split the heaven and earth. Dong! Before the sword light and the walking stick collided, Fong Chen's mind trembled, and traces of will emerged. The way of controlling soldiers. 1. With Fong Chen as the center, everyone within a radius of 100 li felt the strange movements of their weapons. Every single weapon was swaying. Condense. Fong Chen's eyes focused on the walking stick as he uttered a single word. Suddenly, the menacing walking stick was confined in the void. After a short while, Mr. Crutch was shocked to find that he had lost control of his crutch. What secret technique is this? Mr. Guava turned pale with fright. However, this scene only lasted for a breath. Whoosh! The resplendent sword light bypassed the crutch and pierced towards Mr. Guai. Hoo! The powerful sword light forced Mr. Guai's body to retreat instantly. Boom! When the sword light exploded in front of Mr. Guai, causing him to be in a sorry state, the trapped crutch finally returned to its original state. However, the majestic power in the crutch had disappeared. In just a breath's time, such a shocking change had occurred. Mr. Guai's heart was shaken. The weapons of the surrounding people also returned to normal. They were dumbfounded and shocked speechless. In front of the Warlord Palace, the 5 elders stared straight at Fong Chen. Suddenly, the leading elder said, I see. What's wrong? The other elders asked. I have been wondering what method this kid used to imprison Mr. Guai's walking stick. Now I finally know. The leading elder took a deep breath and said, The way of controlling soldiers. Hearing this, the other elders were completely stunned. For many of the surrounding martial artists, their memories were too distant and they were unfamiliar with the way of controlling soldiers. But for the 5 elders, it was not unfamiliar at all. The way of controlling soldiers of Bing Wu honored master? This guy is not simple. After a long time, several people sighed. Mr. Guai's face gradually returned to normal as he held his walking stick. His face was ferocious and his eyes were scarlet. He had fallen into a state of madness. Very good. It has been a long time since someone forced me, Mr. Guai, to this point. The 3 of you should be proud. As he spoke, Mr. Guai's body released a wild power. The walking stick in his hand was actually expanding. What a strong power! Mr. Guai is going to use his trump card. Many people exclaimed. Star and Moon was also a little worried. On the other hand, the 5 elders were curious as to how Fong Chen would block Mr. Guai's strongest attack. Fong Chen and the other 2 looked at each other and then walked together. Looking at Mr. Guai, who had fallen into madness, Qing Ho smiled and said, Are you curious why I, a mysterious Star Realm martial artist, have the courage to provoke you? Qing Ho had not made a move. Everyone thought that Qing Ho was protected by the 2 in the Warlord Soul Pool. Now that Qing Ho said this, everyone's eyelids twitched. Although we can't defeat you, you won't be able to defeat us either. As soon as Qing Ho's voice fell, the aura around him instantly became stronger. Whoosh! 9 consecutive black shadows burst out from the Summer Ring, forming a joint battle formation and surrounding the furious Mr. Guai. It's useless. You're all going to die. Mr. Guai's face was ferocious as he said coldly. Take a closer look. Qing Ho pointed at the 9 black shadows. Mr. Guai turned his head and was stunned for a moment. He immediately shook his head and continued to look. Impossible, Mr. Gwai exclaimed, and the expanding walking stick in his hand also stopped. Everything seemed to be still. Those are puppets condensed from meteorite iron? The 5 elders completely understood. This was probably the reason why the 3 of them were not afraid of Mr. Gwai. It was indeed so. With meteorite puppets, and 9 of them at that, Mr. Gwai could not do anything to them. It turned out that they had something to rely on from the beginning, and it was not a hot-blooded decision. Rip! The expanding walking stick shrank instantly like a deflated balloon and fell into Mr. Gwai's palm. He leaned on the walking stick, his body looking a little old. The ferocity on his face disappeared and was replaced by loneliness. The arrogant Mr. Gwai had suddenly become like this. No one had expected this. Although we can't kill you, you can't kill us either. Fong Qin shrugged. Can the battle end now? His tone sounded like he was asking Mr. Gwai, but it was an affirmative tone. The battle was already over. Qing Ho controlled the 9 annihilation puppets and prepared for battle. Mr. Gwai turned his head and grinned, as if he was mocking himself. Then, he shook his head and said, "From now on, Mr. Gwai is no more in this world." After that, he staggered away step by step, leaning on his walking stick. The 9 meteorite puppets did not attack him and allowed him to leave alone. When everyone saw the lonely Mr. Gwai, especially when they heard his last sentence, "Mr. Gwai is no more in this world," they felt a sense of loss. Mr. Gwai was defeated. It was a shocking scene. Mr. Gwai, who was in the mystic true realm and famous in the Blackstone prison, was defeated by 3 people who were far weaker than him. The hearts of the surrounding people were filled with shock. I've lived for 1,000,000 years. Today's battle really made me gasp in amazement. Even Mr. Gwai was defeated. If the 3 of them worked together, would they be invincible in the mystic true realm? They're too strong. This is a true battle of the pinnacle. Compared to them, Warlord's 6 disciples are nothing. Many people woke up from the shock and sighed. Qing Ho put away the meteorite puppet. Star and Moon walked to Fong Chen's side. Her face was full of sweet smiles. Brother Chen. The 5 elders looked at the 3 people in front of them with complicated expressions, not knowing what to say. Above the Warlord Palace, in the clouds, the Warlord stood there silently, his pitch-black eyes looking down at the ground. When the Warlord's soul pool opened, he sensed it and returned from the gathering of the 5 kings. He happened to see the battle between Mr. Gwai and the 3 people. He did not show himself but watched in the dark. Meteorite puppets. Warlord nodded slightly. His gaze swept across the 3 people, and his heart was in turmoil. The barbarian's physical strength is strong, but his potential is limited. Qing Ho's puppetry is unparalleled, but it's just a side path. He's just borrowing the power of the meteorite black iron. The one who really moved Warlord was Fong Qin. This kid's swordsmanship is unparalleled, and he has never combined the Shura sword way, myriad sword body, and weapon-controlling art in one person. His potential is the highest among the 3. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2559. Mr. Guava had come in a strong manner and left in a sorry state. No one could understand how Mr. Guava felt when he left. Ever since he became Mr. Guava, he had never suffered such a defeat. If he had used his full strength, the 3 of them would not have been able to do anything to him. However, to an expert like him, this was a failure. Furthermore, it was a complete failure. That sentence, "Mr. Guava no longer exists in this world," had stirred the hearts of countless people. However, just as some experts had said, people would only remember the victors. Losers, no matter how dazzling they were, would be forgotten once they failed. For example, just a minute ago, the crowd was still lamenting that Mr. Guava no longer exists in this world. The next minute, the crowd's eyes fell on the 3 of them. Their performance today was dazzling enough. It would not be long before their name would spread throughout the Warlord continent and even the Blackstone prison. The faces of the 5 elders revealed brilliant smiles. Just as they were chatting with each other, the head elder's mind suddenly trembled. His face instantly turned serious. He waved his hand and said, "Today's matter ends here. Disperse." Since an abstruse god realm honorable elder had spoken, the crowd did not dare to delay. Even though they wanted to make friends with Fang Chen, they still retreated. In the blink of an eye, the crowd of onlookers had all retreated. The area in front of the Warlord Palace was empty. There were only the 5 elders and the 4 from the Star and Moon Palace. "The 3 of you, please follow me." Fang Chen and the other 2 looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. That was the Warlord Palace. Even the Warlord's generals were not qualified to enter. How could the 5 elders invite them in? Could it be, suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Could it be that everything they had done was under the Warlord's watch? The battle in front of the Warlord Palace quickly spread throughout the Warlord continent. After every martial artist heard this, their hearts were incomparably shaken. Mr. Guava no longer exists in this world. Even though most of the warriors did not personally witness it, they could hear the helplessness in Mr. Guava's words. An expert at the limit of the abstruse true realm, an invincible existence in the abstruse true realm. Yet, he was defeated by 3 brat. That's great. I knew that the 3 of them weren't ordinary people. Sooner or later, they would soar into the sky. When he heard the news, he was extremely excited. Beside him was the number 1 general. The latter glanced indifferently at Baihe and said, "Don't be too happy just yet. The warlord hasn't declared his position yet. Those 3 friends of yours have all killed his personal disciples." "Master, are the words of the 5 elders not enough to represent the battle king?" Baihe asked. The number 1 battle general shook his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the blue sky. No one could guess the Battle King's actions. When the disciples of the Wuji sword sect in the Zhanlan district heard the news, they laughed maniacally. They were very proud to have such a senior brother. Many martial artists who had once bullied them hid far away after seeing them. "Fang Chen is my senior brother." Once upon a time, they were so humiliated that they did not even dare to say that they were disciples of the Limitless Sword sect. But now, they could proudly say that Fang Chen was their senior. Many warriors in the Zhanlan district purposely avoided the disciples of the Limitless Sword sect. When the 2nd general in charge of the Zhanlan district heard the news, he was stunned for a long time. "This guy." The 2nd general shook his head and smiled bitterly. While Fang Chen and the others' names were spreading across the Warlord continent, the 3 of them followed the Star and Moon into the Warlord Palace. It was the core of the Warlord continent and the place with the most authority. Only with the Warlord's permission could one enter. As soon as they entered the Warlord continent, they could feel a majestic energy pressing down on them. "What a strong battle intent!" Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. The battle intent of the Warlord Palace was so strong that it was comparable to the Hallowed Tribe. Sometimes, Fang Chen wondered if the Warlord was also a cultivator of battle intent. Otherwise, why would he be so full of battle intent? In a battle between experts, battle intent was often the deciding factor. The Warlord Palace was very simple, but it gave off a very oppressive feeling. The 5 elders took their seats in a row below, with Xing Yu and the other 3 standing in the middle. Fang Chen and the others did not notice at all that a black shadow had appeared on the throne at the very top. "The Warlord." "Greetings, Warlord," the 5 elders said in unison. "Greetings, Master," the Star and Moon said softly. Fang Chen and the other 2 hurriedly bowed and cried out. Inside the black shadow, the Warlord's eyes fell on the Star and Moon, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. You did well," the Warlord said. "Thank you, Master, for your praise," the Star and Moon said. "Your 6 senior brothers have always been against you, thinking that I am biased towards you. However, they have never found the root of the problem. This is also one of the reasons why they died in the Battle Soul Lake," the Warlord continued. Since you have received my inheritance, from today onward, you are my only disciple. I have high hopes for you, and I hope that you can bring glory to my lineage." From the warlord's words, it was clear that he doted on the star and moon very much, and he also thought highly of her. "I will definitely work hard," the star and moon said softly, nodding. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt a wave of pressure on him. He looked up and realized that the warlord was looking at him. Fang Chun felt a lot of pressure from being stared at by a limit Venerable. "The three of you are quite bold. You actually dared to kill my disciple," the warlord said in a low voice. The star and moon was a little anxious. She hurriedly explained, "Master, it was the senior brothers who attacked first. Brother Chun was forced to attack." "Senior warlord, within the rules, we are allowed to do anything that is beneficial to you. Therefore, I don't think that we have broken the rules." Hearing this, the expressions of the 5 elders changed drastically. No one had ever dared to talk back to the warlord, not even the 5 of them. For a moment, they were all worried for Fang Qin. Even the barbarian and Qing Ho, who had explosive personalities, became weak. The star and moon gently pulled Fang Chen's sleeve, indicating that he should apologize to the warlord. However, Fang Chen was unmoved. His gaze was fixed on the black fog on the throne. Suddenly, the warlord palace fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The star and moon were very anxious, and Qing Ho's forehead was covered in sweat. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The warlord's voice was heard again. "Senior warlord, if you want to kill me, you can do it with a thought," Fang Chen said frankly. Hearing this, the warlord's serious face actually cracked into a smile. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's been a long time since I've met a young person like you." His words were full of praise for Fang Chen. The 5 elders' hearts were pounding violently. The star and moon heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that their master was not going to make things difficult for Brother Chun. The Azura sword principle, the body of 10,000 swords, the way of armaments. Behind each technique, there is the shadow of a supremacy. Should I say that you're lucky, or should I say that you're lucky? Luck and luck were 2 completely different things. This was especially true for a powerhouse like the Battle King. Luck was nothing to them. What they truly valued was luck. Since ancient times, many geniuses had been blessed with great luck. The stronger the luck, the higher the upper limit of their growth. It was no exaggeration to say that a young warrior with the shadow of 3 supremacies was almost invincible among the younger generation. In fact, the warlord did not know that Kanglin and Daiyun were created by supremacy Kanglin. More importantly, the illusory sword in his mind was a supreme treasure that could help one reach the level of an ancient god. Of course, there was also the inheritance of an ancient god, Great Emperor Su Xian, and the mysterious sky cone nail. No matter how strong the warlord was, he was not an ancient god. Therefore, he could not see the inheritance of Great Emperor Su Xian. As expected of the warlord, one of the 5 great kings of the Blackstone prison. "Your eyesight is truly admirable." Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. "However, an external force is still an external force. The help others can give you is not as good as your own strength." "Good ha!" The warlord laughed and cheered for Fang Chen's words. "I admire you very much. Through my observation of you, I found that your understanding of martial arts is very deep. You don't seem like a guy who has cultivated for less than 10,000 years. Chapter 2560. The 5 elders' expressions changed. Fang Chen actually had so many tricks up his sleeve. Xingyu, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. It was the best that her master and her husband could get along so peacefully. "What about you? Your physical body's potential isn't bad, but you might stop at the mystic god realm," the Battle King said to the barbarian. Hearing this, the barbarian's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He had a certain level of understanding of his own potential. It wasn't that easy to reach the ancient god realm. Becoming a sovereign was already pretty good. As for you, puppetry is very strong, and you'll definitely improve in the future. The Battle King looked meaningfully at Qing Ho. In the near future, there might be a puppet sovereign. A puppet sovereign. In the entire primal chaos void, there wasn't anyone who had become a sovereign through puppetry. If Qing Ho could become a venerable one in the path of puppets, it would be a first. Overall, the three of you have pretty good potential. The War King paused for a moment and said, I didn't call all of you here to chat. I have something to tell all of you. Glancing at the three of them, Battle King continued, 100 years from now, the 5 great forces of the Blackstone prison will select 3 cultivators with the greatest potential to compete and learn from each other. Are you willing to represent my Battle King continent? Hearing this, Fong Chun and the others looked at each other. There were many experts in the Blackstone prison. Mystic Light Realm cultivators weren't much, and there were countless Mystic True Realm cultivators. There were also many Mystic God Realm sovereigns. If the three of them fought, they would be courting death. If it was anyone else, they would have already excitedly agreed to the Battle King's invitation. However, Fong Chen and the others weren't in a hurry to agree. Instead, they waited for the Battle King's next words. I can only say that this competition is your chance, the Battle King said mysteriously. The Battle King said mysteriously, if you can win the final battle, you will most likely be able to leave the Blackstone prison. At this moment, the expressions of Fong Chen and the others finally changed. Leaving the Blackstone prison was everyone's dream. Really? The barbarian could not help but ask. The competition in 100 years is related to the plan of the 5 kings, so I can't tell you the details for now. However, all you need to know is that if you win this battle, you will have a chance to leave Blackstone prison, even though the chances are slim. The breathing of Fong Chen and the other two quickened. Even if the chances were slim, it was still better than none. Of course, there are as many experts as there are clouds in the Blackstone prison, and in the battle 100 years later, there will even be profound God Realm warriors. With your current strength, it is obviously not realistic to want to fight against profound God. However, I will do everything I can to raise your cultivation to the limit of the Mystic Light Realm. As for whether you can step into the Mystic True Realm, that will depend on your luck. With that, the black ball of light on the throne disappeared. In a garden, a handsome man was sitting on a stone bench. Have you decided? The handsome man smiled when he saw the warlord slowly walking over. I say, King Wu, I really can't stand your current appearance, the warlord said as he curled his lips. No matter what, you're much older than me. Why do you like to change your appearance to a younger one? The handsome man in front of him was one of the 5 kings in the Blackstone prison, King Wu. King Wu's strength was slightly above the other 4 kings. In the meeting between the 5 kings, only King Wu had the same thoughts as the warlord. I've decided. The warlord nodded his head. His expression became heavy when he mentioned this topic. Don't you think you're being a bit reckless? King Wu said. The warlord shook his head. Although the barbarian and Qing Ho's potential is a bit weaker, it's impossible for Fong Chen to leave them behind. Furthermore, the 3 of them can unleash a lot of power if they work together. Seeing this, King Wu did not say anything else and lightly nodded his head. Humph, the 3 of them didn't listen to the 2 of us and insisted on choosing experts to participate in the competition. They'll definitely regret it, the warlord harumphed coldly. After accepting the warlord's invitation, Fong Chen and the other 2 stayed with the Star and Moon in the warlord palace. They cultivated together every day. One had to say that after the warlord's modifications, the origin energy in the warlord palace had become a lot denser. Qing Ho used this chance to repair the annihilation puppet, and Fong Chen also worked hard on his cultivation. The warlord also fulfilled his promise and would come to guide the 3 of them in their cultivation every once in a while. The first to break through was Fong Chen. He had been in the Mystic Light Realm for a long time, and he had accumulated enough. Under the warlord's guidance, He quickly broke through to the middle stage of the mystic light realm. After that, the barbarian also broke through. One day, the warlord came to where the three of them were cultivating. Whoosh! The warlord waved his hand and threw a scroll to Fang Qin. I saw that you've cultivated the innate soul reversal technique. This is for you, the warlord said. Fang Qin opened the scroll and was instantly dumbfounded. On the scroll, there were 5 bold and powerful words: innate soul reversal technique. Furthermore, this was the most complete version. The innate soul reversal technique that Fang Qin had obtained before was incomplete. There were 5 levels in total, and he had cultivated all of them. Afterwards, he lacked the rest of the chant and was unable to cultivate it. Something's wrong. After looking closely, Fang Qin was shocked to find that the scroll that the warlord gave him was different from the innate soul reversal technique. After looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't understand what was going on. In the end, it was the warlord who explained. The innate soul reversal technique that you've cultivated is too weak. This is my improved version, the warlord said. However, if you want to cultivate the improved version, you'll have to cultivate the old version to completion first. Thank you, Senior Warlord. Fang Qin thanked him excitedly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the innate soul reversal technique wholeheartedly. Don't panic. You two have it too. The warlord casually threw out 2 scrolls. When the barbarian and Qing Ho opened them, they were both dumbfounded. Come with me. The warlord took Star and Moon away, leaving behind the 3 who were cultivating crazily. In the garden. Master, why did you ask to come here? Star and Moon walked into the garden with light steps. The warlord turned around and stared at Star and Moon. There were obvious changes in his expression. Have you ever thought about leaving this place one day? The warlord asked. I used to think about it, but after meeting Brother Chen, I stopped thinking about it. Wherever Brother Chen is, you will be there, Star and Moon replied. If both of you have the chance to leave the Blackstone prison, will you leave? The warlord continued asking. Star and Moon was puzzled. Why would her master ask her these questions? Seeing that Star and Moon didn't answer, the warlord said, If you return to the chaotic void, will you forget everything that happened in the Blackstone prison? Will you even forget about your master? Star and Moon hurriedly shook her head. How can that be? Master treats me like a father. If it wasn't for him, you would have died in the Blackstone prison long ago. The warlord nodded at Star and Moon's words. All right, you can go back and cultivate. Star and Moon was very confused, but she still left. The warlord's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he watched the latter's departing figure. The 5 of them had spent their entire lives trying to leave the Blackstone prison. I hope our plan succeeds, the warlord said. Sometimes he would feel lonely at the top, especially when the 5 of them were the only ones in the vast Blackstone prison. There was no challenge at all. They lived in eternal darkness and loneliness until their bloodlines dried up. This wasn't the life they wanted. They could have easily become ancient gods and enjoyed the feeling of conquering the chaotic void. But all of this was locked away by the Blackstone prison. Therefore, they were willing to pay any price to leave. This time, they were going to give it their all. If they failed, they would sink into endless darkness. As time passed, the atmosphere in the territories of the 5 kings in the Blackstone prison grew more and more solemn. The meetings of the 5 kings became more and more frequent. Almost every once in a while, they would have a meeting. Each meeting would last for several months. Every time the discussion ended, a hint of hope would appear on everyone's faces. Fang Qin was also completely immersed in the sea of soul path. Cultivating the innate soul reversal technique was even easier. In just a year, he'd reached the 8th level and even touched the threshold of the 9th level. So this is the soul path. After a brief moment of enlightenment, he continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Chapter 2561. The martial Tao was dry and boring. If one wanted to reach the peak, they had to be able to endure the loneliness. After entering the Blackstone prison, he didn't have a cultivation environment like this. Furthermore, he could receive pointers from the Battle King. Fang Chen's life was quite comfortable. Boom. His Yuan soul shook as a berserk Tao of the soul surged out. The aura of the soul Tao around Fang Chen's body rose to the peak. Qing Ho and Barbarian also stopped cultivating and looked at Fang Chen. So strong, Barbarian said. Dong. A boundless soul Tao spear appeared above Fang Chen's head. There were specks of golden light on this soul Tao spear. These specks of golden light looked simple, but they were the core of the innate soul reversal technique. Whoosh! The soul Tao spear carried invincible power as it shot into the distance. Rip! Space shattered and the sky shook. Fang Chen let out a breath after successfully cultivating the innate soul reversal technique to the 9th level. If it was before, Fang Chen would be overjoyed, but he wasn't anymore. With his current strength, the innate soul reversal technique couldn't increase his strength by much. His true goal was the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. Continue cultivating. Cultivating day and night would eventually pay off. Under the Battle King's pointers, Barbarian was the first to reach the peak of the Mystic Light Realm. Next was Fang Chen. When he reached the peak of the Mystic Light Realm, he had also mastered the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. His soul Tao attacks were comparable to his physical attacks, and it could be considered one of his trump cards. Qing Ho was the last to break through. The three of them broke through and reached the Battle King's expectations. Within the courtyard, the Battle King looked at the three and nodded in satisfaction with a smile on his face. Not bad. He had once said that he could help the three of them reach the peak of the Mystic Light Realm in 100 years. As for reaching the Mystic True Realm, they still needed an opportunity. How do you feel? The Battle King asked. I feel like my body is filled with power. I can kill a mysterious realm warrior with one punch. Barbarian said excitedly. My control over the annihilation puppet has improved. My own strength is now comparable to a normal mystic realm warrior. If you use the annihilation puppet at full power, you won't need to fear anyone in the profound true realm. What about you? When Qing Ho finished speaking, the warlord's gaze landed on Fang Chen. The latter grinned. In 100 years, he had not only mastered the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. Furthermore, his myriad sword body had broken through to the limit of level 10, and his physical strength had far surpassed that of the barbarians. The latter had even called Fang Chen a freak. Most importantly, he had thoroughly comprehended the Azura sword Tao. The illusory sword in his mind had already been depleted by 1/10. With the help of the illusory sword, Fang Chen made 4 moves in a row. Up until now, the Azura sword skill had reached 20 moves. Although he wasn't sure how strong he was, Fang Chen felt that if he used his full strength, he would be able to compete with a mysterious god realm sovereign. Normal sovereigns shouldn't be a problem. His words were filled with confidence. Not bad. I didn't misjudge you guys, the warlord said. What he valued was their potential. This competition is very important. Mysterious god realm sovereigns will also participate. As for how to defeat your opponents, it will depend on the three of you, the warlord said. His meaning was clear. Sometimes, fighting wasn't just about strength, but also about intelligence. There's still more than a year before the competition. You guys should use this time to train, the warlord said. At the edge of the warlord continent, Rip, a whirlpool appeared in the air, and a terrifying aura spread out. Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen and the other two quickly flew over and floated in the air, staring at the terrifying whirlpool. A moment later, a head popped out of the whirlpool and a beast walked out. After chasing you for several days, I finally caught you, the barbarian said with a cold smile as he waved his hammer. Foolish humans, how dare you ruin this king's business? Go to hell. This beast had come here from another king's territory. In King Qing's territory, he made a mistake and was hunted down, so he fled to the warlord's territory. Since coming here, he had relied on his tyrannical strength and unpredictability to kill innocent martial artists. After the warlord learned of this, he immediately ordered Fang Chen and the other two to attack. This beast's ability to escape through the void was very strong. Fang Chen and the other two felt like they were chasing after a disciple of the void race. Even the space-time collapse technique couldn't catch up to the beast. However, after several days of tracking, they finally found it. The three of them surrounded the demonic beast in the middle. Stupid! Seeing the barbarian come over with his hammer, the beast sneered. Dong! The violent power passed through the warhammer and bombarded the monster's body. Bang! The strong rebounding force sent the barbarian flying. However, the barbarian's powerful force also smashed a piece of flesh from the beast. Damn humans! The beast was completely enraged. He roared and attacked with lightning speed. Shura sword technique, 17th move. Fang Chen performed the 17th move of the Shura sword technique. This was a new move he created and was extremely powerful. Whoosh! The vast sword light pierced the beast's body and then dissipated. After that, Fang Chen performed the 18th and 19th moves of the Shura sword technique in succession. At the same time, Qing Ho controlled the annihilation puppets to entangle the beast, giving Fang Chen a lot of time. Poochie! 2 streaks of sword light pierced through the demonic beast's defense and severed its arm. Roar! The beast roared angrily and punched away an annihilation puppet. However, it was soon entangled by other annihilation puppets. Shura sword technique, 20th move. Finally, a big move. This was his trump card. After releasing this move, the illusory sword in Fang Chen's mind also vibrated a little. Rip! No matter how hard the beast tried to resist, it was still easily pierced by the hidden star sword. Roar! The 20th move of the Shura sword technique was extremely destructive. The beast's internal organs were instantly crushed. Its life force was fading away, and its huge body was swaying. Dong! In the end, it was killed by the 9 annihilation puppets. Whoosh! Seeing this, Fang Chen and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. This was their first time fighting a profound God realm honorable beast. Although it was only at the early stage of the profound God realm, it was enough for them to be on guard. I used to think that a profound God realm honorable was unreachable. Now I feel that it's just SOSO. The barbarian laughed. Don't be careless. A profound God realm honorable has been cultivating for too long. Their means are too incredible, Qing Ho reminded. Fang Chen nodded and said, That's right. This profound God realm beast that we encircled this time is considered lucky. If it was a human honorable, he wouldn't have let us attack like this. Fighting a profound God realm beast for the first time gave Fang Chen a great feeling. Any profound God realm honorable had a unique method that was extremely powerful. It was just that this beast in front of them underestimated its opponent too much and died before it could display its power. At the same time, it also made Fang Chen and the other two realize the cruelty of the competition a year later. We have cultivated for too short a time. If we can cultivate for billions of years, we will definitely become ancient gods. The barbarian's heroic spirit soared to the sky. Fang Chen and Qing Ho rolled their eyes at him and left with the beast's body. A profound God realm beast's entire body was a treasure. Its internal organs, skin, and so on could all be used as cultivation resources. At night, the fire shone brightly. Fang Chen and the other two sat in front of the fire and roasted meat. Qing Ho tore a mouthful of roasted meat and chewed a few times and said, You brat, your brain is not good, but your roasted meat is very fragrant and delicious. You're the one with a bad brain. The barbarian snorted and glared. Ha! The three laughed heartily. The 5 great kings gathered once again to discuss the competition that would take place a year later. The restrictions of the Blackstone prison are getting weaker and weaker. This is more beneficial for our plan a year later. King Wu glanced at the other four and said in a deep voice, "We must succeed this time. We have stayed in this damned place for too long," King Qing said. "We have spent our whole lives for this one time. Let's do it." The other two kings said. King Zhan pondered and said, "Although the restrictions are weakening, we must not be careless. We must be well prepared. We have waited for countless years, and this is not the time to waste." Chapter 2562. The Centennial Tournament was around the corner and the 5 great kings had already selected their participants. King Wu and King Zhan had the same opinion. The 3 participants they selected were all from the younger generation. Although their cultivation wasn't strong, their potential was heaven-defying. They were experts who had the potential to become ancient gods in the future. Other than that, the 3 great kings, led by King Qing, chose some honorables. Some of them were even top honorables. This was what King Zhan had told Fang Chen and the other 2. Their opponents weren't just mysterious True Realm martial artists, but also mysterious God Realm honorables. He told them to be prepared. After cultivating for 100 years, Fang Chen and the other 2's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It would be very difficult for them to improve. At this time, the 3 of them chose to gather their strength in every corner of the Warlord continent. After killing the mysterious God Realm honorable beast for the first time, the 3 of them had been traveling everywhere. However, they hadn't encountered any honorables. After all, there weren't many honorables in the Blackstone prison. Moreover, many human honorables didn't provoke them at all. The 3 of them couldn't casually attack others. They hadn't encountered any mysterious God Realm honorables, but they had encountered many mysterious True Realm martial artists. Under the 3's joint attack, the mysterious True Realm martial artists couldn't resist at all. If God blocked them, they would kill God. If Buddha blocked them, they would kill Buddha. In the past year, wherever they went, people would tremble in fear. Right now, their legacies were being spread all over the Warlord continent. The Mystic Light Trio, this was the name that many cultivators had given to them. In just a year, the Mysterious Light Trio had become famous in the Warlord continent. They weren't any weaker than some mysterious God Realm honorables. King Zhan saw all of this and was very happy. He believed that he had made the right choice. In the quiet Blackstone prison, there was an undercurrent. As the day of the tournament approached, every martial artist felt a trace of pressure. The 5 great kings paid close attention to the changes in the Blackstone prison. At the same time, they were also waiting for the tournament to arrive. Finally, under the anticipation of everyone, the grand competition arrived. The location of the tournament was in King Wu's territory. King Wu's palace, the core of the Warlord continent. It was also the largest area. This place was very prosperous and could be considered the core area of Blackstone prison. Although the 5 great kings were equally famous, in the eyes of outsiders, the 5 of them were equally powerful. However, only the other 4 great kings knew that the martial king's strength surpassed theirs. Under the premise that they were at the same level, none of them were a match for the martial king in a one-on-one battle. But King Wu kept a low profile and never talked about these things. The other 4 martial kings were convinced that the martial imperial palace had organized this competition. On this day, the warlord led Fang Chen's group, as well as his only disciple, Star and Moon, to the martial royal city. "Is this the martial imperial city?" Fang Chen and the other 2 exclaimed when they saw the bustling city in the distance. It was said that the Blackstone prison's environment was terrible and there were almost no buildings. But now, it seemed that it wasn't that they didn't have the building, but that they didn't have the ability to do so. Apart from the 5 great kings, the others could not even obtain cultivation resources, let alone construct buildings. How glorious! Even Star and Moon was a little surprised. "Let's go, they should all be here." The warlord's face was calm as he took a step forward and arrived in front of the martial imperial city in an instant. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he saw this. He muttered in his heart, This should be the legendary ruler of heaven and earth, right? As soon as they entered the martial imperial city, they could feel the martial aura that assaulted their nostrils. Looks like this martial king is not simple. Just by the violent martial aura in the martial imperial city, they could tell that the martial imperial city was not simple. Warlord. Not far away, a man in green appeared and called out when he saw the warlord. He did not purposely emit any aura, but it gave Fang Chen and the others a sense of oppression. King Qing. The warlord nodded and looked behind King Qing. As expected, the people he brought were all profound God Realm sovereigns. That profound Star Realm martial artist should be King Qing's disciple, right? Fang Chen thought. Other than King Qing's disciple, there were 3 other old men with sharp auras. They were obviously profound God Realm sovereigns. Warlord, you will regret this. King Qing and the warlord exchanged a few words, then looked at Fang Chen and the others and said coldly. Hearing this, the warlord grinned and ignored King Qing. He turned around and walked toward the Martial Imperial Palace. The Martial Imperial Palace was located in the center of the Martial Imperial City. In front of the Martial Imperial Palace, there was a huge square. Countless cultivators crowded around the square, leaving no gaps for them to leak out. There are so many people. Fang Chen and the others heard the cheers. They saw the excited faces of the martial artists. It seemed like the centennial competition was much grander than they had imagined. Warlord, King Qing. King Wu appeared on the main stage and called out to the warlord and King Qing. Fang Chen raised his head and was surprised to find 2 old men sitting beside King Wu. The 5 kings. When King Qing and King Zhan arrived on the main stage, the martial artists below exclaimed. The 5 kings had finally gathered. The last time they appeared in front of everyone was 10,000 years ago. Every action of the 5 kings would cause a heated discussion among the martial artists below. King Wu, you'll be the host. The other 4 kings recommended King Wu to be the host of the competition. King Wu nodded and stood up. He looked around and waved his hand for everyone to be quiet. Instantly, the noisy square quieted down. Everyone, the centennial competition is a competition that will change the structure of the Blackstone prison. It's very important, King Wu said slowly. Fang Chen's black eyes swept across the 5 kings. He was shocked. As expected of the 5 kings. When will we be able to reach their level? Barbarian said enviously. Are you kidding? You won't be able to reach their level in your lifetime, Qing Ho said. In just a short while, King Wu on the main stage finished explaining the rules of the competition. For this competition, there will be 3 martial practitioners from each region participating. There will be a total of 15 participants from each region. There are Mystic Light Realm and Mystic God Realm martial practitioners among them. For the sake of fairness, the competition will be held in the one-line sky. King Wu said. Instantly, the crowd below exclaimed. The competition will be held in the one-line sky? Are they crazy? Maybe the 5 kings want to see how strong their potential is. The one-line sky is the most dangerous place in the Blackstone prison. It's also the place where origin energy is the most scarce. What are the 5 kings planning to do by holding the competition in the one-line sky? For a moment, everyone started discussing the one-line sky crazily. Everyone will have a token specially made by the 5 kings. It will last for 100 years. The team that gets the most tokens will be the biggest winner, King Wu said. Just as everyone was discussing, King Wu said something that made everyone's jaws drop. This competition is very important. The 4 regions that lose will unconditionally cede half of their territory to the final winner, King Wu said. This is the result of the discussion between the 5 kings. Hearing this, Fang Chen and the others' expressions changed. He narrowed his eyes and pondered. What do the 5 kings mean by doing this? Fang Chen frowned. The words that King Zhan once said to him were still echoing in his ears. In this competition, it was very likely that they would have the opportunity to leave the Blackstone prison. Could it be that the winner would be able to get the help of the other 4 regions and leave the Blackstone prison? But that didn't make sense. Why? For a moment, Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. King Wu waved his hand and the square quieted down again. All right, I've said what I need to say. As for the specifics, it'll depend on your luck. After he finished speaking, King Wu waved his hand. Immediately, the 15 people participating in the competition shot out. That was because the legendary one-line sky was thousands of miles away from King Wu City. After seeing the 15 participants enter the one-line sky one after another, the 5 kings acted together and completely sealed off the one-line sky. Finally, the 5 of them stood in the void and looked at each other with a grin. We'll meet again 100 years later. With that, the 5 kings left the one-line sky. Before King Zhan left, his eyes flickered as he glanced at the scene in the one-line sky. All the warriors in the Blackstone prison were paying attention to this 100-year competition, because this competition was related to the future of the Blackstone prison. Chapter 2563. One-line sky. Wind, thunder, lightning, torrential rain. Originally, one-line sky was a towering mountain peak, but it was later split into 2 by a peerless expert. Later, the erosion of the surrounding harsh environment gradually formed one-line sky. Around the 2 precipitous cliffs, there was a very deep mountain stream, surrounded by weeds. The terrain of one-line sky was very complicated, and ordinary people would easily get lost. Just as they entered one-line sky, Fang Chen felt a gloomy aura rushing towards them. What a strange feeling! Fang Chen stopped and signaled the 2 to not act rashly. It is said that there was once a peerless expert who fought, and one-line sky was split into 2. The remnant soul of the expert who failed fell into one-line sky, which made one-line sky so gloomy and terrifying. The barbarian said. After all, he had been in Blackstone prison longer than Fang Chen and Qing Ho. Was the expert who failed a demonic cultivator? Fang Chen asked. Although he wasn't a demonic cultivator, it is said that he was a martial artist who cultivated an evil technique. He devoured human martial artists to increase his strength. The barbarian said. No wonder there is a bloody smell in the air here. I'm afraid it was left behind by that failure. Qing Ho said. The 3 of them looked around and carefully sized up the surrounding environment. Finally, the 3 of them began to discuss. This time, we have a total of 5 teams. Other than King Wu's team, which is made up of mysterious True Realm experts, the other 3 teams are made up of mysterious God Realm experts. Among them, King Qing's team is the strongest. Fang Chen analyzed. So, we have to deal with King Wu's team first? Qing Ho asked. The barbarian held his warhammer and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head. Qing Ho and the barbarian were a little confused. We can't deal with King Wu's team for the time being. I have a feeling that King Wu has some unique methods that are not easy to deal with. Fang Chen said, Our target should be Thunder King's team. Among the 3 great profound God Realm teams, the Thunder King's team's overall strength was the weakest. There was only 1 top-notch supremacy, and the remaining 2 were late-stage profound God Realm. This was good news for Fang Chen and the other 2. Our team's strength is on the weaker side. It's impossible for us to fight them head-on, so we can only outsmart them. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and said slowly, The shape of heaven and earth is complicated, which gives us a great opportunity. I'll do as you say. The barbarian said. Qing Ho nodded. First, we need to familiarize ourselves with the terrain here before making a decision, Fang Chen said. All right. The 5 teams were familiarizing themselves with the environment in the one-line sky. They had 100 years, so they were not in a hurry. Familiarize themselves with the environment first before dealing with the other 4 teams. This was probably what all the teams were thinking. Several days later, Fang Chen and the other 2 climbed to the left side of the cliff. This place was about 3,000 meters away from the ground. There was a protruding rock here, and the 3 of them sat on the rock to rest. How is it? Ching Ho asked. There's corrosive devil chi in this cave. If we use it well, we can at least kill a profound god realm supremacy. There was a cave in front of them. It was pitch black inside the cave. The three of them had already explored it. There was a natural swamp inside, which contained powerful corrosive devil chi. The corrosive devil chi was very corrosive. Only top-notch supremacies could resist it. This way, Fang Chun and the other two had a lot of room to perform. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chun said, I'll set up a formation here to cover the corrosive devil chi. Ching Ho, you hide in the dark. When the enemy falls into the trap, immediately activate the annihilation puppet. What about me? The barbarian asked. You, of course, lure the enemy here, Fang Chun said with a smile. Simply put, the barbarian was to be the bait. The barbarian was speechless, but he could only nod in agreement. Don't be unhappy. Who asked you to be so tough? You're the best choice for bait, Ching Ho said with a smile. In fact, choosing the barbarian as bait was also after careful consideration. The barbarian stood up, picked up his warhammer, and prepared to leave. Be careful. Our main target is the Thunder King's team. Fang Chun patted him on the shoulder and reminded him. The barbarian nodded heavily. After he left, Fang Chun began to set up the formation. By now, Fang Chun had completely comprehended the 3,000 scrolls of formations. He could even set up a space chaos level formation. He flicked his finger, and suddenly, flames appeared in the void. These flames seemed to have a mind of their own. They whizzed out and sprayed in front of the pool. Rip! Fang Chun's palms moved quickly, forming a seal. Soon, a bright light fell from the sky and connected with the flames on the ground, forming a huge and vast formation. Rumble! A rumbling sound came from within the formation. Its aura shook the sky. Such a powerful formation, Ching Ho exclaimed. An abstruse god realm supremacy's full-powered attack will shatter in 3 breaths at most. Therefore, you have to grasp the opportunity well, Fang Chun said. While speaking, Ching Ho walked into the formation and hid in a corner. 2 abstruse god realm supremacies sat on a rock in front of a mountain stream. Phew! One of them had a tired look on his face. Big brother, the terrain in the one-line sky is too complicated. At this rate, how are we going to find the other 4 teams? The old man called Big Brother was the only peak supremacy in the Thunder King's team. Hearing the former's complaint, the old man harumphed coldly and said, How did you become a supremacy if you don't even have such patience? After being scolded by Big Brother, the abstruse god realm supremacy did not say anything else and obediently shut his mouth. Time gradually passed. Soon, about an hour had passed. The supremacy that was reprimanded earlier looked into the distance. Strange, why isn't third brother back yet? Wait patiently, Big Brother said in a deep voice. About 100 miles away from the rock in the mountain stream, the third supremacy of the Thunder King's team, Supremacy Lei Tian, whose name shook the Blackstone prison, was surveying the terrain. The origin energy ahead is obviously dense. Is there an inheritance? Supremacy Lei Tian's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in the forest ahead. He looked around and found nothing. Forget it, Big Brother and Second Brother are still waiting for me. Let's go back and discuss. Supremacy Lei Tian prepared to turn around. Phew! However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a black figure flashing by from the corner of his eyes. Someone's there. Supremacy Lei Tian immediately became spirited. He used his unique movement technique and turned into an afterimage to chase over. After a few breaths, Supremacy Lei Tian saw the person's appearance clearly. A barbarian from the warlord team? A sinister smile appeared on Supremacy Lei Tian's face. After that, he flipped his palm and suddenly slammed it forward. Rumble! A terrifying palm print whizzed out and rushed behind the barbarian. Scram! The barbarian felt the sharp aura behind him and slammed back with a hammer. Dong! The hammer and the palm print clashed together and exploded with a deafening sound. With the help of the recoil, the barbarian's figure quickly escaped far away. "You're dead!" Supremacy Lation sneered and chased after him. He was an abstruse god realm supremacy, and was much faster than the barbarian. No matter how the barbarian escaped, he couldn't shake off his pursuit. Dong! Another palm strike, but it still didn't severely injure the barbarian. This made Supremacy Lation grit his teeth. This damn guy, how can his physical defense be so strong? Supremacy Lation gritted his teeth and increased his speed again. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the barbarian. At this moment, the barbarian was already climbing the cliff. Whoosh! Just as he reached the cliff, the barbarian disappeared. "Let's go." Fang Chen used the formation to pull the barbarian up. At the same time, he stuck his head out and glanced at Supremacy Lation. Fang Chen. Seeing this, Supremacy Lation became even more excited. The 3 members of the warlord team must be here. I can catch them all in one fell swoop. Supremacy Lation was secretly delighted. He seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. He leaped and arrived in front of the cave. At this moment, Fang Chen and the barbarian had already disappeared. "Humph, the 3 of you are dead." Supremacy Lation strode into the cave. Chapter 2564. Buzz. Venerable Lation was full of confidence as he strode into the cave. Suddenly, a grayish halo descended from the sky. Caught off guard, they were immediately enveloped by it. Formation. In an instant, Venerable Lation found himself trapped in the formation. The formation's aura was turbulent, and the killing power was fierce. "You want to trap me, Venerable Lation, with a mere formation?" Venerable Lation sneered, thinking that this was Fang Chen and the other two's final struggle. "Venerable Lation." Fang Chen's voice came from the void. Then, a bright and cold sword light pierced through the void and shot toward Venerable Lation. Dang! Dang! Venerable Lation waved his hand to block, but his body could not help but retreat. "Eat my hammer!" At the same time, Barbarian's voice came from behind him, and his war hammer struck. "You're courting death!" Venerable Lation roared and grabbed the void with his fist. Suddenly, lightning flashed and quickly condensed into a thunderball. "Go!" Venerable Lation waved his hand, and the thunderball, which contained boundless lightning, shot toward Barbarian. Dong! Not far from him, there was an explosion. The terrifying explosive force caused the formation to shake, and the barbarian was directly blown away. Fortunately, his physical strength was strong enough, and he only suffered some superficial injuries. His body was covered in blood. Dong! In the battle between Fang Chen and Venerable Lation, Qing Ho, who was hiding in the dark, finally found an opportunity to release the Annihilation Puppet. Bang! The Annihilation Puppet's full force attack forced Venerable Lation to retreat. Seeing this, Venerable Lation's eyes widened. Annihilation Puppet? Venerable Lation's heart was filled with greed. He took a step forward and grabbed the Annihilation Puppet. However, when he got close to the Annihilation Puppet, 8 puppets suddenly appeared behind him. The 9 Annihilation Puppets formed a powerful joint attack formation. Dong! The full force attack forced Venerable Lation to retreat. He steadied himself at the edge of the pool. Just as he turned around and discovered the corrosive demon chi. The 20th move of the Azura sword principle whistled and shot out. The 9 Annihilation Puppets also unleashed their strongest attack. Poochie! The sword light pierced through Venerable Lation's arm, and the 9 Annihilation Puppets pushed Venerable Lation into the pool at the cost of their injuries. Hiss hiss hiss. When his body came into contact with the pool water, he was immediately surrounded by corrosive devil chi. Damn it! Venerable Lation screamed crazily, trying to escape. "Eat my hammer!" At the critical moment, a wretched figure shot out from afar. He raised his war hammer and smashed it on Venerable Thunder Sky's head that was above the water surface. Dong! The hammer smashed Reverend Lei Tian's body completely into the pool. Hiss hiss hiss. The corrosive devil chi entered supremacy Lei Tian's limbs and bones, corroding them. Whoosh. Fang Chen and the other two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Ho checked his annihilation puppet with heartache. In order to force Venerable Lei Tian into a corner, one of the annihilation puppets was severely injured. It hurts. The barbarian also sat on the ground, panting. The pain started to spread all over his body. As for Fang Chen, he continued to wait. After a while, a special token floated to the surface of the water. It was surrounded by dense corrosive devil chi. Rip! The demonic tiger beast roared out from the demon ceiling tower. He reached out with his big hand and grabbed the token directly. At the same time, the corrosive devil chi that enveloped the token was absorbed into his body. Master! Demon Tiger and Beast then handed the token to Fang Chen and returned to the demon ceiling tower. Demon Tiger and Beast was Fang Chen's trump card. He didn't want to use it unless it was a last resort. The first token, Fang Chen said with a grin as he toyed with the special token. Ha ha ha, with Venerable Lei Tian dead, the Thunder King team is no longer a threat. The barbarian laughed. Qing Ho looked at the pool of corrosive devil chi with a burning gaze. He sighed and said, "If we can absorb the corrosive devil chi and use it in battle, we'll be powerful." The barbarian rolled his eyes at him. Only top venerables could resist the corrosion of the corrosive devil chi. If that was the case, the others didn't need to compete. They could just admit defeat. Let's recover our strength first. We'll lure them later, Fang Chen said. On the bluestone by the mountain stream, Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Hong were still waiting for Venerable Lei Tian. Third brother went to explore the terrain. Why isn't he back yet? Venerable Lei Yu was a little anxious. Venerable Lei Hong didn't open his eyes from the beginning to the end. Venerable Lei Hong said unhurriedly, "The terrain is complicated. Third brother might have found something." Big brother. Venerable Lei Yu was worried that something might happen to third brother. No matter what, third brother is still a venerable one. It's almost impossible to kill him silently. If you're worried, you can go find him. Venerable Lei Hong said, "But come back as soon as possible. Don't delay our plan." "I'll be back soon." Venerable Lei Yu nodded and left. It was the same plan and the same strategy. However, this time, the bait was Fang Chen. After their analysis, they found that Venerable Lei Yu was faster than Venerable Lei Tian. Moreover, the latter had the ability to attack from a distance. With the barbarian's strength and speed, it was impossible for him to block Venerable Lei Yu's attack. It was very likely that he would be killed by Venerable Lei Yu halfway. Fang Chen wandered around the small area in front of the cliff. According to their speculation, Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Hong would come to look for him. Fang Chen hid in the void and secretly observed. If the two venerables came together, the plan would be cancelled. If only one venerable came, the plan would go on. Rip! Pulling open the dense forest, Venerable Lei Yu's figure appeared on the ground. "Third brother!" Venerable Lei Yu shouted loudly. No one responded. Venerable Lei Yu was a little surprised and continued to search. "There's third brother's aura in the air. He must have been here," Venerable Lei Yu said. Then, he continued to move forward. "Venerable Lei Yu." Suddenly, a voice sounded from the void. It exploded, deafening everyone's ears. "Who is it?" Venerable Lei Yu looked up and saw Fang Chen standing in the air. "Battle Monarch Team, Fang Chen?" Venerable Lei Yu licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. "I didn't expect that my first opponent after entering the one-line sky would be you." As he spoke, Venerable Lei Yu leaped and arrived in front of Fang Chen, staring at him. "Aren't you afraid of me? Or are you confident that you can defeat me?" Venerable Lei Yu asked jokingly. Fang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. "Hand over your token and I'll leave you a whole corpse," Venerable Lei Yu said eerily. Fang Chen played with a token and said, "The token is in my hand. Come and get it if you can." As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared into the void. Void concealment? Venerable Lei Yu sneered. Whoosh! Venerable Lei Yu's figure turned into an afterimage. At the same time, dense raindrops appeared in the void. These raindrops followed Venerable Lei Yu's figure and whistled forward. Wherever the raindrops passed, the void would explode. You can't hide under my lightning raindrops, Venerable Lei Yu said. Boom! The dense raindrops exploded in a certain part of the void. Fang Chen's figure burst out in an instant. He looked a little embarrassed. Venerable Lei Yu, is this all you've got? Fang Chen sneered. He stomped his foot and cast the space-time collapse technique again. Just like this, Venerable Lei Yu chased after him with all his strength. Venerable Lei Yu's speed is really fast. Fortunately, I've cultivated the space-time collapse technique. Otherwise, he would have caught up. While running, he said to himself, in addition, Venerable Lei Yu's means are much stronger than Venerable Lei Tian's. Soon, Fang Chen arrived in front of the cliff. In order to lure Venerable Lei Yu, he deliberately pretended to be injured. Ha ha ha, how do my lightning raindrops taste? Venerable Lei Yu laughed, thinking that Fang Chen was hit by his lightning raindrop. He was in a good mood. Hand over your identity medallion. Venerable Lei Yu stretched out his hand and asked for the token. If we're in the outside world, I might really be afraid of you, Venerable Lei Yu. But don't forget, this is One-Line Sky. Fang Chen said calmly. One-Line Sky had the most complicated terrain and the worst environment. So what? Do you think you have a chance to escape under my pursuit? Venerable Lei Yu sneered. Everyone knows how to boast. You've been chasing me for so long, but you haven't even touched my clothes. How dare you say this? Fang Chen shrugged. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2565. Facing Fang Chen's provocation, Venerable Lei Yu was enraged. A mere mystic light realm dares to provoke me? I want to see what kind of eyes the warlord has. Why did he choose trash like this to participate in the competition? Suddenly, thunder and lightning intersected, dark clouds gathered, and the entire sky darkened in an instant. Venerable Lei Yu raised both of his hands, and the lightning in the dark clouds flashed down, carrying a power that made people tremble. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Lightning, come! Venerable Lei Yu shouted softly. Suddenly, his hands intertwined with the lightning in the sky, forming a dazzling and colorful light. Rip! Suddenly, Venerable Lei Yu swung his palm, and the lightning that was intertwined with his palm carried a shocking power as it whizzed toward Yi Shiwen. Crack! After the surrounding towering trees were struck by the lightning, they instantly broke apart and burned to ashes. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the lightning arrived in front of Fang Chen. Venerable Lei Yu's face was solemn. Venerable Lei Yu was obviously much stronger than Venerable Lei Tian. Furthermore, Venerable Lei Tian couldn't compare to Venerable Lei Yu's attainments in lightning. The lightning in front of him seemed simple, but it contained a vast amount of energy. Shura Sword Technique. Venerable Lei Yu quickly waved the hidden star sword, and a vast sword light whizzed out. Venerable Lei Yu held the sword tightly and the Shura sword chi in his body surged. Rip! A light appeared on the tip of the hidden star sword, and it instantly disappeared into the lightning. Dong! The earth was trembling, and the thunder and lightning exploded, directly engulfing the star-hidden sword. As for Fang Chen, he immediately used the space-time collapse technique to escape into the void. The hidden star sword had its own consciousness. After blocking the lightning, it pierced through the void and flew toward the cliff. Rain, come! Venerable Lei Yu sneered. His eyes were filled with coldness. He yelled and the lightning in the clouds continued to flash. However, the lightning didn't strike down anymore. Instead, it started to rain heavily. Every drop of rain was like a ball of lightning that covered the sky and was about to explode. Whoosh! Fang Chen appeared from the void, took a deep breath, and stared at the raindrops below. Innate Soul Reversal Technique. Facing such a dense rain of attacks, Fang Chen performed the improved version of the innate soul reversal technique. Rip! The boundless soul power spear charged straight into the raindrop. It directly detonated the tyrannical power within the raindrops, causing the entire void to explode. Damned fellow! Seeing Fang Chen's figure flashing away, Venerable Lei Yu cursed and immediately leaped into the cave through the chaotic explosion. In front of a distant mountain stream, on top of a bluestone, voila! Venerable Lei Hong suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the distant horizon. Second brother is fighting? Venerable Lei Hong frowned as he pondered. Very quickly, he stood up and rushed towards the place where second brother was fighting. Second brother must have encountered a powerful enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't use such a method. Venerable Lei Hong thought to himself as he rushed. He knew second brother very well. This was his trump card and he wouldn't use it easily. Thinking of this, he was a little anxious. Second brother, hang in there. In the cave on the cliff. Whoosh! Dust flew in the air. The corrosive demon aura in the pool was mighty and terrifying. Fang Chen wiped the token that demon tiger and beast gave him and felt very happy. After luring Venerable Lei Yu here, the three of them attacked together. Although the process was a little difficult, they finally succeeded in forcing Venerable Lei Yu into the pool. The corrosive demon aura was too strong. Venerable Lei Yu couldn't resist it at all. In an instant, he turned into a pile of bones and died. The consecutive deaths of Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Tian will definitely attract Venerable Lei Hong's attention. He will most likely find this place, Qing Ho said in a deep voice. Then what are we waiting for? Let's leave quickly, the barbarian said. The three of them walked out of the cave and quickly disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Venerable Lei Hong came to the cave, Fang Chen and the other two were long gone. The aura of second brother and third brother is in the air. Venerable Lei Hong's face became more solemn. He looked around and found the pool not far away. The mighty aura in the pool was the corrosive demon aura. Corrosive demon aura? Lei Hong the Venerable cried out involuntarily. His face became increasingly gloomy. As he got closer to the corrosive demon aura, he reached out his hand and grabbed a strand. After sensing it, he was instantly enraged. Second brother, third brother. Venerable Lei Hong looked up to the sky and roared. He saw the bones of second brother and third brother. His anger erupted like a flood and couldn't be controlled. I don't care who you are, I don't care where you hide. I, Lei Hong, swear that I will tear you to pieces. Venerable Lei Hong took a step forward and came to the cliff. He looked around and looked for the murderer. There are three unfamiliar auras in the air. Venerable Lei Hong said in a deep voice, they seem to be fleeing north. After discovering this information, exalted Lei Hong unleashed all of his strength and chased after them. At first, the three of them ran together. But later, Fang Chen felt that the two of them were too slow. He directly used the spacetime collapse technique and brought them through the void. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were far away from the cliff. Whoosh! They landed on a rock and stopped for a short while. It's far enough. Venerable Lei Hong shouldn't be able to find us, right? The barbarian said. We can't be careless. Venerable Lei Hong is a top venerable after all. His strength is beyond our imagination, Qing Ho said. Even if the three of them worked together and used all their trump cards, they still wouldn't be a match for Venerable Lei Hong. Unless the demon tiger and beast made a move. But once the latter made a move, he wouldn't be able to make another move in a short period of time. The enemies they would encounter in the future would only be stronger. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Chen didn't want to use his trump card. Keep running, Fang Chen said. At the same time, Venerable Lei Hong was crazily chasing after them. Suddenly, three figures appeared in front of them. The Martial King team? The three figures in front of them were the three members of the Martial King team. Whoosh! A violent wind blew and lightning flashed. Venerable Lei Hong appeared in front of the three of them with an unparalleled strength. He looked at the three of them but didn't find the auras of Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Tian. Venerable Lei Hong. The leader was a mysterious realm martial artist. When he saw Venerable Lei Hong, he cupped his fist. The three of you, hand over your identity badges. Venerable Lei Hong said coldly. The three of them looked at each other with flickering eyes. You don't want to hand them over? Then go to hell. His second brother and third brother had just died, so Venerable Lei Hong was furious and attacked crazily. Run! The leader roared and charged in front of Venerable Lei Hong without any regard for his own safety, in order to stall for time for the other two. Whoosh! Venerable Lei Hong waved his hand, and a violent bolt of lightning shot out and wrapped around one of the fleeing people. Crack! In just a breath's time, that person turned into a puddle of blood. After using this attack, Venerable Lei Hong was hugged by the leader of the mysterious light realm martial artists. Run! He roared. He wanted to stall Venerable Lei Hong at all costs. You're courting death. Venerable Lei Hong bellowed and punched him in the head. Crack! His head shattered, and his primordial spirit left his body, still entangling supremacy Lei Hong. Fuck off! Venerable Lei Hong was enraged. He formed hand seals, and lightning flashed and shattered the Yuan spirit of this person. When Venerable Lei Hong looked into the distance, the person from the Martial King team had already disappeared. Damn it! Lei Hong cursed and continued to chase after the person who killed his brother. In just a few days after becoming a first-rate genius, there was already a team that suffered heavy losses. This was the cruelest battle in the Blackstone prison. In here, only the strong survived. No matter how strong one was outside, only one's own strength could save one's life. Several days later, the Clear King team and the Demon King team met and fought. In the end, after a fierce battle, the Clear King squad overpowered them and killed a profound god realm Venerable from the Devil King squad. The Demon King team was defeated, and only 2 people escaped. On the other hand, the Battle Monarch team that was least favored was safe and sound. Moreover, they had even killed Venerable Lei Yu and Venerable Lei Tian, and obtained 2 tokens. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. Chapter 2566. One-Line Sky. In the depths of a dense forest, Fang Chun and the other 2 stared at a tombstone. There were countless broken marks on the tombstone. Because of the passage of time, the words on the tombstone were difficult to read. After a long time, they could barely make out 3 words: Desolate Dragon Sky. Desolate Dragon Sky, what do these 3 words mean? Qing Ho asked. Fang Chun pondered. Could it be that there was an expert called Desolate Dragon Sky in the Blackstone prison? The barbarian shook his head. He had never heard of such a person. This shouldn't be a person's name. Otherwise, there would be legends in the Blackstone prison. The barbarian said after some thought. Fang Chun boldly guessed that the words engraved on the tombstone were originally Desolate Dragon Sky Emperor. But he quickly rejected this idea. The Blackstone prison probably couldn't trap an ancient god expert. To be able to call himself an emperor in the primal chaos void, he must be an ancient god expert. He shook his head. It shouldn't be Desolate Dragon Sky Emperor. Then, what is it? Fang Chun frowned. Qing Ho simply sat in front of the tombstone and seriously looked at it. After a long time, Qing Ho suddenly said, Do you think it's hinting at a place name? The Master of Desolate Dragon Sky? That makes sense. The barbarian patted his head and said hurriedly. But soon, he shrugged and said, But I didn't know Blackstone Prison had a place called Desolate Dragon Sky. Fang Chun and Qing Ho rolled their eyes at him. If you don't know, why are you so excited? Qing Ho said. Why do you care so much? Why don't we just dig the tombstone and take a look? The barbarian suggested. Qing Ho looked at Fang Chun and asked, What do you mean? Although his method isn't very good, we don't have any other methods so far. Fang Chun shrugged. Fuck his mother. The barbarian was the most enthusiastic. He smashed the tombstone with his hammer, and the soil above the tombstone was blown away. A pitch-black entrance appeared on the ground. Go in. With the barbarians in front, Fang Chen and Qing Ho entered one by one. Dong. After the three of them entered the tomb, they looked around and quickly realized that the tomb was neither complicated nor extravagant. It was very simple and the space was very small. There was only a coffin lying there quietly and coldly. Take a look. Before Fang Chen could speak, the barbarian came to the coffin and smashed the lid with his warhammer. No. It was too late for Fang Chen to stop him. Woo woo woo. After the coffin lid shattered, a series of ghostly wails and howls could be heard. The atmosphere instantly became extremely strange. So cold. Qing Ho shivered as goosebumps covered his arms. What did you find? Fang Chen asked the barbarian. The latter did not move at all. His back was facing the two of them as he stared into the coffin. Why aren't you saying anything? Qing Ho was speechless. He walked straight to the barbarian and gave him a push. Bang! Suddenly, Qing Ho felt a strong force on his arm. Then, his body flew backward. Pain spread throughout his body as his body slammed against the wall. Qing Ho was about to curse when he suddenly realized that the barbarian seemed to have changed into a different person. His pupils had turned green. Like a zombie, he walked woodenly toward Fang Chen. His body emitted an extremely corrosive aura. The smell was terrible. Barbarian! Fang Chen shouted, but the latter did not respond. Bang! The barbarian threw a punch. Fang Chen hurriedly dodged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The air was instantly filled with a corrosive aura. Fang Chen's clothes were rotting. Use the annihilation puppets to trap him, Fang Chen shouted. Qing Ho endured the pain and activated the 9 annihilation puppets to trap the barbarian temporarily. What happened to him? Qing Ho asked. I don't know. I'll go take a look. Be careful. Fang Chen walked quickly to the coffin. He looked at it and his body trembled. His pupils shrank. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and moved several meters to the side. Whoosh! A strong corrosive aura burst out and exploded where he was standing, completely corroding the space around him. Poison corpse? Fang Chen cried out in shock. At this moment, a corpse in the coffin slowly stood up. Green eyeballs rolled in its pupils and a creepy smile appeared on its face. The white bones on his body contained a berserk corrosive power. A venerable profound god realm poison corpse? Fang Chen was shocked. Without hesitation, he released the 9-feathered sky sparrow, 3-eyed bear king, and demon tiger and beast from the demon ceiling tower. Poison corpse? Seeing this, the demon tiger and beast was stunned. Then, he exerted all his strength and fought with it. Leave quickly. The 3-eyed bear king protected Fang Chen and the other two as they left the tomb. The 9-feathered sky sparrow teamed up with the demon tiger and beast to fight with the poison corpse. Bang! Before leaving, Fang Chen punched the barbarian's head and knocked him out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After coming out of the tomb, Fang Chen and Qing Ho ran quickly, not daring to look back. After running for about 3 days, they finally stopped. The two were panting. The 3-eyed bear king looked around vigilantly. It's a poison corpse. Qing Ho was scared. The poison of a profound god realm poison corpse was very scary. Once it was enveloped by the corrosive aura, it would definitely die. I wonder how the barbarian is. With a thought, Fang Chen released the barbarian. The latter was unconscious and had a strange aura flowing around him. Fang Chen put his hand on the barbarian's head. After sensing carefully, he shook his head. The barbarian's mind seems to be controlled by the poison corpse, Fang Chen said. Is there anything we can do? Qing Ho asked. Fang Chen pondered. We can only know when the demon tiger and beast and the 9-feathered sky sparrow return. A few days later, the demon tiger and beast and the 9-feathered sky sparrow returned. The two were in a sorry state, especially the 9-feathered sky sparrow. One of her wings was broken and she was seriously injured. Your injuries are very serious. Go back to the demon ceiling tower to heal first. Fang Chen put the 9-feathered sky sparrow back into the tower. The poison corpse is too strong. Fortunately, my demon tiger clan's bloodline is very strong and can counter all poisons in the world. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to it, the demon tiger and beast said. Where's the poison corpse? Fang Chen asked. The demon tiger and beast opened his claws and a ball of black liquid appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The poison corpse was suppressed by me and refined into poison corpse liquid, the demon tiger and beast said. This poison corpse liquid is extremely poisonous. Even a peak Venerable would be seriously injured if not killed. That's right, the barbarian's mind was controlled by the poison corpse. Although the poison corpse was destroyed, the barbarian would still be affected. This poison corpse liquid can completely remove the chronic illness in his body. Hearing this, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Do you have a way? Fang Chen asked. The demon tiger and beast nodded and then placed his claws on the barbarian's body. 1. The pitch-black aura was forced out of the barbarian's body. At the same time, the demon tiger and beast used himself as a medium to put the refined poison corpse liquid into the barbarian's body. Crack! The poison corpse liquid entered the barbarian's body and wantonly destroyed his internal organs. The barbarian's injuries became more and more serious, and even his life was in danger. Don't act rashly. He's fine. The demon tiger and beast stopped him and said, this is also an opportunity for him. If he can endure it, he will definitely soar to the sky. Hearing this, Fang Chen's hanging heart relaxed. The barbarian's body kept trembling, and wounds appeared on the surface of his skin. Black liquid surrounded the wounds. In a moment, the barbarian looked as if he had been burned. It was pitch black, and it was a tragic sight. If not for the fact that he could feel the barbarian's aura, he would have thought that the barbarian had died long ago. You must hold on. Fang Chen prayed in his heart. Qing Ho was at the side, slowly repairing his annihilation puppet. The demon tiger and beast personally oversaw and protected the barbarian. At the same time, he explained to Fang Chen about the poison corpse. This poison corpse was refined by someone while it was still alive, the demon tiger and beast said. Hearing this, Fang Chen exclaimed. A profound god realm Venerable refined into a poison corpse while it was still alive. Wasn't this too shocking? So what? Back in the day, I roamed the chaotic void and met many capable people. Some unorthodox cultivators didn't care about the level of their cultivation, but were obsessed with researching powerful divine technique. In the ancient times, the Arajiu Tenshu sect was the best at refining poison corpses. What did you say? Arajiu Tenshu? Fang Chen exclaimed, thinking of the 3 words on the tombstone, Desolate Dragon Sky. Chapter 2567. Arajiu Tenshu? A sect that specializes in refining poison corpses? At this moment, Fang Chen completely understood. The 3 words, Desolate Dragon Sky, on the tombstone should represent Arajiu Tenshu. Could it be that this poison corpse was refined by someone from Arajiu Tenshu? Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt a wave of fear. Could it be that Arajiu Tenshu's men were still in the Blackstone prison? The demon tiger and beast seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts and said directly, Arajiu Tenshu has existed in the primal chaos void for a very long time and has a very deep foundation. However, they had offended a powerful expert in the past, and that expert had single-handedly wiped out the Arajiu Tenshu. However, I didn't expect that someone from Arajiu Tenshu would enter the Blackstone prison. Fang Chen's gaze was somewhat sluggish. There was actually such a powerful sect in the world. Are all the people from Arajiu Tenshu very strong? Fang Chen asked. Otherwise, how could he refine a profound god realm Venerable into a poison corpse? Even an extreme Venerable one could not have done that, right? You weren't born in that era, So you don't understand how terrifying Araiju Tenshu is. The demon tiger and beast took a deep breath and said slowly. Their sect has a special secret art that makes them almost invincible against those of the same cultivation level. Actually, it's normal that you can't understand it. After all, a profound god realm venerable refining an expert of the same realm into a poisonous corpse is too shocking for you. There shouldn't be anyone from the Araiju Tenshu in the Blackstone prison, the demon tiger and beast continued. Why? Because their cultivation relies on origin energy. The Blackstone prison's environment is so harsh that they can't survive, the demon tiger and beast said. Fang Chun recalled the words, desolate dragon sky on the tombstone. If this poison corpse was refined by someone from Araiju Tenshu, then why are these words on the tombstone? Fang Chun thought. Could it be? A bold guess appeared in his mind. Was it possible that someone from Araiju Tenshu created this poison corpse and perished together with it, and built a tombstone for himself before his death, hoping that future generations would remember that there was once a sect called Tenshu sect that dominated the primal chaos void? However, this was unable to verify it was a Tenshu. Forget it. Shaking his head, Fang Chen decided not to think too much about it. The current situation was tense, and the most important thing was to wake up the barbarian. Moreover, he had to be on guard against Venerable Lei Hong's revenge at all times. Although he had the help of the demon tiger and beast, the barbarian's slumber had far exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. In the blink of an eye, the barbarian had been asleep for 15 years. The black aura on his body had gradually disappeared, and his wounds were gradually healing. Everything was going in the best direction. During this time, Fang Chen placed him in the demon ceiling tower, and the demon tiger and beast took good care of him. As for him and Qing Ho, they continued to search for tokens. In the past 15 years, many fierce battles had occurred in the one-line sky. Venerable Lei Hong had a conflict with the Demon King team, and in the end, he fled in panic and disappeared without a trace. As for the Demon King squad, only Supremacy Purple Demon was left. One day, Fang Chen came to a mountain stream. The origin energy here was rich and seemed to be extraordinary. What's that over there? Qing Ho saw something flashing on a small hill in front of them. The two quickly walked over and were about to pick it up to take a look when suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and the flashing thing instantly disappeared. Fang Chen turned his head abruptly. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. His entire body was emitting a violent demonic aura. The purple demon of the Demon King team? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said with a solemn expression. The purple demon was a peak venerable, and was extremely strong, even stronger than Venerable Lei Hong. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen took Qing Ho and used the spacetime collapse technique to quickly escape. Want to leave? The purple demon licked his dry lips, sneered, and chased after them with a stomp of his foot. In a moment, the purple demon caught up to the two. Whoosh! The purple demon blasted out with both of his palms, and their bodies were immediately sent flying. Rip! The 9 annihilation puppets surrounded the purple demon in an instant, and then fought fiercely with him. Fang Chen also took out the hidden star sword and used the 20th move of the Shura sword technique. Dazzling sword light accompanied the attacks of the 9 annihilation puppets, whistling through the air. Ding! Ding! The sound of metal colliding was incessant. The purple demon was extremely strong, and the 9 annihilation puppets were unable to withstand his attacks. Let's go. Fang Chen and Qing Ho continued to escape, and the 9 annihilation puppets entangled the purple demon to buy time for the two of them. After a while, Fang Chen and Qing Ho had already escaped to an extremely far place. Suddenly, Qing Ho stopped in his tracks. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked. Someone has appeared and is fighting the purple demon. Qing Ho saw the battle through the 9 annihilation puppet. Who is it? An old acquaintance. Ching Ho chuckled and then said, Venerable Lei Hong of the Thunder King squad. The two of them are fighting? Fang Chen said, We'll wait until they're both injured, then we'll kill our way over. Coincidentally, Venerable Lei Hong had just found some clues about Fang Chen, and was chasing after him when he saw the purple demon. Especially when he saw the 9 annihilation puppets beside the ladder, his eyes burned with desire. Kill. Venerable Lei Hong waved his hand, and thunder and lightning intersected in the sky, and a violent storm flashed endlessly. In an instant, the sky completely darkened, and a shocking power spread out. Thunder, come! Rain, come! Wind, come! After roaring 3 times in a row, the entire sky completely changed, and the violent power softened. Thunder, rain, and wind, the 3 combined into one, erupting with unprecedented power. Not good. Seeing this, the purple demon cursed inwardly and quickly retreated. Although he was slightly stronger than Venerable Lei Hong, the latter had risked his life and used a forbidden technique, so he was a little afraid. Purple Demon Heavenly Art. The purple demon was furious and immediately used the purple demon Heavenly Art. A purple vortex appeared in front of him. Buzz. The tyrannical attack formed by the combination of wind, rain, and thunder rushed into the purple vortex. Explode. Venerable Lei Hong roared, and the sound of an explosion instantly spread. The earth trembled and sank, and the surrounding hills were instantly flattened. As for the weeds on the ground and the surrounding towering trees, they had long been burned to ashes. Boom! The vast explosive power, as if destroying the world, broke through the purple vortex and engulfed the purple demon. No. The purple demon screamed miserably as he desperately tried to resist. Crack! The explosive power blasted half of the purple demon's body into smithereens, but because of this, he was also severely shaken. Poochie! The rebound power severely injured Venerable Lei Hong. His body flew out and fell to the ground. His face was pale and his breath was weak. He was motionless. Bang! The explosive power dissipated, and half of the purple demon's body fell heavily to the ground. The scene was extremely tragic. Both sides were injured. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause came from the void. Fang Chen and Ching Ho strolled out, smiling as they looked at the 2 people lying on the ground. How wonderful! Ching Ho grinned and put away the 9 annihilation puppets. You. Seeing this, the purple demon glared fiercely at the 2 of them. Venerable Lei Hong, on the other hand, roared hysterically. I want to avenge my brother. Why don't you take a look at the state the 2 of you are in now? How dare you make such a fuss? Ching Ho sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Venerable Lei Hong. Wait a moment, Fang Chen called out. Kill him first. Fang Chen pointed at the purple demon. No. The lower half of the purple demon's body kept retreating, its heart filled with fear. Let me go, and I can give you anything you want. Purple demon said in a panic. Ching Ho didn't stop and walked straight to the purple demon. The latter's face was pale as he said, I can give you all of my tokens, as well as my most precious purple zinc ring. As he spoke, he struggled to take out a purple ring from his bosom. This ring was about as thick as a person's neck and looked very ordinary. Purple zinc ring? Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the purple ring. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2568. This purple zinc ring is a personal weapon that I painstakingly nurtured throughout my life. Although it is only a supreme-grade space chaos level weapon, it contains the orthodoxy of my purple demon sect. Supremacy Purple Demon hurriedly explained. He hoped that the purple zinc ring could save his life. At the same time, I can also swear that I will never betray the 2 of you. Before Fang Chen could say anything, Purple Demon had already made the vow. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. In the end, he didn't attack Purple Demon. Seeing Ching Ho walk towards Venerable Lei Hong, Purple Demon let out a sigh of relief. His life was saved. He was a peak sovereign, the strongest warrior under the Demon King, but he was begging for mercy from 2 mystic light realm cultivators. Thinking about this, he could only sigh. Fang Chun played with the purple zinc ring, while Qing Ho raised his hand and attacked Venerable Lei Hong. "If you kill me, you'll all die." Venerable Lei Hong went crazy and couldn't fight back at all. "The Thunder King won't let you go." Crack. Unfortunately, this was the last thing he said in his life. "What about him?" Qing Ho asked. "Since he's already made the vow, let him go," Fang Chun said with a shrug. "Thank you," Purple Demon said. Fang Chun played with the purple zinc ring. He didn't care about this weapon. What he cared about was the power within it and the Purple Demon sect's teachings. 1. Fang Chun gripped the purple zinc ring tightly and sent his divine sense in. Instantly, a large amount of information entered his mind. "This is the Purple Demon sect's teachings," Fang Chun said faintly as he started to absorb the power within the purple zinc ring. Rumble. The purple zinc ring was made with Purple Demon's blood, sweat, and tears. Its power was shocking. It wasn't easy to obtain such a large amount of cultivation resources in the Blackstone prison. While absorbing the power within the purple zinc ring, Fang Chen's power also rose rapidly. In particular, the aura emitted from his body had risen to the extreme. So strong. Is he going to break through? Qing Ho's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen. Dong. After a long while, the sound of tremors could be heard. Fang Chen's body flickered with multicolored lights. Soul Dao, physical body Dao, and martial Dao were all integrated. His mind was unprecedentedly clear, as if his comprehension of the martial path had suddenly increased. The Xianzhen realm focused on the Dao of the soul, the integration of the physical body, and the Dao of the martial Dao. After that, one would reach the true state of returning to one's original state. Fang Chen's body emitted a bright light. Qing Ho even had the misconception that he could no longer see through Fang Chen. "It clearly feels very strong, but I can't sense any aura at all," Qing Ho exclaimed. Although the difference between the mystic light realm and the Xianzhen realm was only one word, the difference was huge. Only after entering the Xianzhen realm and returning to one's original state would one have the right to come into contact with the Xian God realm. This is the Xianzhen realm? Fang Chen's heart was calm. Returning to one's original state and keeping everything simple. He shook his head slightly and grinned. It turned out that everything he cultivated before wasn't the true state of returning to one's original state. Only after reaching the Xianzhen realm could he do this. "I never thought that I would be able to break through after absorbing the power of the purple zinc ring. If one didn't comprehend anything, it would be very difficult to break through from the mystic light realm to the Xianzhen realm." "Congratulations, Brother Fang." Qing Ho clasped his hands together and congratulated. The former's cultivation had increased, and his strength had increased. "You were able to fight against an early-stage Xian god when you were only at the mystic light realm. Now that you've entered the Xianzhen realm, I wonder how strong you are now." Qing Ho was also curious. "I should be able to kill anyone below the peak of the sovereign realm," Fang Chen murmured. Taking a step forward, heaven and earth separated. His strength had increased by 10,000 times. "That's great. Our chances of winning have increased," Qing Ho said excitedly. In the end, Fang Chen still kept his promise and let the purple demon go. The latter was heavily injured and had to hide. Otherwise, it would be dead for sure if it was found. The Devil King team had already given up on the competition, and the Thunder King team had been completely wiped out. As for the Martial King team, one of them was still on the run. The only one that posed a threat to Fang Chen and the other two was the Clear King team. After reaching the Xianzhen realm, Fang Chen's strength had reached a level that made even Qing Ho tremble in fear. If he encountered a Xian God realm beast, he would be able to kill it with a single punch. His body had undergone a transformation in the truest sense of the word. With this breakthrough, my control of the Tao of armament controlling has also reached a new level, Fang Qin murmured. The Tao of armament controlling had a total of 5 levels, and he had already mastered 3. With this breakthrough, he had successfully mastered the 4th level. How terrifying was the 4th level of the Tao of armament controlling! As long as it was not a limit Venerable, Fang Qin could control the other party's weapon. In such a battle, if one was caught off guard, not to mention an ordinary Venerable one, even a top-notch Venerable one would be defeated. In the one-line sky, who would the Battle King team be afraid of? When they first entered the one-line sky, the Battle King team was the weakest and was also the prey in the eyes of the other teams. More than 10 years had passed and the situation had changed. Now, the former hunters had become the prey. As for Fang Qin and the other 2, they had changed their roles and became hunters. Now, everyone's life and death were in their control. The breakthrough itself was already very joyous, and today was even more of a double blessing. The barbarian who had been sleeping for more than 10 years had finally woken up. He carefully sized up his body and curled his lips. My body hasn't changed much. You slept for more than 10 years, Qing Ho complained. The barbarian was sleeping, while they were fighting bitterly to collect tokens. Suddenly, the barbarian said, "By the way, why do I feel a scorching power in my body? It seems to have spread throughout my body." Fang Qin was about to speak when the barbarian suddenly screamed. "How is this possible?" The barbarian's face was filled with despair. "Poison, how can there be so much poison in my bloodline? What should I do? Although my skin is thick and my flesh is thick, it's the least resistant to poison. I'm finished." The barbarian jumped up and down, very anxious. "Don't worry, that's the poisonous corpse fluid," Fang Qin said. "What?" The barbarian's eyes widened, and he cried out involuntarily, "You too, what did you do to my body when I was unconscious? Why is there such a poison in my bloodline?" The barbarian still had some understanding of the poison corpse. In addition, after Fang Qin and Qing Ho's explanation, he already knew that he had been controlled by the poison corpse. It's over. My wish hasn't been fulfilled, and I'm going to die?" The barbarian grabbed Fang Qin's arm and said with a bitter face. Fang Qin was a bit speechless and said, "You bastard, don't act like you're the victim. Others can't even ask for it, but you're crying here. I really want to beat you up." Qing Ho echoed from the side. "When you were controlled by the poison corpse, the poison entered your body. The demon tiger and beast suppressed the poison corpse and refined it into poisonous corpse fluid. Then he used himself as a medium to inject the poisonous corpse fluid into your body, thus expelling the poison from your body." Fang Qin said, "But don't worry, the demon tiger and beast has already checked your body. The poisonous corpse fluid that should have disappeared actually miraculously blended into your blood. What's strange is that it's very compatible. This also means that you'll become an old poison monster in the future. Your entire body will be filled with poison. Anyone who touches you will be poisoned, and those who are weak will die on the spot. Moreover, your blood has blended with the poisonous corpse fluid. This gives you a great chance to obtain the inheritance of Araiju Tenshu from the poisonous corpse fluid," Fang Qin said with a smile. Once he could refine it, it would be truly amazing. Araiju Tenshu's method of refining the poison corpse was truly unparalleled. After many explanations from Fang Qin and Qing Ho, the barbarian finally understood. Simply put, his body would become a poison body in the future. After learning about Araiju Tenshu's various deeds, the barbarian returned to his previous mischievous smile. "Ha ha ha, you two better not provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I'll directly poison you to death," the barbarian said. "Don't keep thinking about poisoning us. Hurry up and extract the inheritance of Araiju Tenshu. If you can obtain the inheritance of Araiju Tenshu and casually refine a few profound God Realm poison corpses, wouldn't we be able to do whatever we want in the Blackstone prison, or even the primal chaos void. Ching Ho joked. The barbarian rolled his eyes. How could it be so easy? To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2569. It was a blessing in disguise for the barbarian. He accidentally entered Aragia Tenchu's tomb and opened the coffin carelessly, causing him to be controlled by the poison corpse. If it wasn't for the demon tiger and beast and the 9-feathered sky sparrow, he would have most likely died. This also made the barbarian extremely grateful to the demon tiger and beast. It was the latter who gave him a new life and gave him a new start. His body now had a super strong poison body. Mystic Realm warriors would almost certainly die if they touched him. What made him most excited was Aragia Tenchu's mysterious method of refining poison corpses. Thinking of this, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. In the following time, the three of them could finally run rampant in one-line sky. They no longer had to worry about being chased by mystic god realm sovereigns. This feeling is really good. On the way, they encountered a mystic god realm sovereign level beast. Before the two of them could make a move, the barbarian was one step ahead of them. He clenched his fist tightly, and a vast amount of poison surged out. Bang! The mystic god realm sovereign wasn't smashed to death by him, but by the poison. After countless experiments and the demon tiger and beast's approval, Fang Chen and the other two discovered that the poison was more poisonous than the poison. The poisonous corpse fluid was even more deadly to demonic beasts, as it would speed up the deterioration of their internal organs. For example, the barbarian could kill an ordinary mystic god realm warrior with one punch, but he couldn't poison a mystic god realm human warrior to death. This was the difference. Haha, then won't I be the nemesis of the beast race in the future? The barbarian was jumping wildly in excitement. It was as if he could already see the scene of him becoming the king of all beasts in the future. Seeing the barbarian like this, Fang Chen and Ching Ho were speechless. One-line sky was only so big. There would always be a time when everyone would meet. Fang Chen didn't know that the Martial King battle team had already collapsed. Only one person was left, and his whereabouts were unknown. He also didn't know that the Clear King battle team and the Demon King battle team had fought before. On this day, the two sides met on the Wind Cloud Stone in one-line sky. The Clear King battle team only had 2 peak sovereigns left. There were still wounds on their bodies, and they looked a little miserable. It seemed that they had encountered some trouble. The Battle King battle team? Venerable Qingxiu revealed his white teeth and gave a sinister smile. Venerable Qingling, who was at the side, sized up the 3 prey in front of her seriously. I had thought that the 3 of you would be the first to fall. Who would have thought that you would actually live for so long? The barbarian raised his war hammer and pointed at the 2 venerable ones with a strong aura. He sneered and said, "You 2 idiots, quickly kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Perhaps we'll let you go." "Idiot." Venerable Qingling sneered. "The purple demon was the same as you. He wanted to kill us, but in the end, half of his body was blasted to smithereens. In the end, he even swore a martial arts oath that he would never betray the 3 of us. Only then did he survive." The barbarian said, "As for the 3 members of the Thunder King squad, we killed 2 of them earlier. That venerable Lei Hong even said that he would avenge his brothers, but in the end, he still died in our hands." After pausing for a moment, the barbarian continued, "Do the 2 of you think that you're stronger than the purple demon and Venerable Lei Hong?" Venerable Lei Hong was still fine, but when he mentioned the purple demon, the 2 venerables' expressions clearly changed. However, they quickly recovered and sneered, "With just the 3 of you, you want to kill Venerable Lei Hong and force the purple demon to swear a martial arts oath? How laughable. You want to use this to scare us? Your wishful thinking is wrong," Venerable Qingling said. As he spoke, a green luster appeared on his body. It became brighter and brighter, finally condensing into a void blade that shot toward the barbarian. Boom! The barbarian raised his war hammer and used all the strength in his body to strike. Dong! The war hammer and the void blade collided, and a violent force attacked. The barbarian's body was quickly pushed back, his hand hurting. As for the void blade that was blocked by the war hammer, it flickered and gradually disappeared after a while. The poison on the war hammer was corroded by the void blade. Seeing this, Qingling's expression became serious. He continued to increase his strength and bombarded the barbarian. Although the barbarian's poison is strong, it can't do anything to Venerable Qingling, Qing Ho said. Fang Chen nodded and took a step forward. He pressed his hand on the barbarian's shoulder and pulled him back, then rushed in front of Venerable Qingling. Scram! Seeing Fang Chen attack, Venerable Qingling roared and the void blade flashed again. Crack! Fang Chen's punch shattered Venerable Qingling's void blade. Thud! 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 Venerable Qingling's body was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. No wonder you're so arrogant. So you've broken through to the mystic true realm. Venerable Qingling smiled eerily with killing intent. Even so what? I'll let you know the difference between the mystic true realm and the mystic God realm. Venerable Qingling spread out his hands and the azure light around his body intensified. A wild energy whizzed out. Fang Chen slowly raised his hand and executed the 20th move of the Azura sword art. The dazzling sword light was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. Be careful! Venerable Qingxiu, who was standing far away, suddenly narrowed his eyes and roared. But it was too late. Fang Chen's sword light had already enveloped Venerable Qingling. Venerable Qingxiu attacked with all his strength. Vast energy surged out and he wanted to block Fang Chen's attack. Boom! The sword light pierced through the void and struck Venerable Qingling's body. No. At this moment, Venerable Qingling finally felt a trace of fear, and he cried out in pain. Poochie! No matter how hard Venerable Qingling tried to block, the sword light was like a blade of judgment that sentenced him to death. No one knew better than Venerable Qingling how terrifying Fang Chen's sword was. Bang! The sword light exploded and Venerable Qingling's body exploded. He died instantly. Venerable Qingxiu, who saw that the situation wasn't right, had already escaped. When Fang Chen landed on the ground, Barbarian and Qing Ho's eyes widened in shock. That was a peak Venerable. How could he be killed by Fang Chen just like that? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Amazing. Qing Ho and Barbarian gave a thumbs up. They admired Fang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Venerable Qingling was extremely strong. If he didn't underestimate his opponent, he wouldn't have died so quickly, Fang Chen said. After all, every peak Venerable had their own special method. If they were forced into a corner, they would jump over a wall. Peak Venerables were considered true peak experts in the Primal Chaos Void and the Blackstone Prison. However, before entering the Blackstone Prison, Fang Chen could only fight against Mystic Light Realm experts. But in less than 200 years, he had improved so much. It was shocking. There was a type of cultivator called a genius. There was a type of improvement called a leap. Without a doubt, Fang Chen was one of the top geniuses since ancient times. There was no one like him. Venerable Qingxiu escaped, Qing Ho said. He originally thought that he could wipe out the King battle team in one fell swoop. However, Fang Chen didn't mind. A mere Venerable Qingxiu was already scared out of his wits. He couldn't pose any threat to them. After collecting Venerable Qingling's identity token, the number of tokens in their team had reached 13. Only the Martial King battle team and Venerable Qingxiu's token were outside. The final ranking was based on the number of tokens each team had. Even if the competition ended now, the Battle King battle team was undoubtedly first. There was no competition. Outside, in the Battle King Palace, Star and Moon sat in the garden and looked into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were in the direction of the Martial King city. The one-line sky was in that direction, and her husband was there. Are you still thinking about him? The Battle King suddenly appeared behind her. Star and Moon gently nodded and lowered her head. The Battle King gently patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. My judgment won't be wrong. I have a strong premonition that Fang Chen will give us an unexpected surprise in this competition." Star and Moon had mixed feelings. She had been praying for Fang Chen. She didn't ask him to be first. She only hoped that he could come out alive. The 15 participants each have their own magical powers. However, I believe that the more difficult the situation is, the more Fang Chen will be able to unleash his killer nature. On the path of martial arts, the true power wasn't absolute strength. Instead, it was using the surrounding environment to kill an invincible opponent when there was a great disparity in strength. This was a true prodigy. Since ancient times, which peerless powerhouse didn't come from such an environment? Don't worry too much. 100 years is just the blink of an eye, the Battle King said.